Well, the news just coming in. The GST Council has approved the rate rationalization proposal. There will be a two-slab GST structure with 5% and 18% as the two slabs, along with a special 40% special rate for sin goods. The new rates are set to kick in, set to take effect from the 22nd of September. Here is the GST Council representative from Himachal Pradesh on the big decisions.
जीएसटी रैशनलाइजेशन पे सहमति आम सहमति से जो है सबने उसके पक्ष में वोट किया कि सभी चाहते थे कि आम आदमी को राहत मिले। हमारा जो कंसर्न था कि एक तो जो रेट रैशनलाइजेशन का है उसका डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट कॉमन पीपल को मिलना चाहिए, आम जनमानस को मिलना चाहिए, और दूसरा जो कंपनसेशन का है उस पर कोई किसी तरह का कोई अभी तक मैकेनिज्म नहीं बना है।
सर, कितना लॉस केंद्र सरकार ने बताया कि इतना रेवेन्यू लॉस हो सकता है रेट रैशनलाइजेशन की वजह से?
टोटल 93,000 करोड़ का माइनस में है, लेकिन प्लस जो है वो सिन गुड्स और लग्जरी गुड्स की वजह से 45,000 का होगा। नेट जो है बैलेंस
माइनस 93 प्लस 45
93 माइनस 45।
पर सर ये दो जीएसटी स्लैब करने पे सहमति
नो वोटिंग है, यूनानिमसली रिजॉल्व।
सर तो बेसिकली दो स्लैब करने पे सहमति
नहीं, कोई वोटिंग नहीं हुई, आम सहमति से हुआ।
करने पे बनते हैं ना सहमति, 5 और 18 दो स्लैब पे सहमति
5 और 18 और सिन एंड लग्जरी गुड्स पे 40%।
40% सहमति बन गई।
अभी तक इसके बारे में कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई, कोई डिसीजन नहीं हुआ। नहीं, कल नहीं होगी, आज होगी।
12% अब नहीं रहेगा सर, 12 और 28
नहीं रहेगा।
22 सितंबर
5 and 18 प्लस सिन एंड लग्जरी गुड्स पे 40%।
कब से लागू होंगे रेट?
22 सितंबर।
देखिए, एक गरीब आदमी के जीवन को सुलभ बनाने के लिए देशवासियों को दीपावली के इस अवसर पर, नवरात्रि के इस अवसर पर मोदी जी ने बहुत बड़ा तोहफा दिया है। हमारी वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने आज बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से पूरा एक जो मात्र 8 साल के इस कम समय के अंदर इतना बड़ा बदलाव देश के एक विकसित भारत की तरफ बढ़ते हुए कदम।
सर क्या क्या बढ़िया छूट मिलने वाली है?
देखिए, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, हर विषय के ऊपर बहुत अच्छी छूट है। आप बाकी जब नोटिफिकेशन जारी होगा तब आपको बता दिया जाएगा।
Well, our reporters are there on the ground right outside the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan to get a sense of what the road ahead looks like. In fact, to discuss that further, I am joined by Shireen Bhan. She's joining us on the phone line. Shireen, interesting from the initial comments coming in from the state finance minister saying that this decision on the two-slab structure with the 40% caveat was brought in by consensus despite some of the concerns that the opposition ruled states have raised.
Absolutely, Ashmit, and that is significant. Remember, in the last 8 years, not a single decision at the level of the GST Council has resulted in a vote. All decisions have been unanimous, and that was the indication that we got even this morning. Even the 8 opposition ruled states had said, look, all we're concerned about is revenue protection. We have no objection with the plan that the centre has moved as far as the rate slabs are concerned. We want to ensure that there is revenue protection for us. Now, what we just heard from the finance ministers who were speaking, that there has been no decision yet as far as any additional levy, etc., on compensation is concerned. But what he arrived at, or what he gave us, was the math, and that is important. He said the loss is pegged at 93,000 crores. That's an important number because this is the very first time that the GST Council has pegged the loss estimate. But he also said an important thing, that on the back of sin and luxury goods, you actually make up 45,000 crores. So 93 minus 45,000 crores, that is what the revenue loss amounts to. So that is important for us to note. Now, the slabs are clear. It's 5, 18 and 40. What is also important to note is what we heard there from the finance ministers, that 40% is not just in goods. It will be luxury items as well. So that's going to be important. The expectation was that there would be a very small basket of thin goods, tobacco, cigarettes, and so on and so forth. But now it seems like that basket may in fact be expanded to a larger basket. So we will have to get clarity on what falls under the 40% bracket. But this is the big This is the big decision of the GST Council. That two rate structure of 5 and 18% has now been ratified. The other important headline, 22nd September, that coincides with the Navratri period. That is when the new rates will come into effect. The hope and the expectation that industry had was that once the council meets, move forward with the rate implementation as soon as possible. But what we just heard there from the finance minister who exited the GST council meeting was that it will be the 22nd of September that will be the rollout date for the new rates as far as the GST regime is concerned. So that, as I pointed out, coincides with Navratri, and of course, then that's a month away from Diwali. So a month ahead of the Diwali dhamaka that the Prime Minister had promised. But this is the big story. This is the big news. There is now a new GST regime in place, 5, 18 and 40. That is India's new GST regime.
Right, so very important takeaways, those two slab structure, 5 and 18%, with, of course, the 40% reserved for not just sin goods, but also luxury goods, a wider basket that, of course, we'll be trying to get more clarity on. And, of course, September 22nd will be a key date. That's when these rates are set to kick in again. A big administrative challenge in terms of execution of this new regime that we are looking at. In fact, for more takeaways from this meeting, the GST Council meeting day one, let's also, in fact, go across to the Punjab Finance Minister. We spoke to him and we got a comment in from him. Let's listen in.
स्लैब्स बनाई गई हैं, एक 5%, एक 18%, और जो तीसरी स्लैब है स्पेशल स्लैब बनाई गई है। अब मतलब 4 स्लैब से अब 3 स्लैब बन चुकी हैं और एक स्लैब ही लगभग हटी है। एक स्पेशल स्लैब उसका नाम स्पेशल स्लैब रख दिया गया और 4 में से 3 स्लैब बनी है।
सर, क्योंकि हेल्थ को लेकर भी कुछ कहा जा रहा था कि हेल्थ वाली पॉलिसी,
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी वो सभी वाले ग्रुप में मर्ज कर गई थी, तो इसलिए सबका रेट नया तय होगा।
और सर, कोई जो लॉसेस की कुछ बात
कंपनसेशन सेस की हमने बात करी थी। कंपनसेशन सेस वाला उसको बढ़ाया जाना चाहिए और स्टेटों को कंपनसेट किया जाना चाहिए और जितना लॉस हो रहा है वो प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए, पर लेकिन सेंटर ने ये हमारी बात नहीं।
Well, that was the finance minister from Punjab. But speaking of the big takeaways, let's go across to Timsy Jaipuria, my colleague, who's been stationed outside the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, getting us the latest. Timsy, tell us, you've been speaking to very many state finance ministers. What exactly are they telling you beyond the big takeaways of the 2 rate getting approved with consensus and the kick-in date of 22nd?
Well, key takeaways include, firstly, a unanimous decision moving from a 4-slab structure to a 2-slab structure and a special rate, 5%, 18% to kick in from 22nd of September. Industry has been given enough time for this transition to the new regime. When it comes to which rate will come where, that is something that Finance Minister will announce shortly. Also, when it comes to detailed list, that will be put out very soon by the government. Meanwhile, when it comes to the insurance premium matter, that is on health insurance and life insurance, they have been completely exempted from GST. When it comes to the demand of states on revenue protection, there was a clear demand. There was a clear demand for also an additional levy. They have not been met. The center is very clear that the pent-up demand post this rate rationalization exercise will lead to a consumption boost, and that will overcome these losses. Crucial here, compensation cess will continue till 31st of October. So that question remains unanswered. Also an unanswered question, how will the tax incidence will remain the same on tobacco and pan masala? Because currently they go at a rate of 28% plus cess, which is quite high. And now in the new regime, they could be coming under 40% only after compensation cess. What happens to this? How will this rate be matched? That is again an unanswered question. But yes, overall, all common use items, all common man items, biscuit, toothpaste, namkeen, soap, shampoo, hair oil, all coming down to 5%. Aspirational goods such as consumer durables, cement, everything coming down to 18%. All services mostly likely to remain in 18%. Only a select few demerit or luxury goods will remain in the 40% slab. We'll have to now wait and watch for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to speak and flesh out more details. But yes, unanimous decision, 5 and 18% now a reality to kick in from 22nd of September.
Right, Timzi, thanks so much for that. Timzi has been joining us from outside of Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, braving the elements there. For the benefit of our viewers, important to point out that from the alerts that we're getting from the government indicating that at 10 p.m. is when there's a presser likely to be conducted, which will, of course, throw more light on some of the issues and questions that we have been discussing, which need more attention as of right now to give us the roadmap for this transition that we're looking at, which, again, not very far. September 22nd is what we're looking at. Shireen is still with us. Shireen, let me come to you. At this stage, what are some of these key questions that remain unanswered, that need clarity? You were also in conversation not very long back with Sanjeev Puri himself. What are some of these questions that the industry is awaiting clarity on?
Well, I think clarity will be required on the itemized rates that will come into effect. As I pointed out, what we just heard there from the finance ministers was that it is going to be sin goods and luxury goods. Now, what constitutes as luxury goods which fall under the 40% bracket, that will be important to see. And while we have been reporting about what will move to the 5% slab, what will move to 18%, a lot of items from 28, like three-wheelers, two-wheelers, under 350cc, cars under 1200cc, etc., were to move from 28% to 18%. So industry will want clarity on finally what is the outcome as far as this. What is also going to be interesting to see is, whether they bring back the anti-profiteering clause. This was something that our guests were speaking about. Remember, there is a provision in the GST law, but do they bring it back? But the sun had set on that. Do they bring it back in any form or fashion is something that we will have to see. But, what is clear now and what we've heard there from the finance ministers is that there is no additional levy. So that's done. Even on things like cigarettes, etc., the indication was that the new rate would be revenue neutral, i.e. pretty much status quo with what the rate was previously. So all of these things will have to be things that we get details on from the government as and when they put out the details, which we are expecting shortly. But, finally, what comes under what rate? Whether what we've been reporting and what the speculation has been is what finally happens. Also, industry would want clarity. There have been a lot of representations, etc., made, for instance, to suggest that there be a uniform rate for, two-wheelers, even above 350cc, etc. Why in industry's words distort the market? So is there an agreement there for the GST Council to go ahead with one set of rates? We don't know. So those are things that industry will certainly want clarity on. But at the end of the day, it's a big decision that has come in, that we now have a new GST regime that has been cleared by the GST Council, 5, 18 and 40, and of course an implementation date of the 22nd of September.
Right. On that note, Shireen, let's go across to Timzi. She has with her the Himachal Pradesh Finance Minister. Timzi, over to you.
कल नहीं होगी, आज होगी.
सर approved sir.
कब से लागू हो जाएंगे? 12% अब नहीं रहेगा सर. 12 और 28 से
कब से लागू होंगे?
12 और 28 नहीं रहेगा.
और 22 सितंबर
5 and 18. हाँ. बस sin and luxury goods पे 40%.
कब से लागू होंगे रेट?
22nd September.
That was the Himachal Finance Minister. In fact, from some of the inputs that we're getting indications that from some of the finance ministers, some of the members of the GST Council, we're getting indications that the cess is likely to continue till the 31st of August, which on that note, in fact, let's get Shireen back in on this conversation.
22nd of September से implement होगा.
Revenue loss कितना होगा?
रेवेन्यू लॉस टोटल क्यूमुलेटिव तो 93,000 बताया, लेकिन उसमें से 45,000 जो है वो सिन गुड्स और लग्जरी गुड्स की वजह से कंपनसेट हो जाएगा.
Sir, when it comes to states, how will states get this money?
अभी कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म इवॉल्व नहीं हुआ है.
Compensation cess कब तक चलेगा?
वो तो डिसकंटिन्यू हो गया जून 2022 से. स्टेट्स को डिवॉल्व नहीं हो रहा है. बाकी जो इनका लोन है उसको रिकवर कर रहे हैं और अक्टूबर एंड तक वो भी बंद हो जाएगा.
कोई एडिशनल लेवी प्रॉमिस करी गई?
नहीं, उसके बारे में कोई सहमति नहीं बनी. हमने डिमांड रखी थी लेकिन वो सहमति नहीं बनी.
ओके, ऑलरेडी
Right. So let's go across, in fact, to Shireen. Shireen, this key question of one demand that has been raised, that has been put out vocally by a lot of opposition-ruled states, also, in fact, being echoed by some of the BJP-ruled states, that there is a need felt to compensate for this revenue loss that will take place in the hands of the state governments. How do we expect that issue to now move forward, given as how the new structure has received the blessings with consensus of all the state governments?
I think it's very clear that the expectation is that the consumption boost will result in protection of revenue. There has been a decision not to take forward any additional levy. Remember, the compensation cess will come to an end in October, and there is a decision now not to take any additional levy forward. That has been clarified by all the finance ministers that we have spoken with. So the expectation and the assumption is that the consumption boost will offset any potential revenue loss. That is clear at this point in time. But we will have to wait to see what finally falls in that 40% bracket. And again, I just want to go back to the math, because what we heard there from the finance minister was that the GST Council has been told by the centre that the estimated revenue loss stands at 93,000 crores. 45,000 crores is the revenue that they are expected to make up from thin and luxury goods. So if you look at it, you're not really staring at a very big number based on the estimates that have been presented to the GST Council in terms of the revenue loss, which is probably why you have seen an agreement on the part of states to go ahead with this. So I think that's important to note. This math that was actually presented in terms of the eventual GST loss. What we will...
I'll just have to come in there. Timsy has with her the Finance Minister of Punjab, Harpal Singh Cheema. Timsy, coming to you, tell us what are you picking up? What is Mr. Cheema telling you?
बेनिफिट जो है एंड कंज्यूमर की तरफ पहुंचना चाहिए.
तो कोई एडिशनल लेवी नहीं लगेगी.
नहीं, अभी
40% will be the maximum limit.
Maximum limit of the 40%. इसका मतलब 4 की बजाय 3 स्लैब बन गई. कहने को 2 स्लैब है, पर लेकिन 3 बन गई. एक 40% की, एक 18%.
रेवेन्यू लॉस कितना होगा?
पंजाब की माने 21% के नजदीक.
और पूरे काउंसिल के लिए कितना रेवेन्यू लॉस होगा ये रैशनलाइजेशन?
वो अभी मैंने वो डाटा मांगा था काउंसिल में, मैंने वो डाटा मांगा था मैडम से कि हमें डाटा दीजिए कितना लॉस स्टेट को होगा, किन राज्यों को कितना लॉस होगा और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को कितना लॉस होगा. वो सामने होना चाहिए काउंसिल के सामने, तभी जाके एनालिसिस होना चाहिए. पर लेकिन ये भी उन्होंने नहीं माना.
कब से लागू हो जाएंगे नए रेट्स?
ये 22 सितंबर से.
पंजाब को कितना लॉस होगा?
No, we made our stand very clear in the morning itself before entering the house that Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Nara Chandrababu Naidu has taken a very clear stand to support the GST 2 reforms. He considers them as the next generation reforms, which is in favor of the common man. So the poorest of the poor is the beneficiary. So the rate restructuring or the rate reduction, in whichever name you call it, will bring down the cost for the common man, will improve the saving, will improve the investment, will expand the economy, which will again, in turn, bring economic activity to the state. So this House had unanimously passed the rate restructuring or rate rationalization, what has been suggested and implemented by, asked by the Government of India.
झारखंड का कंसर्न इतना ही है कि हाँ, ये जो जीएसटी रेशनलाइजेशन की बात हुई है उसमें झारखंड को सीमेंट के सेक्टर में, ऑटोमोबाइल के सेक्टर में 2000 करोड़ रुपए का लॉस होगा प्रत्येक वर्ष. क्योंकि हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेट हैं, कंज्यूमिंग स्टेट झारखंड नहीं है, तभी ये नुकसान होगा. हम लोगों ने मांग किया है, मैंने मांग किया कि आप झारखंड को 2000 करोड़ रुपए की भरपाई करें.
Shireen, just coming back to you, we've heard from various GST Council members. I just want to get a sense, just want to get some perspective on the 15th of August when we heard the Finance Minister talk about how there's going to be a double dhamaka come this Diwali. At that point itself, to veterans of the tax field such as Najib Shah, to them at that stage itself, it seemed challenging from a housekeeping perspective, from an implementation perspective. Now with that timeline having been kicked up to September 22nd, How difficult will it be to actually go about implementing it in practice on the ground?
I think this is why they've decided to go ahead with this 22nd September date because as we've been speaking with experts, while the center was keen to try and roll out the implementation as soon as possible, given the feedback that industry had given that people were holding back on sales, etc. But one does have to think about the execution challenges on the ground. A lot of the stuff has to be changed on the back end. Softwares have to be updated and so on and so forth. So it seems like the center has decided to finally go ahead with 22nd of September, which as I pointed out, coincides with the start of the Navratra period. So that is when we will see the new GST regime kick in. So be a washout as far as the festive season is concerned if we were to go all the way to October in anticipation of a GST rate cut. That is not the case. So come Navratra, we will actually see the new GST rates kicking in. So in that sense, there will be a relief for industry because the hope was that things would move as quickly as possible, but that certainly is the case. I mean, it's not immediate, but it is the 22nd of September, nevertheless, which coincides with the Navratra period, Ashmit.
Right, Shireen. Let's also, in fact, listen into the Kerala Finance Minister, K.N. Balagopal, joining Timsy on the big decisions of the GST Council.
Anyway, the discussion and the decision is came. I think the official press conference will be there, I think. Anyway, the rationalization, all the states accepted. And we have our reservations about the loss of our revenue. So we requested and asked for the compensation, some kind of compensation. And the levy of the existing compensation which they are collecting from tobacco and cigarettes and all those things are there with the, it is not finalized, it is with the union. But we are suggesting that that should be given. And rationalization, all states are for that. Only thing is the loss of revenue in a huge amount, the loss is there, that will be there. So that reservation we said, and we asked for the compensation. That is not finalized, but rationalization is finalized. That the states' revenue will be affected. That is the apprehension. That aspect is not completely solved.
How much is the amount of revenue loss?
Revenue loss, actually, they don't have any clear picture about the revenue loss. That is the issue. That is without any.
That expected in
No, it was not given. That was our main criticism. What is the actual revenue loss? How much it is affecting? What is the Kerala alone? We are going to lose around 8,000 crores, more than 8,000 crores per annum. So some states lose more than 15,000. So that is there. Anyway, we will look into that. Anyway, the right rationalization issue, we all support it. Okay.
जीएसटी रैशनलाइजेशन पे सहमति, आम सहमति से जो है सबने उसके पक्ष में वोट किया कि सभी चाहते थे कि आम आदमी को राहत मिले। हमारा जो कंसर्न था कि एक तो जो रेट रैशनलाइजेशन का है उसका डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट कॉमन पीपल को मिलना चाहिए, आम जनमानस को मिलना चाहिए, और दूसरा जो कंपनसेशन का है उस पर कोई किसी तरह का कोई अभी तक मैकेनिज्म नहीं बना है।
सर कितना लॉस केंद्र सरकार ने बताया कि इतना रेवेन्यू लॉस हो सकता है रेट रैशनलाइजेशन की वजह से?
टोटल 93,000 करोड़ का माइनस में है, लेकिन प्लस जो है वो सिन गुड्स और लग्जरी गुड्स की वजह से 45,000 का होगा। नेट जो है बैलेंस
माइनस 93 प्लस 45
93 माइनस 45।
93 माइनस 45।
पर सर ये दो जीएसटी स्लैब करने पर सहमति
नो वोटिंग है, यूनानिमसली रिजॉल्व।
सर तो बेसिकली दो स्लैब करने पे सहमति
नहीं, कोई वोटिंग नहीं हुई, आम सहमति से हुआ।
करने पे बंद है ना सहमति? 5 और 18 दो स्लैब पे सहमति,
5 और 18 और सिन एंड लग्जरी गुड्स पे 40%।
40% सहमति बन गई।
अभी तक इसके बारे में कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई, कोई डिसीजन नहीं हुआ। नहीं, कल नहीं होगी, आज होगी।
12% अब नहीं रहेगा सर, 12 और 28
नहीं रहेगा।
22 सितंबर
5 and 18 प्लस सिन एंड लग्जरी गुड्स पे 40%।
कब से लागू होंगे रेट?
22 सितंबर।
कंसेंसस हो गया, सभी लोग इस पर सहमत हो गए, काफी डिस्कशन के बाद हुआ, लेकिन सभी लोगों ने रेट रैशनलाइजेशन पर जो यूनियन गवर्नमेंट का प्रपोजल था, पहले जीओएम ने ओके किया और उसके बाद आज पूरी जीएसटी काउंसिल ने यूनानिमसली इसको ओके किया। जी हाँ, 5 और 18। देखिए, बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि जो 12 से 18 पे गई, कुछ चीजें ऐसी भी तो है 12 से 18 पे गई और कुछ चीजें 40 पे गई।
रेवेन्यू लॉस को कंपनसेट करने पर कोई बातचीत हुई सर? रेवेन्यू लॉस को कंपनसेट करने में कोई बातचीत हुई?
नहीं।
That's, of course, a lot of GST Council members that we have been speaking to get a sense. Again, for the benefit of our viewers, the key takeaways here that we're getting confirmations on is that as far as the GST rate structure is concerned, that has been approved, importantly, by consensus of all the states. The structure that we now have on our hands is 5%, 18%, and 40% being reserved for sin goods as well as for luxury goods. What that entails, what the composition of these slabs will be, what will be the preserve of the 40% slab, those are details that still we're awaiting clarity on. And the other, of course, is that these rates are set to kick in on September 22nd, just in time for Navratri. Those are the two big takeaways. Let's also, in fact, for the benefit of our viewers, remind them that the alerts that we have been receiving from the government, they indicate that the finance minister will be hosting a press briefing where she's likely to give clarity on some of these unanswered questions. Shireen is joining us back now. Shireen, coming to you once again, not very long back, just earlier this evening, you were in conversation with Sanjeev Puri. Give us a sense of the industry's expectations of this rollout of this new rate structure. He was talking of how this could act as an impetus to demand that has been seen lacking in the recent quarters.
Absolutely. I think that is going to be something that industry has been waiting for, and we can play that soundbite out for the benefit of our viewers. Sanjeev Puri telling me that he believes that this rate rationalization, along with the compliance-related issues, will be an impetus, will be a growth accelerator, so to speak, and the industry is certainly hoping that this will provide the much needed volume growth that the FMCG sector has failed to see in the last several years. So that is the hope at this point in time. We've got those graphics and we've been running that, as our colleague Timothy has been reporting, of what is going to get cheaper. So for instance, and I'll request our producers to show those graphics on our screens, things like two-wheelers under 350cc, cars under 1200cc, FMCG products, toothpaste, namkeen, so on and so forth. All of them moved to a lower GST slab. A lot of the items that found themselves in the 28% slab, washing machines, hair dryers, cement, for instance, they were all in the 28% slab, and they were moving to 18%. That was the centre's proposal. So all of that will get a significant relief, significant fillip there. The question now is, what has the centre classified as luxury? Sin, we know. Sin is cigarettes, tobacco, pan masala, gutka, so on and so forth. They were expected to be in the 40% slab. The question is luxury. What qualifies as luxury, and what are those luxury items that have found their way into the 40% slab? That is what we will need clarity on there from the finance minister as and when she briefs. But, it's clear that for a lot of the everyday items, butter, namkeen and so on and so forth, even things like apparel below 2,500 rupees, the slab moves lower to 5%. Even for things like movie tickets under 100 rupees, etc., the slab moves lower. So across the board, and I would imagine that those graphics are flashing on our screens, these are things that we were expecting the government to move on, because this was the centre's proposal in terms of the relief that they wanted to provide to consumers. So a whole host of items from 18%, 28% will now move to the lower slabs of 5 and 18%. A lot of the items that were in the 12% will move either to the 5% or to the 18%. A lot of the 28 items will move lower. And of course, thin and luxury goods, I think that is the catch. What qualifies as luxury, what will be down as part of the luxury good basket, that is going to be key and critical for us to watch. But across the board, as we've been reporting, the FMCG sector has been wanting this. The FMCG sector has been asking for this, and not just FMCG, but we heard from R.C. Bhargav, the chairman of Maruti. In fact, Maruti Suzuki is expected to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this because they are largely in the small car bracket, and the small cars have been the ones that have been impacted significantly in the last few years. So that is going to be something to watch out for. Maruti Suzuki expected to be a significant beneficiary of this move. And of course, even two-wheelers, three-wheelers, which, are the that the finance
taken
minister
today at the GST Council.
Let's listen in.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, and I thank the media for having come in so late. We concluded the meeting, and from there we have come here. And let me start by saying the Honorable Prime Minister actually set the tone for the next generation reforms on the 15th of August when he spoke from the Red Fort. So, and he desired that we give the benefit to the people at the earliest. He mentioned Deepavali, but I'll go through the decisions in detail a bit, but this reform is not just on rationalizing rates. It's also on structural reforms. It's also on ease of living so that businesses can do their business of working together with the GST with a great ease. So we have corrected inverted duty structure problems. We've resolved classification related issues, and we've ensured that there will be stability and predictability about the GST. Rate rationalization, of course, we've reduced the slabs. There shall be only 2 slabs, and we are addressing also the issues of compensation cess. Ease of living, simplifying registration, return filing, and refunds. I'm not getting into greater details, you'll get to know about it. But then these reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax levied on common man's daily use items have gone through a rigorous looking into, and in most cases, the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture as a whole will also benefit by the decisions we have taken today. Health-related also will benefit. So the key drivers of economy have been given a prominence. And much before I get into the details, I want to thank every member of the GST Council. Every finance minister who attended the GST Council today, there was no absence. Everyone was present. We've had a day-long intense discussion, but I'm grateful to each one of them. At the end of the day, they said, we're all together for the sake of the common man. एक भी रिजर्वेशन के साथ नहीं समर्थन किए, मगर पूर्ण मन से भरपूर सपोर्ट दिए हर राज्य के वित्त मंत्री. इसीलिए मैं जीएसटी काउंसिल को आभार कहना चाह रही हूं कि लंबा चौड़ा डिस्कशन चला आज, मगर आखिर हर मेंबर इसके लिए समर्थन दिए. इसीलिए मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाह रही हूं. इधर उधर के छोटे छोटे बात हो सकता है, मगर कंप्लीटली रेट रैशनलाइजेशन में सभी मंत्रीगण समर्थन दिए. एंड मैं इस विषय में आभार पहले व्यक्त करना चाह रही हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, क्योंकि पहले से ऑलमोस्ट फॉर 8-9 months he's been after me saying आप कुछ जीएसटी में राहत दिलाओ जनता के लिए. उसका इंटेंसिव वर्क किए. हमारे एमओएस कॉम्पनसेशन सेस के ऊपर शेयर कर रहे थे ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स. ही वर्कड वेरी हार्ड विद ऑल ऑफ देम. सम्राट चौधरी जी वर्कड ऑन द रेट रैशनलाइजेशन. And not only the chair, but the members of each of these GOM have worked very hard. I'm absolutely appreciative of every one of the ministers. इस समय का मांग को समझ करके समर्थन दिए, इसलिए उन सबको मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाह रही हूँ. There's also, of course, trade facilitation measures and process reform. वो भी इसमें शामिल है, जिससे enhanced verification measures which are aimed at curbing fraud have led to complex documentation, उसको भी simplify करने का, और data analysis वगैरह है. Process reform के ऊपर मैं विस्तार से आपके question answer के समय में जवाब दूंगी. मगर primarily, I'm sure all your interest is to know where is what, which one comes down in rate. उसमें एक just indicate करते हुए I'll stop my input. If Revenue Secretary has anything more he can add. उसके बाद आपके question answer करते हुए हम बाकी सबको cover करेंगे. Common man and middle class items में there is a complete reduction. Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware, and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूं. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5. इसमें food items बहुत सारे हैं. नमकीन से भुजिया है, sauces है, pasta है, instant noodles है, chocolates, coffee, preserved meat, cornflakes, butter, ghee, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर reduction from 28 to 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए, उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं, उन सब में it has come down. Again, from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18. क्योंकि घर बनाने में middle class के लिए cement इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life-saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life-saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12. I'm not listing each one of them out. Like that, very many other items, diagnostic kits, reagents, blood glucose monitoring system, all of them are coming to 5%. Similarly, spectacles and goggles are for correcting vision. They're also coming down to 5% from 28. I'm sure all of you are interested in knowing about automotive sector, about which you've been frequently asking us. From 28 to 18% on small cars and motorcycles which are equal to or below 350 cc. Reduction of GST from 28 to 18 on buses, trucks, and ambulances. Uniform rate of 18% on all auto parts, irrespective of the HS code. Three-wheelers from 28 to 18 again. So I move to one very important thing on inversion of correction of inverted duty. The long pending inverted duty structure problem is getting corrected for the man-made textile sector by reducing GST rate on man-made fiber from 18% to 5% and man-made yarn from 12 to 5%. So that will take care of every anomaly that was there in terms of inversion that's getting sorted out. So this actually gives effect to government's objective of the fiber neutral policy. So that's really getting seen in our action today. We are also correcting the inverted duty structure problem in fertilizer sector by reducing GST from 18% to 5% on sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and ammonia, which are very important for the fertilizer sector. Renewable energy is the next. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on renewable energy devices, parts for their manufacture, such as biogas plant, windmills, wind-operated electricity generator, waste to energy plants, devices, PV cells, whether or not assembled in modules or made up in panel, solar cookers, solar water heaters, and systems, and so on. Should I stop there and leave you all to ask questions? Just want to highlight the last one, that there is a special rate which is 40%. Actually, almost all goods are between 18 and 5. If there's any change, they only can shuffle between the 18 and 5. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, and BD. All goods, including aerated waters, containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages, or fruit drink, or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%. Mid-size and large cars, motorcycles of engine capacity exceeding 350 cc, aircraft, for example, helicopters and aeroplanes for personal use, distinctly for personal use, yacht and other vessels for pleasure or sports are all under 40%. So I think I have covered most of it. One last point on the RSP. GST will be levied on retail price, which is the RSP, instead of transaction value on pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, and other tobacco products such as zarda, scented tobacco, unmanufactured tobacco, and chewing tobacco. Again, one other point which I will conclude with. Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies. whether term life, ULIP, or endowment policies, and reinsurance thereof, to make insurance affordable for common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. I think I'll leave it there. We'll answer questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to the question
There's
and answer
one more.
session.
Sorry, I'm getting tempted to say one last thing. There are 4 points which I want you all to take into consideration. All this will be effective 22nd September 2025, which is the first day of Navaratri. The changes in GST rates of all goods, except for pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, BD, will be implemented with effect from 22nd September 25. Except for these, for all items, the new rates will come into effect from 22nd September. I hope I'm clear on that. But pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco and BD will continue at the existing rates of GST and compensation cess where applicable till the loan and interest payment obligations under the compensation cess account are completely discharged. I hope I'm clear. Every item will come under the new rate from 22nd September, except for these tobacco-related products, which will continue on the 28% and compensation cess where applicable, till such a time we completely repay the loan. Based on this decision of this set of tobacco products continuing till some time, based on that decision, the Union Finance Minister and the Chairperson of the GST Council is actually authorized to decide on the actual date of transition for these tobacco-related products as soon as the loan and interest is cleared. Yeah, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we start the question answer session, please introduce yourself before asking the question. Also speak into the mic because this is being live streamed, and also raise the placard. We will take the questions one by one. So number 9.
This is Priyansh from Money Control. I wanted to ask what is the possible revenue loss that has been estimated due to the rate cuts? And secondly, for the states, has there been any discussion on how the revenue will be compensated to them?
As the Finance Minister explained, the objective of this proposal, which is the GST rate structure rationalization, accompanied with process reforms. So the first request I will have is to have the appreciation of the proposal in the manner in which it has been prepared, in order to not distract ourselves with issues which will be an outcome of this process, but the core principle of this exercise needs to be appreciated in totality. We have estimated a figure. We expect that the net fiscal implication, we would not call it as a revenue loss because that doesn't seem to be the correct terminology. But net revenue implication of this proposal is expected, we have estimated it to be around 48,000 crores. This is on the consumption base of 23-24 because that is where we had all the segregated data. What I would also request is to have to appreciate this exercise better. It's important to also understand why looking at a particular number of revenue implication and highlighting it in a manner which is not proper may not present the correct picture of this exercise. The reason being, one, typically the rate rationalization exercise would result in buoyancy effects. We do expect, as mathematically one may calculate based on consumption of 23-24, but economically that is not how outcomes will evolve. And we do expect buoyancy to play a major role because of this rate rationalization exercise in enhancing the revenue. In addition, there is also an effect on the consumer behavior. What he spends on and how much does get influenced by price, which is going to be expected to get positively influenced by this exercise. We also expect compliance to improve due to this exercise. Madam explained to you how rates which were at different levels, where classification issues would be rampant, like sectors like food or transport, auto parts, etc. Once rationalized, it will improve and enhance compliance, because many of these disputes would not necessarily result in revenues, but would linger on and would end up having a lot of resources, both of the business and the department, in struggling to settle those disputes. So compliance would also have a very positive effect on the revenue generation. Finally, there is a technicality that when the rates change, the rate of the value chain itself changes, and tax, you know, is paid through ITC and cash, and the actual implication of that will have to be worked out. I would just like to highlight a number from before just to explain how these changes do play out. For example, when earlier the average rates were around 15.5 in the earlier part of the GST, the compliance in the form of GST TB was around 85 to 90%. Now the compliance has improved to almost 97% as the rates have come down. We do expect these positive changes will have and we believe that in this entire exercise will be fiscally sustainable, both for center as well as the states.
54.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. Shishir from Hindu Business Line. My question is about the anti-profiteering, because now so much rate reduction is there, and we do not have the anti-profiteering mechanism. As of now, we understand that GST 80 can take only the pending cases and the cases directed by the courts. So what kind of mechanism we are going to have? And the second question is about the clarification on the revenue implication, that 48,000 crore is on annualized basis or just for the FY26, ma'am?
On the first question of anti-profiteering, just to give you a couple of statistics, that since inception, under the arrangement of anti-profiteering, which is no longer in place now, only around 704 cases were registered with the authority, and 60% of the cases were initiated within the first 3 to 4 years of implementation. And the total profiteering amount that was alleged was around 4,362 crores in these 704 cases. So we expect that last time too, these data shows that industry has largely passed on the benefits of rate cut. At that time too, the industry made public statements and committed, and you would have heard and you would have seen that a lot of industries have already come out and have committed that they will be transmitting this benefits too. Administratively, both at the state level as well as at the CBIC level, we will definitely be engaging with the industry and seeing to it that the benefits to the consumer, as is planned as per the exercise, is going to be transmitted to the consumers. And we do expect that since it is to the benefit of the businesses too, it is going to happen eventually. On the issue of the revenue loss, I think the question, probably you didn't appreciate the point I made the last time. It is difficult to look at these issues mathematically. So I would rather, we have done a data based on a historical number, that is 23-24 consumption. How will 26 happen will obviously depend on how consumption evolves. And we, as I said, are confident that this is going to be fiscally sustainable.
This is Deepshika from the Economic Times. One just follow up to the revenue question. What would be what is the revenue neutral rate after these reductions? And also on compensation cess, what happens after the loans are paid, especially on the tobacco products and high-end luxury products? is there any decision on the future of this cess? Will there be something else coming in its place, or?
I'll have the Revenue Secretary tell you about the revenue neutral rates. But on the compensation cess, we've discussed it today very clearly. It will continue on those goods which I mentioned, the tobacco and tobacco-related products, over and above the 28%, which is the system which prevails now, till such a time that we repay the loan. And after that, there will not be a cess. And those items which were with compensation cess have already been proposed to be at 40% because they are sin goods rate. They are, as I said, 40% is not part of the scheme of things, it's at the extreme. No other good will go there except for these tobacco related products. So they will be, the incidence will be on them at 40%. Revenue neutrality.
No, I didn't get the question. Revenue neutral would mean what? No, but what? Can you explain your question? What revenue neutral would mean?
Down from 15.5, the average rate, what would it be after these
It'll
reductions?
obviously depend upon how the transactions happen. So consumption, I'm assuming what you are saying is the total value of transaction total tax collected divided by total value of transaction. So that is something one can calculate historically. For the future, as I said, we expect a lot of effects of buoyancy, compliance, consumer behavior. So this number is going to be obviously something which we will get to as we reach there.
238.
Anshul Magazine from Indian Express. Just a clarification on the tobacco part, because I believe when GST was rolled out, Center had the powers to levy NCCD on tobacco. So how will it get levied on, say, something like pan masala? If you could elaborate that. And secondly, was there any decision regarding electric vehicles? Because that was also one of the proposals submitted by the GUI.
See, on the pan masala, tobacco and everything else, under the GST, till such a time the loan is repaid, as I said, the 28% plus the compensation cess will run. Once I clear the loan, they all come to 40%. And that's what is the GST.
EV remains at where it was. Yes, it remains at where it was, 5.
214.
सवाल चूंकि अभी काफी खबर चल रही थी कि जो 2500 जो अभी ब्रांडेड 1000 रुपए से ऊपर का जो शर्ट एंड फुटवियर्स है, मैं राजीव हूँ सर दैनिक जागरण से, तो उस पे उसको 2500 उसकी सीमा की जा रही थी, जो 2500 से ऊपर है उनको उन पे ज्यादा टैक्स लगेगा, तो ऐसा कुछ हुआ या अब सब पे जो भी फुटवियर और गारमेंट्स होंगे 1000 रुपए से ऊपर के भी उन पे भी सिर्फ 5% ही लगेगा? इस पे कुछ फैसला हुआ? नंबर 1। नंबर 2 सर की स्मॉल कार, मिड साइज कार, तो क्या इसमें 1200 सीसी से ऊपर वाले सभी कार पे 40% लगेगा?
जहां तक फुटवेयर का सवाल है, आज के दिन 2 रेट्स थे। 1000 रुपए से कम वालों के ऊपर 12% और 1000 रुपए से ऊपर वाले के ऊपर 18% लगता था। सो जो चेंज किए गए हैं, जैसे आपको ज्ञात है कि मैडम ने पहले बताया कि 12% का रेट अभी नहीं है, तो 2 रेट जो अभी हैं वो 5 और 18 के हैं। 5% पे जो 2500 से कम वाली वस्तुएं वाले फुटवेयर हैं और 18% पे जो 2500 से ऊपर वाली वस्तुएं हैं। आपका दूसरा सवाल किस इशू से था?
सीसी।
हाँ, मैडम ने आपको बताया कि छोटी कारें जो हैं वो 18 पे होंगी और बाकी सारी कारें जो हैं वो 40 पे होंगी। डेफिनेशन तो आई थॉट वो तो डिपार्टमेंट MHRT मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट रेगुलेटर का है। पेट्रोल की 1200 सीसी और डीजल की 1500 सीसी होती है और उसके साथ शायद लेंथ का भी एक लिमिटेशन होता है। तो जो उनका रेगुलेशंस के हिसाब से छोटी कारें हैं वो हमारी 18 पे रहेंगी। हम लोग अलग से कोई नया डेफिनेशन उसका नहीं बना रहे हैं।
45।
I had a related question on hotels and on air travel. Again, there were two classifications there. So if, and I think all these would be in the detailed press release that you'd be issuing, but if you could just help us.
269.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Girish from Mint. Ma'am, some states had suggested that there could be a new duty imposed on items on the 28%, which will move to 40%. Has that been considered? And secondly, ma'am, there is no cess applicable on high-end cars, which has moved to 40%, right, ma'am?
Once an item has moved to 40%, there's nothing more to be added. Because the maximum rate which you can levy on a car, on any item is 40%. And in the 40% category, we put all the tobacco and tobacco-related sin goods and super luxury items only.
Number 3.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyoshmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, first I wanted a clarification. I was still looking at discontinuing compensation cess around November, as in, is that the timeline we are following to repay the loans? And secondly, states had pitched for some kind of a mechanism to compensate them after the rate changes are effective because of the revenue loss. So has there been any discussion, and is the center looking at something on those lines? Thank you.
I think I've mentioned it clearly, till such a time that the loans don't get repaid. We will continue with the 28% items and the compensation cess collection over it, particularly only those items which I read out, tobacco-related products, and they will continue till such a time I repay the loan, which is the council has authorized the finance minister to stop that collection the moment the loan is repaid. I cannot speculate on the time now whether it is October or November, but it'll be well within, I think, this calendar year.
Number 2.
I think, first of all, I would like to request the media to look at the GST Council as where the center and the states are seated together. I mentioned this in the council also. The center may be a 1/3 partner, the states put together can be 2/3 partner. But we're all in it together. So anything that which is gained or lost is for everybody. It's not as though states have lost, the center's not gained. If all of us have lost, all of us have lost. And I don't think, and I'm glad that the Revenue Secretary had made this point in the council, it's a revenue instance. The incidence is what is the matter. It's not a static situation. Once the rates have come down per the economic theory that you may want to quote, the buoyancy goes up. People come out to buy more. And therefore, this discussion has happened in today's council. And I have put this argument before, that the center and the states are seated equally. And any gain or any foregone, none of that is perceived, because when rates are coming down, we expect the market to be more buoyant, people to come out and spend more. However, all of us are sitting there together. Compensate for states' loss, even center is losing, if anything. Center loses more in a way. Because 50-50, you divide from my 50, another 41 goes back to the states. So I want the media, particularly those who are covering the economy, finance ministry, to understand in the GST Council, the center and the states are together in it. Nobody is a donor and nobody is a donee within the GST Council.
Number 2.
Pallavi from...
Can I just supplement, because this issue has come from many. So our earlier request was, there are two parts to this issue, and I would just request the indulgence of the media also on this. This repeated use of the word called revenue loss. So obviously somebody has lost to somebody or something to that effect. Kindly understand, this is a tax rationalization exercise which is resulting in reduction of rates of taxes to be paid, let us say, by a common man. Rates paid by on food, on health, on agricultural implements, on labor-oriented sectors like job work. I'm not very sure whether loss is the right interpretation of government saying that we have given money to a consumer. It is an economy that we are talking about. Both of them are there. After all, the money which government will not collect as tax is going to be remaining in the pockets of that consumer who will end up using it. So my request is this terminology loss, because it presents the impression differently from, and which is why I had requested. There is a revenue implication, naturally. So the second part to this understanding is that revenue implication is a dynamic number because it will depend on how response happens. Mathematically, one can calculate that can only be done on historical data. But that historical data may not end up to be true because we do expect behavior of consumer changing, buoyancy factors changing, compliance improving, and this has been the historical reality. You would remember that after compensation cess went away, the buoyancies really went up of GST. So we do expect things to move in the positive direction. We have done our numbers and we believe it is fiscally sustainable. The number that I told you is based on 23-24, and even with projections and expectation on other things turning in the positive side, which we are hearing both from the consumers as well as from the industry, we expect this exercise to be fiscally sustainable.
Okay, I'm Pallavi from CNN News 18. Ma'am, two things over here. There were 8 states which actually said that we want something called the state level GST on products like alcohol, petrol, and real estate. Was this even discussed at the GST meeting today? And second is that they are all talking, I'm sorry to use that word, but revenue loss. 15,000 crore revenue loss is what Sitharaman said. I know there are states like Karnataka and Kerala who insisted on that, and I think that is why your meeting was delayed. How do you want to actually address that? Because many of them are also facing problems like they're talking about floods. And finally, when you are talking about a GST restructuring, was the tariff turmoil with America an important consideration?
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization. Some other group of minister a bit later was working on insurance, and so on. And compensation cess was a reality, that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all. One. Second, you were talking about petrol, diesel, 8 states. None of that was subject of our discussion because that is not part of the GST Council at all. And the third, numbers are being thrown around. This much loss, that much loss. You've just heard the Revenue Secretary detail on the basis of 23-24 numbers. Am I right? 23-24 data, which is the last available for all the categories. And he stated what is the net amount that we'll have to be looking at. So there is nothing more. I'm not going to join forces to argue on, oh, somebody said this much, somebody else said that much. Our data is here, we put it, and that is coming out to all of you all as well in the press note.
237.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम 2 सवाल हैं, एक क्लैरिटी के लिए पूछना चाहूंगा, जो टैक्स इंसिडेंस है आपने कहा कि हाईएस्ट ब्रैकेट जो रहेगा वो 40% रहेगा, तो जो अभी तक सेस लगता था वो नहीं लगेगा, अब जो भी चीजें होंगी वो मैक्सिमम 40% पे होंगी टबैको प्रोडक्ट्स को छोड़ के। और दूसरा सवाल मैम, जो अनमैन्ड एयरक्राफ्ट्स, एक ड्रोन के लिए भी एक एजेंडा था, क्या मैम उस पे भी कोई फैसला हो पाया? एक चीज मैम, एक क्लैरिटी और चाहेंगे कि जो डीलर्स के पास अभी गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं, यदि वो 22 तारीख से पहले 22 तारीख के बाद बिकती हैं तो वो किस कैटेगरी में आएंगी? क्या वो जो अभी का जो टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर है उसमें कैलकुलेट की जाएंगी या नए वाले टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर में कैलकुलेट की
जाएगी? शुरू में जैसे माननीय मंत्री ने आपको बताया कि ये हमारा अप टू रेट जीएसटी स्ट्रक्चर हो गया है, तो 5 और 18 आर द रेट्स. 40 is what we consider as a special rate, and on the lower side, apart from exemption, there are some other special rates. Special rates are meant to take care of either very, very unique sectors or unique requirements or certain policy positions that government may have had on those. Typically, these special rates are considered special because they are not by their very nature part of a general structure. So they are not expected to be open-ended. It is not like this is a rate, then you can swing people things between here and there. 40 is expected, items have been identified and positioned there. This is the way in which, that is why this is called GST rate rationalization structure. So it's a rate structure itself which has been rationalized, within which then certain principles have been followed to fit things. That is point number one. What was your second question? I would suggest that specific items and procedural issues off the cuff response will not be a good idea. Department will be issuing detailed instructions about everything, and we will see to it that those who need it receive it in transparent fashion, in a timely fashion. वही जो आपने बताया ना, ट्रांजिशन वाले जितने इश्यूज हैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रिलेटेड, आज जीएसटी काउंसिल का डिसीजन हुआ है, तो उसको ऑफ द कफ रिस्पांस देना ठीक नहीं होगा. वो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट डिटेल में सारे इश्यूज को एड्रेस करते हुए जवाब देगा उसका. और आज इसके बाद मैडम ने जैसे इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है, एक फ्रीक्वेंटली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस का एक लिस्ट भी इशू होगा, प्रेस नोट होगा, जिसमें सारे डिटेल्स होंगे आइटम वाइज, जो आप देख सकते हैं.
189.
मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी सीएनबीसी आवाज से. सबसे पहले जीएसटी काउंसिल के चेयरपर्सन के तौर पर आपको बधाई, क्योंकि आपने पूरे कंसेंसस के साथ ही इसका लागू करवाया. मेरा सवाल ये है कि रेट में कटौती हुई है, सबको फायदा होगा, लेकिन ये रेट आम आदमी तक इसका फायदा पहुंचे, उसके लिए क्या कोई मैकेनिज्म बनाया जाएगा? क्योंकि एंटी प्रॉफिटिंग मैकेनिज्म अभी है नहीं, या ऐसी एंटी प्रॉफिटिंग बॉडी है नहीं, तो कैसे इसको रेट को हम जो कंज्यूमर है उस तक पहुंचाएंगे ताकि कंपनी इसमें बेनिफिट ना करे, ग्राहकों तक उनका फायदा पहुंचे?
हमने
सर हिंदी में बता दीजिए.
एंट्री प्रॉफिटियरिंग का हम लोगों ने जैसे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो उत्तर दिया, उसमें बताया कि पिछली बार जब ये एक्ट में एक प्रोविजन था, उस प्रावधान के अंतर्गत 704 केसेस रजिस्टर हुए थे कुल मिला के, जिसके करीब 60% केसेस पहले 3 से 4 साल में थे, जब उम्मीद होती है कि ये इश्यूज आते हैं ज्यादा. और टोटल जो प्रॉफिटियरिंग का अमाउंट एलेज किया गया था इन इश्यूज के ऊपर, वो 4,362 करोड़ का था. तो इन फिगर्स को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि इंडस्ट्री ने ट्रांसमिशन में बहुत ज्यादा कोई मतलब इश्यूज आए, कंसिडरिंग द स्केल ऑफ द एक्सरसाइज. तो इस बार भी हम लोगों को ये काफी कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इंडस्ट्री रेट्स को ट्रांसमिट करेगा. पब्लिकली काफी मेजर सेक्टर्स की इंडस्ट्री ने ऑलरेडी ये पब्लिकली कहा है, कमिट किया है कि हम इस रेट को ट्रांसमिट करेंगे. इकोनॉमिकली ऑल्सो हमें लगता है कि फोर्सेस ऑफ मार्केट कंपटीशन विल वर्क इन दैट डायरेक्शन. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली सीबीआईसी और स्टेट लेवल पे वी आर एंगेजिंग एंड गोइंग टू एंगेज विद इंडस्ट्रीज टू सी दैट द बेनिफिट जो गवर्नमेंट कमिटेड है इस बात के लिए कि ये कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचे, वो पहुंचाने के तरीके देखे जाएंगे.
49.
Ma'am, Prakash Pedashi from ET now. So what will be the overall impact on GDP after implementing these rate rationalization decisions?
In something on which you like to speculate on, it depends on how people have received this rate reduction, and they'll have to come out and once you have a couple of months going with all the purchases, then we'll be able to get some number. It'll be too much for me to speculate on it now, but I think it'll have a very positive impact on the GDP.
209.
Prashant Sahu from Financial Express.
So the rate reductions will have a positive impact on the consumption, and it will also help widen the taxpayer base. So the revenue implication, as the secretary said, is about 48,000 crore. So as per your calculations, how soon it will be, neutralized, given that the buoyancy will be there, consumption will increase, and the taxpayer base will widen?
So this seems to be different ways of asking the same question, which is already answered. I don't think you got what I explained. I did not say 48,000 is an implication for this year. I said 23-24 data of consumption says, if you calculate with that consumption being what it is going to cost 48,000 crore. But then I also supplemented it by saying that these numbers will be dynamic because of the parameters I explained. So we'll have to see as we go along, as we go further. But as Madam said, it is going to have a positive impact on the economy. We are hopeful, and we do believe that this is going to be positively taken in both by the business, trade, industry, as well as consumers.
184.
मैम अजय मिश्र दूरदर्शन से प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी रिएक्शन आ गया, उन्होंने आपको बधाई दी है, जो जीएसटी काउंसिल है उसके सभी सदस्यों को बधाई दी है, लेकिन सबसे लास्ट में उन्होंने कहा है कि ये रिफॉर्म्स छोटे और मध्यम उद्योगों को ईज ऑफ लिविंग में मदद करेंगे, तो ये शायद संदेश पहुंचना चाहिए, उस पर मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहूंगा, कैसे फायदा पहुंचाएगा एमएसएमई सेक्टर को?
एमएसएमईज को बहुत सारे फायदा है इसमें, क्योंकि अपने शुरुआत में से ही हम बोल रहे हैं, वो आपको मैंने इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कही, स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म भी किए हैं, कंप्लायंसेस के लिए उनको बहुत समय नहीं लगेगा और सिस्टम भी सिंपल हो गया है, रजिस्ट्रेशन भी सिंपल है, और क्लासिफिकेशन के वजह से जो कंफ्यूजन आता था वो भी अभी नहीं होना है। ऊपर से इन्वर्शन करेक्शन जब हम कर रहे हैं, रिफंड्स तुरंत मिलेगा, और जहां इन्वर्शन नहीं है पैसा लॉक नहीं होएगा, मतलब मंथ तक यू वेट करो, आई मीन you have put the money in, you're not getting the refund, वो सिचुएशन अभी नहीं है। लॉक्ड अप मनी का प्रॉब्लम जो एमएसएमई को बार बार आता है वो नहीं होने वाले हैं। ऊपर से उनका रॉ मटेरियल और उनका इंटरमीडिएरी प्रोडक्ट्स जो उनके लिए चाहिए वो सब रेट में कम हो रही है, इसीलिए उनका पूरे बेनिफिट ही ऐसे में समझ रहे।
188.
Hello, ma'am. This is Suchandrima. I'm from INS. So is there any changes in GST filing?
Is there any rate changes in the GST filing? Of course there are.
प्रोसेस आप बताना चाहेंगे? प्रोसेस रिफॉर्म के 2-3 एलिमेंट्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड
देखिए, इसमें जैसे regarding the process reforms, many steps have been taken. One is that GST registration process has been simplified especially for small businesses or where they are trusted applicants. So small businesses who on their own assessment estimate that they will not be passing on more than 2.5 lakh of input tax credit, they can opt for that simplified registration, and that registration will be granted within 3 working days automatically by the system itself. And in case then after obtaining this registration, if they grow and they want to transition to the normal registration, for that again there is a provision, and based on the risk analysis for the normal category of registration, they can be transitioned to the normal category. Similarly, there is a process reform which has been approved by the GST Council or recommended by the GST Council, is regarding the refund in case of zero-rated supplies. Presently there is a provision of granting of 90% the claimed amount on provisional basis. Now, GST Council has recommended amendment in the rule, and which prescribes that on the basis of identification as risk evaluation by the system, this 90% amount can be granted within the 7 days by the officer. So earlier, using that provision, the percentage noticed by us was very less. But with this amendment in the rule, the percentage will go up substantially. In addition to that, in case of inverted duty structure, refund can be claimed. And in those cases, presently, there is no provision of granting of 90% amount on provisional basis. So amendment in the law has been recommended by the GST Council. And because this amendment is likely to take some time because it will require the approval of Parliament. And the Honorable Finance Minister has instructed the Central Tax Department that in such cases also, like in case of zero-rated supply refunds, in such cases also, pending the amendment in the law, on the basis of identification as risk evaluation by the system, in such cases also, the refund should be granted to the taxpayer so that their liquidity position improves and the amount get refunded to them, which they can utilize in their working capital. As far as filing, other filing, you mean to say normal monthly return filing? In monthly return filing, presently there is no change, which has been recommended by the GST Council.
237.
मैम, आपने अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत में बताया, अंकित हुए एबीपी न्यूज से, कि इसका सीधा फायदा आम उपभोक्ताओं को मिलने वाला है, देश के आम उपभोक्ताओं को। लेकिन हमको पता है कि जब जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था उसके बाद भी इसको लेकर राजनीति भी हुई थी, गब्बर सिंह टैक्स जैसे शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया गया था। और आज जब रिफॉर्म की बात हो रही है तब भी विपक्ष के कुछ नेताओं के जो है पोस्ट आने लगे हैं उसी शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, ये कहते हुए कि जो अधिकतम स्लैब था 28 का, उसको बढ़ा करके 40% कर दिया गया है। मैम, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल है।
क्या टोबैको के ऊपर 5% टैक्स मांग रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या तंबाकू के ऊपर और गुटखा के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि हम 5% में दें? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके समय पर जीएसटी लागू करना असंभव माने, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट स्टेट केंद्र सरकार के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं था। वो कॉम्पनसेट कर पाएंगे, कुछ अश्योरेंस दे पाएंगे, इन सभी विषयों के ऊपर यूपीए सरकार के ऊपर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भरोसा नहीं किया, इसीलिए वो लागू कर नहीं पाए। हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लागू भी किया और सेकेंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे जनता को राहत मिले उनका डे टू डे आइटम्स के ऊपर, और एमएसएमई और लेबर इंटेंसिव यूनिट्स को भी राहत मिले, जिससे वो ईसी कंप्लायंस पे होगा, रेट भी कम होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं कैसे क्या शब्द उपयोग करूं, उनके माइंड तैयार करें। अपोज करना है कि समर्थन देना है? अच्छे विषय जो जनता के लिए हित में है उसमें समर्थन देने में कोई जनता आपके ऊपर कोई कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहेंगे। मगर अब जनता आपको सही जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि जब कट कर रहे हैं रेट, उसमें समर्थन देने में संकोच और ऊपर से कंफ्यूजन करवा रही हो जनता के मन में। जनता आज आपके गुमराह वाले काम में आपके साथ नहीं है, आपको एक्सपोज करेंगे जनता।
Number 4.
Nikunj Ohri from Reuters. Ma'am, the decision regarding exempting health and life insurance premiums, there was some apprehension that the industry had that exempting in the sector and premiums will deny them input credit. And so do you see this lowering premiums, and will this help the government in achieving its target of letting insurance for all?
See, this was so much questioned last year. In the parliament, opposition members of parliament and many members of parliament from various states questioned, saying, you want to tax insurance premium? After a detailed study, taking stakeholders into confidence, we have come up with this so that families and also people who take individual insurance get their benefit. Of course, we'll make sure that companies pass on this benefit to the people who are taking the insurance cover. So beyond that, I don't think we should have any doubts about where the government's intention lies. We want to give people who are looking at medical insurance, at least the families, individuals, get the relief. But if there's more, I'd like to have Revenue Secretary add on it.
Just one fact that the insurance companies themselves have publicly assured that they will be passing on the benefit.
54.
Ma'am, Anuradha from Economic Times. A small clarification on compensation cess on coal. Like what will happen to that? Because you...
As Madam explained in the beginning itself, that compensation cess is linked to compensation and as of now linked to repayment of loan. And so whichever day it is getting over, it will be the compensation cess levy has to stop. Current decision is that the compensation cess will only continue on those items which Madam listed out till the time the loan is repaid. On rest of the items, compensation cess is not going to be there at all. The new GST revised rate will apply. On coal, the revised rate would be 18%.
Okay, thank you.
47.
Ma'am, Rishabh Bhatnagar here with NDTV Profit. Currently, online gaming deposits are taxed at 28%. With the online gaming ban now, are there any special provisions for esports and online social games?
So the last question, 255.
हेलो सर, हेलो मैम, अमृत प्रकाश फ्रॉम ANI. सब लोग देख रहे थे जीएसटी रिडक्शन को, आप टेलीविजन पर भी देख रहे होंगे. कितना इफेक्टिव होगा ये आम कस्टमर्स को लेकर के और कैसे कंज्यूमर्स तक पास होगा, ये पहला सवाल है. और हम बीते दिनों में भी देख रहे थे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को लेकर के बहुत बातचीत चल रही थी और हमने इसमें भी देखा है कि एक शार्प रिडक्शन देखने को मिला है फ्रॉम 12 to 5. जब हम बात करते हैं इरिगेशन सिस्टम्स को लेकर के, ट्रैक्टर्स को लेकर के, तो हाउ डज द गवर्नमेंट view this move in terms of boosting farmer incomes in particular, ma'am? And when we talk about global competition of Indian farmers, तो उनकी इनकम को इंक्रीज करने के लिए और कंपटीशन में को ध्यान में रखते हुए एग्रीकल्चर को कैसे प्रॉफिट हो, उसको लेकर के गवर्नमेंट किस तरीके से काम कर रही है?
जी, जीएसटी जैसे आपने ही खुद रिकाउंट किया कि सब्सटेंशियली फर्टिलाइजर सेक्टर में सारे इन्वर्टेड ड्यूटी का प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व किया जा रहा है, विच विल एनेबल द डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर टू बी एनकरेज्ड. और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के जितने ये इम्प्लीमेंट्स 12% पे थे, इनको 5 पे ले जाया जा रहा है, which will do two things. One, it will make it cheaper for farmers to get it. Two, we expect more farmers to be able to use it, which enhances productivity of the farms themselves. So there will be positive effects on this. Obviously, in addition to it, all that government is doing in agricultural sector through policies and programs and other implements, those will continue and eventually will be supplementing those efforts by this tax rationalization.
I want to thank all of you for having joined the media briefing at this late hour, and also want to thank the Honorable Finance Minister and the dignitaries on the dais for the briefing on the groundbreaking decisions of the GST Council meeting today. Thank you, everybody.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh.
Let me start by saying the Honorable Prime Minister actually set the tone for the next generation reforms on the 15th of August when he spoke from the Red Fort. So, and he desired that we give the benefit to the people at the earliest. He mentioned Deepavali, but I'll go through the decisions in detail a bit, but this reform is not just on rationalizing rates. It's also on structural reforms. It's also on ease of living so that businesses can do their business of working together with the GST with a great ease. So we have corrected inverted duty structure problems. We've resolved classification related issues, and we've ensured that there will be stability and predictability about the GST. Rate rationalization, of course, we've reduced the slabs. There shall be only 2 slabs, and we are addressing also the issues of compensation cess. Ease of living, simplifying registration, return filing, and refunds. I'm not getting into greater details, you'll get to know about it. But then these reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax levied on common man's daily use items have gone through a rigorous looking into, and in most cases, the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture as a whole will also benefit by the decisions we have taken today. Health-related also will benefit. So the key drivers of economy have been given a prominence. And much before I get into the details, I want to thank every member of the GST Council, every finance minister who attended the GST Council today. There was no absence. Everyone was present. We've had a day-long intense discussion, but I'm grateful to each one of them. At the end of the day, they said, we're all together for the sake of the common man. एक भी रिजर्वेशन के साथ नहीं समर्थन किए, मगर पूर्ण मन से भरपूर सपोर्ट दिए हर राज्य के वित्त मंत्री. इसीलिए मैं जीएसटी काउंसिल को आभार कहना चाह रही हूं कि लंबा चौड़ा डिस्कशन चला आज, मगर आखिर हर मेंबर इसके लिए समर्थन दिए. इसीलिए मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाह रही हूं. इधर उधर के छोटे छोटे बात हो सकता है, मगर कंप्लीटली रेट रैशनलाइजेशन में सभी मंत्रीगण समर्थन दिए. एंड मैं इस विषय में आभार पहले व्यक्त करना चाह रही हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, क्योंकि पहले से ऑलमोस्ट फॉर 8-9 months ही इज बीन आफ्टर मी सेइंग आप कुछ जीएसटी में राहत दिलाओ जनता के लिए. उसका इंटेंसिव वर्क किए. हमारे एमओएस कॉम्पनसेशन सेस के ऊपर शेयर कर रहे थे ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स. ही वर्कड वेरी हार्ड विद ऑल ऑफ देम. सम्राट चौधरी जी वर्कड ऑन द रेट रेशनलाइजेशन, and not only the chair but the members of each of these GOM have worked very hard. I am absolutely appreciative of every one of the ministers. इस समय का मांग को समझ करके समर्थन दिए, इसलिए उन सबको मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाह रही हूँ. There's also of course trade facilitation measures and process reform, वो भी इसमें शामिल है. जिससे enhanced verification measures which are aimed at curbing fraud have led to complex documentation, उसको भी simplify करने का, और data analysis वगैरह है. Process reform के ऊपर मैं विस्तार से आपके question answer के समय में जवाब दूंगी. मगर primarily, I'm sure all your interest is to know where is what, which one comes down in rate. उसमें एक just indicate करते हुए I'll stop my input. If Revenue Secretary has anything more he can add. उसके बाद आपके question answer करते हुए हम बाकी सबको cover करेंगे. Common man and middle class items में there is a complete reduction. Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware, and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूं. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5. इसमें food items बहुत सारे हैं. नमकीन से भुजिया है, sauces है, pasta है, instant noodles है, chocolates, coffee, preserved meat, cornflakes, butter, ghee, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर reduction from 28 to 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18. क्योंकि घर बनाने में middle class के लिए cement इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life-saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life-saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12. I'm not listing each one of them out. Like that, very many other items, diagnostic kits, reagents, blood glucose monitoring system, all of them are coming to 5%. Similarly, spectacles and goggles are for correcting vision. They're also coming down to 5% from 28. I'm sure all of you all are interested in knowing about automotive sector, about which you've been frequently asking us. From 28 to 18% on small cars and motorcycles which are equal to or below 350 cc. Reduction of GST from 28 to 18 on buses, trucks, and ambulances. Uniform rate of 18% on all auto parts, irrespective of their HS code. Three-wheelers from 28 to 18 again. So I move to one very important thing on inversion of correction of inverted duty. The long pending inverted duty structure problem is getting corrected for the man-made textile sector by reducing GST rate on man-made fiber from 18% to 5% and man-made yarn from 12 to 5%. So that will take care of every anomaly that was there in terms of inversion that's getting sorted out. So this actually gives effect to government's objective of the fiber neutral policy. So that's really getting seen in our action today. We are also correcting the inverted duty structure problem in fertilizer sector by reducing GST from 18% to 5% on sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and ammonia, which are very important for the fertilizer sector. Renewable energy is the next. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on renewable energy devices, parts for their manufacture, such as biogas plant, windmills, wind-operated electricity generator, waste to energy plants, devices, PV cells, whether or not assembled in modules or made up in panel, solar cookers, solar water heaters, and systems, and so on. Should I stop there and leave you all to ask questions? Just want to highlight the last one, that there is a special rate which is 40%. Actually, almost all goods are between 18 and 5. If there's any change, they only can shuffle between the 18 and 5. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, and BD. All goods, including aerated waters, containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages, or fruit drink, or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%. Mid-size and large cars, motorcycles of engine capacity exceeding 350 cc, aircraft, for example, helicopters and aeroplanes for personal use, distinctly for personal use, yacht and other vessels for pleasure or sports are all under 40%. So I think I have covered most of it. One last point on the RSP. GST will be levied on retail price, which is the RSP, instead of transaction value on pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, and other tobacco products such as zarda, scented tobacco, unmanufactured tobacco, and chewing tobacco. Again, one other point which I will conclude with. Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies. whether term life, ULIP, or endowment policies, and reinsurance thereof, to make insurance affordable for common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. I think I'll leave it there. We'll answer questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to the question
There's
and answer
one more.
session.
Sorry, I'm getting tempted to say one last thing. There are 4 points which I want you all to take into consideration. All this will be effective 22nd September 2025, which is the first day of Navaratri. The changes in GST rates of all goods, except for pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, BD, will be implemented with effect from 22nd September 25. Except for these, for all items, the new rates will come into effect from 22nd September. I hope I'm clear on that. But pan masala, gutka, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco and BD will continue at the existing rates of GST and compensation cess where applicable, till the loan and interest payment obligations under the compensation cess account are completely discharged. I hope I'm clear. Every item will come under the new rate from 22nd September, except for these tobacco-related products, which will continue on the 28% and compensation cess where applicable, till such a time we completely repay the loan. Based on this decision of this set of tobacco products continuing till some time, based on that decision, the Union Finance Minister and the chairperson of the GST Council is actually authorized to decide on the actual date of transition for these tobacco-related products as soon as the loan and interest is cleared.
Or
the objective of this proposal, which is the GST rate structure rationalization, accompanied with process reforms. So the first request I will have is to have the appreciation of the proposal in the manner in which it has been prepared, in order to not distract ourselves with issues which will be an outcome of this process, but the core principle of this exercise needs to be appreciated in totality. We have estimated a figure. We expect that the net fiscal implication. We would not call it as a revenue loss because that doesn't seem to be the correct terminology. But net revenue implication of this proposal is expected. We have estimated it to be around 48,000 crores. This is on the consumption base of 23-24 because that is where we had all the segregated data. What I would also request is to have to appreciate this exercise better. It's important to also understand why looking at a particular number of revenue implication and highlighting it in a manner which is not proper may not present the correct picture of this exercise. The reason being, one, typically the rate rationalization exercise would result in buoyancy effects. We do expect, as mathematically one may calculate based on consumption of 23-24, but economically that is not how outcomes will evolve. And we do expect buoyancy to play a major role because of this rate rationalization exercise in enhancing the revenue. In addition, there is also an effect on the consumer behavior. What he spends on and how much does get influenced by price, which is going to be expected to get positively influenced by this exercise. We also expect compliance to improve due to this exercise. Madam explained to you how rates which were at different levels where classification issues would be rampant, like sectors like food or transport, auto parts, etc. Once rationalized, it will improve and enhance compliance because many of these disputes would not necessarily result in revenues, but would linger on and would end up having a lot of resources, both of the business and the department, in struggling to settle those disputes. So compliance would also have a very positive effect on the revenue generation. Finally, there is a technicality that when the rates change, the rate of the value chain itself changes, and tax, you know, is paid through ITC and cash, and the actual implication of that will have to be worked out. I would just like to highlight a number from before just to explain how these changes do play out. For example, when earlier the average rates were around 15.5 in the earlier part of the GST, the compliance in the form of GST TB was around 85 to 90%. Now the compliance has improved to almost 97% as the rates have come down. We do expect these positive changes will have and we believe that in this entire exercise will be fiscally sustainable both for center as well as the states.
54.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. Shishir from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is about the anti-profiteering because now so much rate reduction is there and we do not have the anti-profiteering mechanism. As of now, we understand that GST 80 can take only the pending cases and the cases directed by the courts. So what kind of mechanism we are going to have? And the second question is about the clarification on the revenue implication that 48,000 crore is on annualized basis or just for the FY26, ma'am?
On the first question of anti-profiteering, just to give you a couple of statistics, that since inception, under the arrangement of anti-profiteering, which is no longer in place now, only around 704 cases were registered with the authority, and 60% of the cases were initiated within the first 3 to 4 years of implementation. And the total profiteering amount that was alleged was around 4,362 crores in these 704 cases. So we expect that last time too, these data shows that industry has largely passed on the benefits of rate cut. At that time too, the industry made public statements and committed, and you would have heard and you would have seen that a lot of industries have already come out and have committed that they will be transmitting this benefits too. Administratively, both at the state level as well as at the CBIC level, we will definitely be engaging with the industry and seeing to it that the benefits to the consumer as is planned as per the exercise is going to be transmitted to the consumers. And we do expect that since it is to the benefit of the businesses too, it is going to happen eventually. On the issue of the revenue loss, I think the question, probably you didn't appreciate the point I made the last time. It is difficult to look at these issues mathematically. So I would rather, we have done a data based on a historical number, that is 23-24 consumption. How will 26 happen will obviously depend on how consumption evolves. And we as I said, are confident that this is going to be fiscally sustainable.
This is Deepshika from the Economic Times. One just follow up to the revenue question. What would be what is the revenue neutral rate after these reductions? And also on compensation cess, what happens after the loans are paid, especially on the tobacco products and high-end luxury products? Is there any decision on the future of the cess? Will there be something else coming in its place, or?
I'll have the Revenue Secretary tell you about the revenue neutral rates. But on the compensation cess, we've discussed it today very clearly. It will continue on those goods which I mentioned, the tobacco and tobacco-related products, over and above the 28%, which is the system which prevails now, till such a time that we repay the loan. And after that, there will not be a cess. And those items which were with compensation cess have already been proposed to be at 40% because they are sin goods rate. They are, as I said, 40% is not part of the scheme of things, it's at the extreme. No other good will go there except for these tobacco-related products. So they will be, the incidence will be on them at 40%. Revenue neutrality.
No, I didn't get the question. Revenue neutral would mean what? No, but what? Can you explain your question? What revenue neutral would mean?
Down from 15.5, the average rate, what would it be after these
It'll
reductions?
obviously depend upon how the transactions happen. So consumption, I'm assuming what you are saying is the total value of transaction total tax collected divided by total value of transaction. So that is something one can calculate historically. For the future, as I said, we expect a lot of effects of buoyancy, compliance, consumer behavior. So this number is going to be obviously something which we will get to as we reach there.
238.
Anshul Magazine from Indian Express. Just a clarification on the tobacco part, because I believe when GST was rolled out, Center had the powers to levy NCCD on tobacco. So how will it get levied on, say, something like pan masala? If you could elaborate that. And secondly, was there any decision regarding electric vehicles? Because that was also one of the proposals submitted by the GOM.
See, on the pan masala, tobacco, and everything else, under the GST, till such a time the loan is repaid, as I said, the 28% plus the compensation cess will run. Once I clear the loan, they all come to 40%. And that's what is the GST.
EV remains at where it was. Yes, it remains at where it was, 5.
214.
सवाल चूंकि अभी काफी खबर चल रही थी कि जो 2500 जो अभी ब्रांडेड 1000 रुपए से ऊपर का जो शर्ट एंड फुटवेयर्स है, मैं राजीव हूँ सर दैनिक जागरण से, तो उस पे उसको 2500 उसकी सीमा की जा रही थी, जो 2500 से ऊपर है उनको उन पे ज्यादा टैक्स लगेगा, तो ऐसा कुछ हुआ या अब सब पे जो भी फुटवेयर और गारमेंट्स होंगे 1000 रुपए से ऊपर के भी उन पे भी सिर्फ 5% ही लगेगा? इस पे कुछ फैसला हुआ? नंबर 1। नंबर 2 सर की स्मॉल कार, मिड साइज कार, तो क्या इसमें 1200 सीसी से ऊपर वाले सभी कार पे 40% लगेगा?
जहां तक फुटवेयर का सवाल है, आज के दिन 2 रेट्स थे। 1000 रुपए से कम वालों के ऊपर 12% और 1000 रुपए से ऊपर वाले के ऊपर 18% लगता था। सो जो चेंज किए गए हैं, जैसे आपको ज्ञात है कि मैडम ने पहले बताया कि 12% का रेट अभी नहीं है, तो 2 रेट जो अभी हैं वो 5 और 18 के हैं। 5% पे जो 2500 से कम वाली वस्तुएं वाले फुटवेयर हैं और 18% पे जो 2500 से ऊपर वाली वस्तुएं हैं। आपका दूसरा सवाल किस इशू से था?
सीसी।
हाँ, मैडम ने आपको बताया कि छोटी कारें जो हैं वो 18 पे होंगी और बाकी सारी कारें जो हैं वो 40 पे होंगी। डेफिनेशन तो आई थॉट वो तो डिपार्टमेंट MHRT मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट रेगुलेटर का है. पेट्रोल की 1200 सीसी और डीजल की 1500 सीसी होती है और उसके साथ शायद लेंथ का भी एक लिमिटेशन होता है. तो जो उनका रेगुलेशंस के हिसाब से छोटी कारें हैं वो हमारी 18 पे रहेंगी. हम लोग अलग से कोई नया डेफिनेशन उसका नहीं बना रहे हैं.
45.
I had a related question on hotels and on air travel. Again, there were two classifications there. So if, and I think all these would be in the detailed press release that you'd be issuing, but if you could just help us.
269.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Girish from Mint. Ma'am, some states had suggested that there could be a new duty imposed on, items on the 28%, which will move to 40%. Has that been considered? And secondly, ma'am, there is no cess applicable on high-end cars, which has moved to 40%, right, ma'am?
Once an item has moved to 40%, there's nothing more to be added. Because the maximum rate which you can levy on a car, on any item is 40%. And in the 40% category, we've put all the tobacco and tobacco-related sin goods and super luxury items only.
Number 3.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyoshmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, first I wanted a clarification. I was still looking at discontinuing compensation cess around November, as in, is that the timeline we are following to repay the loans? And secondly, states had pitched for some kind of a mechanism to compensate them after the rate changes are effective because of the revenue loss. So has there been any discussion, and is the center looking at something on those lines? Thank you.
I think I've mentioned it clearly, till such a time that the loans don't get repaid. We will continue with the 28% items and the compensation cess collection over it, particularly only those items which I read out, tobacco-related products, and they will continue till such a time I repay the loan, which is the council has authorized the finance minister to stop that collection the moment the loan is repaid. I cannot speculate on the time now whether it is October or November, but it'll be well within, I think, this calendar year.
Number 2.
I think, first of all, I would like to request the media to look at the GST Council as where the center and the states are seated together. I mentioned this in the council also. The center may be a 1/3 partner, the states put together can be 2/3 partner. But we're all in it together. So anything that which is gained or lost is for everybody. It's not as though states have lost, the center's not gained. If all of us have lost, all of us have lost. And I don't think, and I'm glad that the Revenue Secretary had made this point in the council, it's a revenue instance. The incidence is what is the matter. It's not a static situation. Once the rates have come down per the economic theory that you may want to quote, the buoyancy goes up. People come out to buy more. And therefore, this discussion has happened in today's council. And I have put this argument before, that the center and the states are seated equally. And any gain or any foregone, none of that is perceived, because when rates are coming down, we expect the market to be more buoyant, people to come out and spend more. However, all of us are sitting there together. Compensate for states' loss, even center is losing. If anything, center loses more in a way. Because 50-50, you divide from my 50, another 41 goes back to the states. So I want the media, particularly those who are covering the economy, finance ministry, to understand in the GST Council, the center and the states are together in it. Nobody is a donor and nobody is a donee within the GST Council.
Number 2.
Pallavi from.
Can I just supplement, because this issue has come from many. So our earlier request was the two parts to this issue, and I would just request the indulgence of the media also on this. This repeated use of the word called revenue loss. So obviously somebody has lost to somebody or something to that effect. Kindly understand, this is a tax rationalization exercise which is resulting in reduction of rates of taxes to be paid, let us say, by a common man. Rates paid by on food, on health, on agricultural implements, on labor-oriented sectors like job work. I'm not very sure whether loss is the right interpretation of government saying that we have given money to a consumer. It is an economy that we are talking about. Both of them are there. After all, the money which government will not collect as tax is going to be remaining in the pockets of that consumer who will end up using it. So my request is this terminology loss, because it presents the impression differently from, and which is why I had requested. There is a revenue implication, naturally. So the second part to this understanding is that revenue implication is a dynamic number because it will depend on how response happens. Mathematically, one can calculate that can only be done on historical data. But that historical data may not end up to be true because we do expect behavior of consumer changing, buoyancy factors changing, compliance improving, and this has been the historical reality. You would remember that after compensation cess went away, the buoyancies really went up of GST. So we do expect things to move in the positive direction. We have done our numbers and we believe it is fiscally sustainable. The number that I told you is based on 23-24. And even with projections and expectation on other things turning in the positive side, which we are hearing both from the consumers as well as from the industry, we expect this exercise to be fiscally sustainable.
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization. Some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance, and so on. And compensation cess was a reality, that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all. One. Second, you were talking about petrol, diesel, 8 states. None of that was subject of our discussion because that is not part of the GST Council at all. And the third, numbers are being thrown around. This much loss, that much loss. You've just heard the Revenue Secretary detail on the basis of 23-24 numbers. Am I right? 23-24 data, which is the last available for all the categories. And he stated what is the net amount that we'll have to be looking at. So there is nothing more. I'm not going to join forces to argue on, oh, somebody said this much, somebody else said that much. Our data is here, we put it, and that is coming out to all of you all as well in the press note.
237.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम दो सवाल हैं, एक क्लैरिटी के लिए पूछना चाहूंगा, जो टैक्स इंसिडेंस है आपने कहा कि हाईएस्ट ब्रैकेट जो रहेगा वो 40% रहेगा, तो जो अभी तक सेस लगता था वो नहीं लगेगा, अब जो भी चीजें होंगी वो मैक्सिमम 40% पे होंगी टबैको प्रोडक्ट्स को छोड़ के। और दूसरा सवाल मैम, जो अनमैन्ड एयरक्राफ्ट्स, एक ड्रोन के लिए भी एक एजेंडा था, क्या मैम उस पे भी कोई फैसला हो पाया? एक चीज मैम, एक क्लैरिटी और चाहेंगे कि जो डीलर्स के पास अभी गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं, यदि वो 22 तारीख से पहले 22 तारीख के बाद बिकती हैं तो वो किस कैटेगरी में आएंगी? क्या वो जो अभी का जो टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर है उसमें कैलकुलेट की जाएंगी या नए वाले टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर में कैलकुलेट की जाएंगी?
शुरू में जैसे माननीय मंत्री ने आपको बताया कि ये हमारा अप टू रेट जीएसटी स्ट्रक्चर हो गया है, तो 5 और 18 आर द रेट्स. 40 is what we consider as a special rate, and on the lower side, apart from exemption, there are some other special rates. Special rates are meant to take care of either very unique sectors or unique requirements or certain policy positions that government may have had on those. Typically, these special rates are considered special because they are not by their very nature part of a general structure. So they are not expected to be open-ended. It is not like this is a rate, then you can swing people things between here and there. 40 is expected, items have been identified and will be positioned there. This is the way in which, that is why this is called GST rate rationalization structure. So it's a rate structure itself which has been rationalized, within which then certain principles have been followed to fit things. That is point number one. What was your second question? I would suggest that specific items and procedural issues off the cuff response will not be a good idea. Department will be issuing detailed instructions about everything, and we will see to it that those who need it receive it in transparent fashion, in a timely fashion. वही जो आपने बताया ना, ट्रांजिशन वाले जितने इश्यूज हैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रिलेटेड, आज जीएसटी काउंसिल का डिसीजन हुआ है, तो उसको ऑफ द कफ रिस्पांस देना ठीक नहीं होगा. वो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट डिटेल में सारे इश्यूज को एड्रेस करते हुए जवाब देगा उसका. और आज इसके बाद मैडम ने जैसे इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है, एक फ्रीक्वेंटली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस का एक लिस्ट भी इशू होगा, प्रेस नोट होगा, जिसमें सारे डिटेल्स होंगे आइटम वाइज, जो आप देख सकते हैं.
189.
मैम मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी सीएनबीसी आवाज से. सबसे पहले जीएसटी काउंसिल के चेयरपर्सन के तौर पर आपको बधाई, क्योंकि आपने पूरे कंसेंसस के साथ ही इसका लागू करवाया. मेरा सवाल यह है कि रेट में कटौती हुई है, सबको फायदा होगा, लेकिन ये रेट आम आदमी तक इसका फायदा पहुंचे, उसके लिए क्या कोई मैकेनिज्म बनाया जाएगा? क्योंकि एंटी प्रॉफिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म अभी है नहीं, या ऐसी एंटी प्रॉफिटरिंग बॉडी है नहीं, तो कैसे इसको रेट को हम जो कंज्यूमर है उस तक पहुंचाएंगे ताकि कंपनी इसमें बेनिफिट ना करें, ग्राहकों तक उनका फायदा पहुंचे?
हमने
सर हिंदी में बता दीजिए.
एंट्री प्रॉफिटियरिंग का हम लोगों ने जैसे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो उत्तर दिया, उसमें बताया कि पिछली बार जब ये एक्ट में एक प्रोविजन था, उस प्रावधान के अंतर्गत 704 केसेस रजिस्टर हुए थे कुल मिला के, जिसके करीब 60% केसेस पहले 3 से 4 साल में थे, जब उम्मीद होती है कि ये इश्यूज आते हैं ज्यादा. और टोटल जो प्रॉफिटियरिंग का अमाउंट एलेज किया गया था इन इश्यूज के ऊपर, वो 4,362 करोड़ का था. तो इन फिगर्स को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि इंडस्ट्री ने ट्रांसमिशन में बहुत ज्यादा कोई मतलब इश्यूज आए, कंसिडरिंग द स्केल ऑफ द एक्सरसाइज. तो इस बार भी हम लोगों को ये काफी कॉन्फिडेंस है कि इंडस्ट्री रेट्स को ट्रांसमिट करेगा. पब्लिकली काफी मेजर सेक्टर्स की इंडस्ट्री ने ऑलरेडी ये पब्लिकली कहा है, कमिट किया है कि हम इस रेट को ट्रांसमिट करेंगे. इकोनॉमिकली ऑल्सो हमें लगता है कि फोर्सेस ऑफ मार्केट कंपटीशन विल वर्क इन दैट डायरेक्शन. Administratively, CBIC और state level पे we are engaging and going to engage with industries to see that the benefit जो government committed है इस बात के लिए कि ये consumer तक पहुंचे, वो पहुंचाने के तरीके देखे जाएंगे.
49.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET now. So what will be the overall impact on GDP after implementing these rate rationalization decisions?
Again, something on which you like to speculate on. It depends on how people have received this rate reduction. And they'll have to come out and once you have a couple of months going with all the purchases, then we'll be able to get some number. It'll be too much for me to speculate on it now, but I think it'll have a very positive impact on the GDP.
209.
Prashant Sahu from Financial Express. So the rate reductions will have a positive impact on the consumption and it will also help widen the taxpayer base. So the revenue implication, as the secretary said, is about 48,000 crore. So as per your calculations, how soon it will be, neutralized, given that the buoyancy will be there, consumption will increase and the taxpayer base will widen?
So this seems to be different ways of asking the same question, which is already answered. I don't think you got what I explained. I did not say 48,000 is an implication for this year. I said 23-24 data of consumption says, if you calculate with that consumption being what it is going to cost 48,000 crore. But then I also supplemented it by saying that these numbers will be dynamic because of the parameters I explained. So we'll have to see as we go along, as we go further. But as Madam said, it is going to have a positive impact on economy. We are hopeful. And we do believe that this is going to be positively taken in both by the business, trade, industry, as well as consumers.
184.
मैम मैं अजय मिश्र दूरदर्शन से प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी रिएक्शन आ गया, उन्होंने आपको बधाई दी है, जो जीएसटी काउंसिल है उसके सभी सदस्यों को बधाई दी है, लेकिन सबसे लास्ट में उन्होंने कहा है कि ये रिफॉर्म्स छोटे और मध्यम उद्योगों को ईज ऑफ लिविंग में मदद करेंगे, तो ये शायद संदेश पहुंचना चाहिए, उस पर मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहूंगा, कैसे फायदा पहुंचाएगा एमएसएमई सेक्टर को?
एमएसएमईज को बहुत सारे फायदा है इसमें, क्योंकि अपने शुरुआत में से ही हम बोल रहे हैं, वो आपको मैंने इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कही, स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म भी किए हैं, कंप्लायंसेस के लिए उनको बहुत समय नहीं लगेगा और सिस्टम भी सिंपल हो गया है, रजिस्ट्रेशन भी सिंपल है और क्लासिफिकेशन के वजह से जो कंफ्यूजन आता था वो भी अभी नहीं होना है। ऊपर से इन्वर्शन करेक्शन जब हम कर रहे हैं, रिफंड्स तुरंत मिलेगा और जहां इन्वर्शन नहीं है पैसा लॉक नहीं होएगा, मतलब मंथ तक यू वेट करो, आई मीन you have put the money in, you're not getting the refund, वो सिचुएशन अभी नहीं है। लॉक्ड अप मनी का प्रॉब्लम जो एमएसएमई को बार बार आता है वो नहीं होने वाले हैं। ऊपर से उनका रॉ मटेरियल और उनका इंटरमीडिएरी प्रोडक्ट्स जो उनके लिए चाहिए वो सब रेट में कम हो रही है, इसीलिए उनका पूरे बेनिफिट ही ऐसे में समझ रहे।
188.
Hello, ma'am. This is Suchandrima. I'm from INS. So is there any changes in GST filing?
Is there any rate changes in the GST filing? Of course there are.
प्रोसेस आप बताना चाहेंगे प्रोसेस रिफॉर्म के 2-3 एलिमेंट्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड
देखिए इसमें जैसे regarding the process reforms, many steps have been taken. One is that GST registration process has been simplified for especially for small businesses or where they are trusted applicants. So small businesses who on their own assessment estimate that they will not be passing on more than 2.5 lakh of input tax credit, they can opt for that simplified registration, and that registration will be granted within 3 working days automatically by the system itself. And in case then after obtaining this registration, if they grow and they want to transition to the normal registration, for that again there is a provision, and based on the risk analysis for the normal category of registration, they can be transitioned to the normal category. Similarly, there is a process reform which has been approved by the GST Council or recommended by the GST Council, is regarding the refund in case of zero-rated supplies. There, presently there is a provision of granting of 90% the claimed amount on provisional basis. Now, GST Council has recommended amendment in the rule, and which prescribes that on the basis of identification as risk evaluation by the system, this 90% amount can be granted within the 7 days by the officer. So earlier, using that provision, the percentage noticed by us was very less. But with this amendment in the rule, the percentage will go up substantially. In addition to that, in case of inverted duty structure, refund can be claimed. And in those cases, presently, there is no provision of granting of 90% amount on provisional basis. So amendment in the law has been recommended by the GST Council. And because this amendment is likely to take some time because it will require the approval of Parliament. And the Honorable Finance Minister has instructed the Central Tax Department that in such cases also, like in case of zero-rated supply refunds, in such cases also, pending the amendment in the law, on the basis of identification as risk evaluation by the system, in such cases also, the refund should be granted to the taxpayer so that their liquidity position improves and the amount get refunded to them, which they can utilize in their working capital. As far as filing, other filing, you mean to say normal monthly return filing? In monthly return filing, presently there is no change which has been recommended by the GST Council.
237.
मैम, आपने अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत में बताया, अंकित हुए एबीपी न्यूज से, कि इसका सीधा फायदा आम उपभोक्ताओं को मिलने वाला है, देश के आम उपभोक्ताओं को। लेकिन हमको पता है कि जब जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था उसके बाद भी इसको लेकर राजनीति भी हुई थी, गब्बर सिंह टैक्स जैसे शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया गया था। और आज जब रिफॉर्म की बात हो रही है तब भी विपक्ष के कुछ नेताओं के जो है पोस्ट आने लगे हैं उसी शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, ये कहते हुए कि जो अधिकतम स्लैब था 28 का, उसको बढ़ा करके 40% कर दिया गया है। मैम, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल है।
क्या टोबैको के ऊपर 5% टैक्स मांग रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या तंबाकू के ऊपर और गुटखा के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि हम 5% में दें? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके समय पर जीएसटी लागू करना असंभव माने, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट स्टेट केंद्र सरकार के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं था। वो कॉम्पनसेट कर पाएंगे, कुछ अश्योरेंस दे पाएंगे, इन सभी विषयों के ऊपर यूपीए सरकार के ऊपर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भरोसा नहीं किया, इसीलिए वो लागू कर नहीं पाए। हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लागू भी किया और सेकेंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे जनता को राहत मिले उनका डे टू डे आइटम्स के ऊपर, और एमएसएमई और लेबर इंटेंसिव यूनिट्स को भी राहत मिले, जिससे वो ईसी कंप्लायंस भी होगा, रेट भी कम होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं कैसे क्या शब्द उपयोग करूं, उनके माइंड तैयार करें। अपोज करना है कि समर्थन देना है? अच्छे विषय जो जनता के लिए हित में है उसमें समर्थन देने में कोई जनता आपके ऊपर कोई कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहेंगे। मगर अब जनता आपको सही जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि जब कट कर रहे हैं रेट, उसमें समर्थन देने में संकोच और ऊपर से कंफ्यूजन करवा रही हो जनता के मन में। जनता आज आपके गुमराह वाले काम में आपके साथ नहीं है, आपको एक्सपोज करेंगे जनता।
Call this one WBI, wonky but important. Borrowing costs of many countries keep going up. UK, France, Germany, Japan, and others all seeing bond yields rise, and it's hitting us as well. The 30-year bond hitting 5% again, which means the borrowing costs for things like mortgages could actually be on the rise. The UK 10 and German 10-year yields both soaring. The UK 30-year bond at its highest level since 1998. France's debt also getting more expensive, and it's not just Europe. Japanese government bonds, better known on the street as JGBs, also popping higher. But you may be wondering, why do I care? How does this impact me? Because it is all about you. Let's talk about it here with us, MCC Global Enterprise CEO Michelle Caruso Cabrera. It's a good question. People watching, well, it's sad for them. Why do they care?
Well, government borrowing is going up all over the world because governments,
at the same time,
because governments all over the world have been spending more than they take in when it comes to revenue. And at some point, it comes home to roost. And while we have issues in the United States, and a lot of people are justifiably very concerned about our levels of debt, we look like amateurs when you look at what's happening in places like France, which have far less flexibility than we do, right? They can't print their way out of their problem because they have the euro and they don't have an independent central bank that controls only their currency, right? They're really constrained. The UK doesn't have the world's reserve currency. And so as a result, they could, at a worst case scenario, face some kind of run on the currency. The pound dropped dramatically yesterday because of those concerns. So how does that impact the average American? When we saw the Greek debt crisis, which would be tiny, tiny, tiny compared to a French debt crisis, banks across Europe almost shut down. I mean, it was very
Here's
dramatic.
what's crazy. You and I were both in Athens at Syntagma Square.
Yes, you were at Brand X at the time.
Yes, I was at a different network, and people were throwing bottles with Molotov cocktails in the banks. The Greece is doing better, I think, than many other nations in, quote, mainstream Europe now.
Oh, yeah, their debt trades better than France now because they've done so many reforms in the subsequent 10 years. But that crisis is an example of what can happen. We woke up in Athens one morning and the elderly found out that their pensions had been cut by 30% overnight, that they were going to go from 1,500 euros to 1,000 euros a month, something like that. That may not be exact, but that's directionally what happened. And when countries don't control their spending, that can happen. As somebody has to eventually pay for it. You either got to print it or you got to cut spending in really painful ways. So, you know, and that's what makes this government shutdown issue right now particularly thorny, right? Because you have two things that are different this time around. The U.S. government's costs for borrowing are rising. So that means it's more and more expensive and it takes more and more of the government budget to pay. Now is more than Medicare and also defense spending to pay our interest. Okay, that's a lot. At the same time, it could be that the government has far less revenue than they expected because of this appeals court that said that a lot of the tariffs are not legal, and that was bringing in a lot of money. So this budget situation is a little more thorny than usual. Usually the government shutdown story, I think, is like the boy who cried wolf. Over and over again, we hear about it. And I'm guessing that's
But I
probably
think
gonna
he
be the
got
same.
eaten at the end, didn't he? Didn't he eventually die?
That's
Like the
true.
wolf
That's
killed
true.
him.
That's
Like so,
true.
he was a wolf, and everyone ignored him.
Let's hope it's
But
not
then
this
he
time.
actually was eaten. So we don't want that. I mean, I get your point. Listen, this government for 10 years, we've been almost every year, minus I think COVID, talking about this potential government shutdown. But to your point now, this is not those times because A, the numbers are a lot bigger. We spent trillions and trillions and trillions during COVID. And much of that was not on COVID. It was just kind of lumped in as like, oh, let's do this and this and this now. But unless we're going for, and I want everybody out there to mute their radios. We're gonna have to higher taxes for everybody, are we not? Because taxes on a small group of people is not gonna work out. The numbers don't work out. We're gonna have middle-class tax hikes if something doesn't get fixed.
Well, there are other options, right? You can cut spending.
Can you?
Yes, I mean,
85 or whatever percent is like, it's already like in law, you know?
You're talking about mandated benefits.
Yes, you can't say, oh, I'm cutting Social Security. Whoa.
Right. That's the worst case
Because grandma in Greece will throw a bottle through a bank.
Politically, that's the worst case scenario, for sure. But in worst case scenario, that is what happens. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. You can cut spending. You can grow your way out of it. If the economy grows fast enough, you can absolutely. We are in a much better position than many of those other countries to grow our way out of it if we can get our act together.
And I want to give a little bit of optimism. Right now, we've got Gen X, which is our generation, small, starting to take care of the boomers, which is huge. 75 to 80 million people, 45 million here. If you want to be optimistic, I think, Michelle, you'd say that when we get older, the generation behind us is about 80 million strong. So we'll have more taking care of fewer. I hope that's a reason for long-term optimism.
Well,
I hope.
Yes, I think it is. And when you look at the GDP equation, there are two things that go into it, right? Productivity and population growth, especially working population. So if the working population goes up, yes, that is absolutely good news.
Because I am more than fine to sit in a rocking chair somewhere and have
somebody else take care of you.
Somebody else pay for me. It's going to be great. Michelle, as always, love your insight. Thank you very much. Just getting out of Bertha Coombs with the CNBC News Update.
Thanks, Brian. President Trump suggested today that he could deploy federal troops to New Orleans in his latest threat to use the federal government to crack down on crime in Democrat-run cities. The president deployed the National Guard last month in D.C. and has also threatened to send troops to Baltimore and Chicago. In a social media post, Louisiana's Republican governor said he welcomed the help from New Orleans to Shreveport. The conservative network Newsmax filed a lawsuit today accusing Fox News of suppressing its right-leaning competitors. The lawsuit says Newsmax would have achieved greater pay TV distribution and won over more advertisers if it weren't for Fox News. Fox did not immediately respond to a request for comment. And Superman will fly back into movie theaters in July 2027. Director James Gunn announcing the official release date today for Superman, Man of Tomorrow. It is the sequel to this summer's creative reboot of the iconic superhero franchise, which stars David Corenswet as the Man of Steel. How many Superman movies have there been at this point, Brian?
Otis Berg, I actually don't know. Bertha, I don't know, but it's all, for me, I know I'm an elder statesman at this point. It's always going to be Christopher Reeves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's
That's true. Otis Berg, Bertha Coombs, thank you very much. All right, up next, the under-the-radar, quietly sector that is enjoying its best run in about a decade. Stick around.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back.
Bausch Health up 30%, Halozyme popping 25%. Those are just a few specific examples. Let's broaden it out, talk about what has been one of the most hated groups on Wall Street. Jared Holes with Mizuho back with us. Jared, don't have a whole lot of time. What's behind the slight turn, or maybe bigger than slight turn in sentiment?
Hey, Brian, thanks a lot for having me. Yeah, I think the fact that the index stopped going down every day, I think is kind of point one. I mean, there's been just so much damage that's been done to the XBI and biotech in general over the past few years. So just the fact that it started to move higher and not consistently down on a daily basis, to me, was the biggest difference. And I think, again, the negatives in this industry we've discussed ad nauseum for a while now, and they just seem to be much more appreciated and in the stocks.
Well, I think did they realize that you can't sell everything? Everyone just dump these ETFs, all the stocks that are in them, but we like to lump them together, but they're all the names I mentioned and more, they're all very different.
Totally. I mean, every single stock in this index is basically mutually exclusive of everything else. So it's super tough to make a call on the index. You and I have talked about it before. Having like a directional call on biotech either way has been so hard because each name is so unique. But I think we're finally at the point where the selling has stopped and some of the stories are better appreciated.
All right. Any names that you do like, Jared?
I like Argenx. I mean, the stock has been on fire, but I think there's still upside there. Cytokinetics had a great day yesterday, kind of out of the blue. And the move was a little bit more magnified than we thought it would be, but there's still probably upside there. There's a few others, but I just think the entire index as a whole, I mean, go back 10 years from today, biotech is up 20% over that period of time, while the market has tripled. So I think there's enough evidence there that makes me think there's upside to go.
All right, who is Argenx? I think they're based in the Netherlands, but that's about literally all I can tell you about them.
I mean, this is a company that serves, very big markets. They have a product launch going on now. It's basically turned into a large cap biotech company, akin to what we have looked at with Gilead and Vertex and Alnylam. So this started out as a small cap, but it's graduated now. I think that's the point. That's what we're seeing with this, with Insmed, which is now north of a $25 billion company. So there are real assets here serving big markets that finally I think the street's paying attention to.
Jared Holes, Mizuho Healthcare Sector Strategist. Jared, always appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Folks, we do have some breaking news out of Capitol Hill. Let's go back to Emily Wilkins.
Hey, Brian. Well, we are now citing a report from Politico saying that Senator Thom Tillis is saying that he will not be considering anyone to replace Lisa Cook until the courts have wound up adjudicating her case. Now, of course, we'd have to see exactly how many other senators might agree with Tillis, but if there is a critical mass here, it could prevent, even if the White House did try to fill her space, from Congress from naming a nominee until the court goes. So at this point, we're hearing just one report from one senator, but we're certainly going to be following other lawmakers to see if they do have enough. It would be 50 to advance the nominee, so you have to have at least 4 Republicans who would oppose doing so. And that could really pose a hurdle should the White House try to find a nominee for Cook before the courts are done looking at whether or not she can remain a governor at the Fed. Brian?
All right, interesting breaking news there from Politico and Emily Wilkins. Thank you very much. All right, NASDAQ's up 0.5%. We'll be right back.
And
Numbers are out, and there's a lot to read into them, including demand-free Vs, $100,000 SUVs, and maybe the state of the entire American economy. Joining us now, Phil LeBeau. Phil, what do we know?
Brian, strong numbers for the month of August. When you look at where the numbers are, take a look at whether it is Hyundai, Toyota, Ford, all up year over year. Honda, the one outlier, down 4.2%. What's driving all of this strength? Not all of it, but a good chunk of it is because of strong demand for electric vehicles last month. Remember, the EV tax credit, it goes away at the end of September. That's $7,500 from the federal government. That won't be available come October. And as a result, the market share for EVs in August likely to be 12% of sales. Two stocks I want to look at here. First, General Motors reporting the best month ever for electric vehicle sales. And then you have Toyota. EV and hybrid sales up 9% last month. Almost 1 out of every 2 vehicles Toyota sells is a hybrid or an EV. That says something about where the market is right now. Brian?
Yeah, it certainly does. Anything else that we can read out of these pretty doggone good numbers?
The strength of the consumer. It's not just EVs that drove strong sales last month. If you look at what was happening with SUVs and pickup trucks, they had relatively strong numbers. So I know some people will sit there and say, well, everybody's buying an EV. That's not what drove all the sales last month. It may be 12% of the sales overall, but we saw, generally speaking, relatively strong demand for internal combustion engine vehicles as well.
Yeah, it's hard to know the trends with the tax credit expiring, right? I mean, it's kind of muddling the data, I think.
Exactly. And that's what we'll see in September, too. It won't be until we get into October and November that we get a better sense of, okay, what do we see with the consumer right now?
Phil LeBeau with some pretty strong numbers. Stocks aren't necessarily responding. Most of the stocks are down today. But again, we've got to wait and see how the numbers shake out. Phil LeBeau covering the auto sales stuff. Phil, thank you very much. Certainly do appreciate that. Before we go to break and toss it over to closing bell, here's how things look. The Nasdaq's up 0.5%, but remember, a huge chunk of that is Alphabet and Apple. Because of that lawsuit, I have no doubt it will be mentioned on closing bell. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Brian, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with a big sigh of relief for Alphabet, maybe all of tech, after a judge rules the company does not have to break up. That stock, as you know by now, surging today, taking many other names with it. We'll ask super investor Dan Ives what the implications are for investors. He'll join us in just a little bit. Let's show you the scorecard here. With 60 to go in regulation, pretty much a tech and comm services show today, as the Nasdaq is outperforming the other major averages. Apple's rising too. It's still going to get billions to keep Google as the default search engine on its devices. That's a big story for that stock as well. Elsewhere, Macy's is surging today after easily beating expectations. Zscaler, not so much, not getting a big lift today from its own nice earnings report. Another story that we continue to follow, it is down 2%. Also, bombshell allegations today regarding the NBA's Los Angeles Clippers, owned by former Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer. We've got the man who broke the story, podcaster Pablo Torre. He'll join us a little bit later. It does take us to our talk of the tape and new developments now in the story of President Trump trying to force out Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins us here with more. Steve, we'll get into the beige book in a moment, but I think the story that Emily Wilkins just brought us, which Politico is reporting, that Senator Tillis says he will not consider another nominee if Governor Cook is forced out. Why is that important? Because he is a senior member of the Banking Committee, and he is, according to their reporting, a key swing vote on any issues regarding Fed nominees. What do you make of this?
Scott, I read Tillis just a little differently, and I did not hear Emily's report because I was trying to figure out what Tillis was saying. But what I hear him saying, Scott, is that he will not vote for a replacement for Cook while the matter is being adjudicated in court, which is interesting because there are many levels to the adjudication of this Cook affair here. The first would be waiting for some form of a temporary restraining order or preliminary injunction from the judge. That can only come as soon as tomorrow, but maybe later than that. The government is scheduled to file another brief in response to what we brought you yesterday, where new comments and a new briefing from Lisa Cook and her attorneys. So if he's saying that if there's no TRO, he would go ahead and do it, that would be one point of adjudication. Or is he waiting for a court to find more formally whether or not? He does talk about really both sides of his mouth on the extent to which this is caused. But I think what's important here, or what may be important here, is him saying he has no interest in moves that would make the Fed really come under direct control of the executive branch. So there is at least one Republican, and I'm sure, as Emily said, what that means is it creates a 12-12 tie on the Senate Banking Committee. So a replacement for Cook, while Tillis is not voting for that person, would not get out of committee.
Though that's the money line of the whole thing, is that given how close Congress obviously is and where you are on the Banking Committee itself, Republicans can ill afford to lose perhaps even a single vote to even get it out of committee.
And Scott, there is some thinking that maybe more than one Republican on Senate banking has concerns about this. You know, this goes along with a bunch of other things that are brewing in Congress right now. The extent to which the president has the power to impound funds that were allocated by Congress, that's one. The other is the tariff power, which an appeals court recently found was not within the executive branch's prerogative to put those tariffs on an emergency national security basis. And now this issue of the Fed. Again, well, to remember, the Fed is a creation of Congress. It was created by the Federal Reserve Act, nominated, approved in the Senate, appointed by the president, not approved by the Senate, and then they sit on the Federal Reserve Board, which is supposed to be independent. So the extent to which any Senate Republican or any senator, in fact, wants to give the executive authority to remove these people, that is something that the Senate may be covetous of its powers in that regard.
The other big story that we were going to start off with before we had the Emily and Politico report is what seems to be a pretty dour beige book. Usually a beige book called as such because it tends to be sort of ho-hum. This, not so much. Talking about an increase in layoffs, tariff-related price increases, modest growth across 4 districts.
Yeah, Scott, this is one of the more downbeat beige books I've seen in quite a while, suggesting that tariffs and uncertainty, which are really 2 separate things in my mind, are having a decidedly negative impact on growth, jobs, and prices. I'll go through these very quickly. On growth, little to no change. 4 districts did report moderate growth. Consumer spending flat to declining. Interestingly, a little anecdote inside here, auto parts was a bright spot because car owners were trying to keep their older cars alive. Wages failed to keep up with prices. Employment, little or no net change. Tariffs were a persistent theme. Nearly all districts reporting tariff-related price increases, though overall price gains were said to be modest to moderate. But here's the money thing, as you said earlier. Rising input prices were squeezing companies. Here's a quote. Some firms in nearly all districts described at least some hesitancy in raising prices, citing customer price sensitivity, lack of pricing power, and fear of losing businesses. You can read that as margin pressure. One more thing, Scott, I just want to show you what was said about jobs, because we do have that big jobs report coming up. 7 districts say firms were hesitant to hire. 2 districts reported increases in layoffs. Multiple districts say headcounts were being reduced through attrition, and half of districts reported reduction of immigrant labor. So a lot going on, Scott. This is more downbeat than I've heard that a lot of Fed officials talk about the economy. But as you know, we had Waller on this morning, exclusive interview, telling me he doesn't see a recession, but he sees the economy slowing because of the impact of tariffs.
Well, as we were reading through these headlines, as you were just doing so, I was thinking directly of Waller. Maybe Waller's the one who was making the phone calls to the CEOs and whomever else in these districts, because it seems to underscore his principal concern that the labor market is softening. Maybe it's softening more than people understand that it is. And if you wait too long, your 2 districts reporting an increase in layoffs could mushroom into many more.
You're absolutely right, Scott. Eventually, lack of hiring catches up with the economy because you have more people coming into the workforce. You have normal attrition. You can have explicit attrition or purposeful attrition when you say, okay, somebody's retired, leaving the workforce, I'm not replacing them. And that then either breeds negative or flat payrolls over time. We're looking for 75,000 ADP tomorrow, I think right around that for the BLS on Friday. I would watch tomorrow, Scott, ISM services report, what happens to inflation there, the pricing subcomponent, as well as the employment subcomponent, to see what the health is like from of the job market from those reports.
I appreciate you, Steve. Thanks for jumping on with us. Right at the top of our show, Steve Leisman, our senior economics reporter. Now turning to the other big story today, a mega move for mega cap Google after its big antitrust win. Dan Ives is global head of technology research with Wedbush. He joins us now. It's good to see you. Quite obviously, given this ruling, is it the outcome that you expected?
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it. I think this DOJ was always the bark was going to be worse than the bite. I think it's the dream scenario for Google. It's a dream scenario for Apple, because now they really get unleashed from an M&A perspective, as well as ultimately with AI. And you look at that search deal. I mean, this is now, I believe, going to be really the next stage of growth for Google as well as Apple.
I mean, were you fearing the worst outcome possible here? Where did that sort of percolate, inside of your thoughts as you were waiting, like many investors were, for a decision?
Yeah, Scott, I'd say the last year, we've talked to so many investors hand-holding through this, and we continued to believe that ultimately this is probably going to be the scenario. We didn't see a breakup. We didn't see Chrome selling up. We didn't see anything from an Apple perspective that was going to ruin that relationship from a $20 billion in terms of search. But I think it speaks to the point. Look, the Beltway versus big tech, it's going to continue to be a battle. It doesn't end here. But for Google, it's a champagne moment, because now they're going to be unleashed, especially when it comes to AI. That goes from a headwind now to a tailwind.
Well, investors are popping the corks to play that forward, obviously, today, given the biggest move in the stock since April. Do you think for the stock it closes the valuation gap here forward? Because it does trade at a reasonable discount to its mega cap peers.
Yeah, I mean, look, we raised price target 245. But ultimately, and me and my colleague Scott Devitt have talked about it. I mean, this could be a $300 stock because now you're going to start to see the multiple expand. You take now the DOJ overhang, the antitrust. I now think Apple and Google, potentially could start to walk down the aisle in terms of a bigger Gemini partnership from an AI perspective. And look, and I think this is one. It was a hated name, and I get all the, in terms of the risk. But now I think many are sort of underweight or own enough. And I think this is a stock that could have a 3 in front of it as we go into the next 6 months.
I mean, a hated name is a bit of an overstatement, probably, given, I mean, if you look at the chart, what was concern around the name has become, I think, relief. I mean, the stock had rallied a good amount coming into this. So let's not act like it was universally hated. I'm talking about Alphabet, of course. Before we break out the caviar also to go with the champagne that you're ready to pop, this does not really address the bigger picture issue for Alphabet, does it, in terms of the threat of losing its absolute dominance as it relates to search because of AI?
Look, we talked about it last quarter. I mean, if you look at search and you look at all the data, look, I'm not saying there's not a headwind there, but I actually believe they're going to ultimately turn this into just really what's going to be a massive transformation opportunity. Search, if you look at it, it's going to continue to see strength like we saw the last few quarters. It's holding up Rock of Gibraltar. Like, I'm not going to say that down the road you're not going to have some maybe softness, but ultimately now you start to focus on Gemini, the AI piece. That ultimately is really going to, I think, be a significant catalyst to the name. I continue to think that was way overdone in terms of some of the fears. They're proving it day by day. Now the DOJ thing, that's in the rearview mirror. I mean, look, this is kind of a dream scenario for a bull on Alphabet.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's a day. I'm going to let you run. Dan, thanks. Dan Ives, Wedbush, with a big story today. Now let's bring in our panel. New York Life's Lauren Goodwin, JP Morgan's Abby Yoder, and CNBC contributor Payne Capital's Courtney Garcia. It's great to have everybody here. We'll go right down the desk because we have a lot of issues to talk about. I mean, the beige book, that didn't sound like we're in a rocking economy and that the picture's that good, did it?
It didn't. And I think many folks in seats like mine have been saying over the course of this year that was likely to happen, that we'd see business activity slow, price pressures start to weigh, et cetera. I do expect those pressures to gain momentum over the end of this year, but I doubt we have a meaningful problem for the market rally until after the holidays. The reason is that I think there's still time for the price pressures, for example, a no hire, no fire economy to really weigh on what has otherwise been a fairly constructive picture. And I think that's important for a couple of reasons. One, we expected those price pressures to hit a little earlier, maybe Q4, so that's pushing our view out a bit. And two, I think it's important for the health of this rally that we've seen broaden, including but broadening from the hyperscalers you and Dan were just discussing.
This no hire, no fire, I'm wondering what you make of then the two districts reporting an increase in layoffs. I can also tell you just from conversations that I've had in recent days with high-level executives around this town and around this area who aren't so sure that you're not going to see a reasonable pickup in layoffs.
I think that's fair. In my view, there's no question that we're at a turning point for a labor market that moved from super hot to better balance, and now a labor market that's facing demand pressures like you're describing, but also supply pressures. And so the concern, and you and I have discussed this from my perspective, is not only that we'll start to see a weakening in labor demand, but that immigration and other supply side pressures to the labor market will mean we might see a disintegration of demand while also seeing wage pressures be sticky. The question is, when does that really start to hit the market? And I anticipate we'll need to see some clearer evidence of that in the data. And right now, the turning point that we're seeing is really just on the turning point. Hiring and firing levels are still relatively constructive.
The saving grace, of course, for the bulls, Abby, is Chair Powell gets on the horse and he rides to the market's rescue.
That's what I was thinking just as you were talking. I guess I'm in that bull camp.
But I mean, that's what keeps the market where it is, even in the face of headlines like that from a beige book that's usually bland, but comes today a little spicy.
Well, yeah, but I also think it's important to distinguish the market from the economy, right? The market is acting somewhat differently from the economy because it's being driven by what is a secular growth story. And it's looking past what Lauren just described in the second half being a slowing in growth and thinking about 2026, where you see this reacceleration in growth from the reconciliation bill, right? When we think about some of the spending incentives that we get from a corporate standpoint, the fact that we've had really strong corporate earnings, we've had over 56% of companies raise guidance. Typically that's less than 50%. So it was just a really strong quarter overall. So the bullish picture isn't hard to paint.
No, unless you think we're, and some would suggest, of course, that we are later cycle than some would like to admit. How would you address that?
I mean, I think it depends on the Fed's reaction function, right? That's going to determine what elongates the cycle versus what short circuits it. And based on what we heard, obviously, in August, where September became a go, right? And what happens thereafter, we have one more cut penciled in for the end of the year and then two more through the first half. That's, to Lauren's point, we're in balance right now. Whether or not that gets out of balance and whether or not rates stay overly restrictive is what's going to determine where we are.
I mean, the Fed can't necessarily do anything about price increases that come by way of tariffs, right, Court? I mean, what you're getting is some reports out of that as well. And there is a perspective also that the tariffs, the impact from the tariffs hasn't even been felt yet. Mm-hmm. It's just starting to filter through the economy.
And that's really what's putting the Fed in such a tough position right now, right? Because they're trying to look through this, but a lot of this hasn't trickled its way through the economy yet. And thus far, it really hasn't impacted earnings. It hasn't impacted the economy. But you are starting to see a labor market that could be weakening. I think we saw that even with the JOLTS numbers that were out today. At this point, it's pretty widely expected that with this data, and that being said, there's two more big pieces of data we're going to get out before the Fed cuts again. So we have to see how those come out. But given what we have now, they're very likely going to be cutting this month. But the question is what they're doing the rest of the year. And I think with some of this confusing data, people are starting to consider, is there going to be one or two or any cuts after this at this point? And that's, I think, what the markets need to start to reconcile.
I have a news alert on OpenAI. Mackenzie Sigalos has the latest for us. What are we learning here, Mackenzie?
So, Scott, OpenAI has just gone out to its team with its biggest tender offer to date. A source familiar with this deal says that the share sale is coming in larger than expected. They are now targeting $10.3 billion, which is well above the $6 billion initially scoped, while holding that valuation steady at $500 billion. Eligible current and former employees who have held shares for more than 2 years have until the end of September to decide whether to participate, with the transaction slated to close in October. Participating investors include Thrive, Dragoneer, and SoftBank, as well as Abu Dhabi-based MGX and T. Rowe. OpenAI's last liquidity event was in January, a $1.5 billion tender. But with that AI talent war intensifying, the competition for shares has only grown, Scott.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Mackenzie, thank you. The big number that people have been talking about, $500 billion valuation. Mackenzie Sigalos. Ladies, look at that and you're like, come on. Are we getting crazy with these numbers? How do you look at this?
When it comes to the sort of AI complex, I completely agree with the ladies to my left that this is a separate and incredibly important market issue. When we look at the economic cycle and how that's playing into the market dynamic, I think the key question is, would a modestly lower cost of capital, a 25 basis point cut, really make a difference in the dynamic that we just heard from OpenAI, or in the real economy, in real business confidence? And I think the answer to both of those is probably not. There's probably not a big difference that 25 basis points makes there. If we expected a consistent rate cutting cycle in the absence of a recession, then yeah, maybe you see business confidence start to recover relative to some of the policy uncertainty that we're seeing. But when we look at what's really bothering businesses right now, what's keeping everyone outside of the hyperscalers from investing, it's not that economic conditions on the face of it are bad. It's that they don't know what's coming. And I don't know that even the Fed cut can make a meaningful and consistent difference in that calculus.
The dream scenario, Abby, for AI-related bulls, and basically I think for the bullish cohort at large, is that the productivity gains are so tremendous from AI that this negative news about jobs and the outlook there is going to be so superior offset by the gains you're going to see in productivity that the makeup of labor in this country is just going to change.
Yeah.
I think, and that's exactly right, right? We have a bull case that gets you to, north of 7,200, and that's incorporating exactly what you're saying, right? This integration of AI into businesses across the spectrum in terms of industries, right? Not just within tech. And we can totally understand why it's uncomfortable to talk about these valuations or these $300 billion in spend or $400 billion next year. Like the Apollo mission, inflation adjusted, was $250 billion over 10 years, right? These are just absolutely massive numbers. But this is, a game-changing technology in our view that really does have ramifications for, the likes of, let's say, financials and banks, for example, where they can more efficiently be more efficient with their processing.
I mean,
generally.
I just think of like Facebook's market cap at its IPO is $100 billion, right? Now we're talking about this private company. It's $500 billion in the private market. Gosh knows what it's going to be when it actually goes public. It's going to be astronomical. You have any concerns whatsoever about a bubble being blown up that's eventually going to have a bad outcome?
So I do think the valuations are getting stretched, specifically in AI. And I don't think that's over yet. I think people are still very excited. They are clearly putting a lot of money into the space right now. And as long as the hyperscalers are spending, then it's going to bring that money in there. But I do think this is why, as an investor, you want to look elsewhere. I think it's no coincidence you're seeing Warren Buffett is buying things like United Health, things like home builders, kind of your boring value companies, but it is a valuation game. And I think that's what you want to look at. So whether it's a bubble or not is different than is it going to be your best performer. And even this year, like Europe has actually been outperforming the S&P 500. As much as we love to talk about AI and tech and all these exciting things, there's plenty of things that are doing well. And that's what you want to look at as investors. Is there a bubble, or could it just stagnate and maybe not have as much growth in the future? At some point, that's probably going to happen because everything will revert back.
All right, we've had that breaking news, and I appreciate your patience. We got to run. We'll see you soon. Lauren, Abby, and Courtney, thank you very much here at Post 9. We're just getting started. Up next, much more on that bombshell report today about the NBA's Los Angeles Clippers. We'll speak to the reporter who broke the story, coming up right after this break. We have more news out of Washington from our Emily Wilkins. Working it on the Hill today, Emily. What do we know more about this Lisa Cook story?
Hey, Scott. So I think one of the big questions right now is that if Trump does nominate someone to fill Cook's position on the Fed, would the Senate be able to support that? We did mention earlier that Senator Thom Tillis said that he would not consider that until Cook's case has been adjudicated. We now have a second Republican on the banking committee, Senator Mike Rounds. I just spoke with him in the Capitol, and he told me, look, at this point, Cook still has her Fed governor's seat. This case needs to be adjudicated. It needs to go through the process. He said he respects that Trump wants to, of course, lobby for his own people. But at this point, he also was saying that if the banking committee does get someone, he called that a hypothetical. But again, just noted that Cook needs to have her due process. And we should know earlier, I was thinking the math on the whole Senate floor that you normally need 4 Republicans to oppose and block anything, assuming that all Democrats join with them. But if you just look at the Senate Banking Committee, that is split in a way that you would need unanimous Republican approval to get any sort of nominee through. So if Trump was to nominate a replacement for Cook, if they were to go in front of the banking committee, you have Tillis and now it sounds like potentially Rounds who would oppose that at least until the courts have weighed in on what Cook's standing on the Fed board is. Scott?
Emily, thanks so much for the reporting. Emily Wilkins with the latest from the Hill. Now to that story, the bombshell report today that the NBA's Los Angeles Clippers tried to circumvent the league's salary cap by paying star player Kawhi Leonard millions of dollars for a so-called no-show job. The team, owned, of course, by billionaire Steve Ballmer, formerly CEO of Microsoft, podcaster and former ESPN contributor Pablo Torre did the reporting. He joins us now live. It's nice to welcome you to our program.
Thank you for having me. Happy to talk about this story.
Can you tell us take us through exactly what the allegations are here?
Yeah, so in the NBA, circumvention of the salary cap is a law specific to the sport. In the NBA, lots of things are uncapped, meaning you could be, for instance, the 7th or 6th richest person in the world, as Steve Ballmer is, the owner of the Clippers, of course, the richest sports owner in the world. You can spend on anything. You could pay for the Intuit Dome, his masterpiece made in his own image of an arena using fully private money, no public money, which is a credit to Steve Ballmer. You could have a front office of executives that is an uncapped roster of people, and that's all fine. But the players themselves, of course, are governed by a salary cap. There are limits. There's a cap on spending that all teams must abide by. And for Steve Ballmer, a hardcore basketball fan, he knows this, I am told, was frustrated by it. And so the doing of how you pay Kawhi Leonard, who, for those not familiar with the sports cinematic universe, was the prime free agent target, the superstar player who Steve Ballmer lusted after in 2019 and then assigned to 2 extensions since. What I'm reporting is that the way that he got to circumvent the salary cap is by paying him $28 million through a company called Aspiration. And Aspiration has since, of course, this is now back into the business world, has been plunged into disgrace, bankruptcy, and federal investigation. The SEC and the DOJ getting 2 guilty pleas out of Joe Sandberg, the co-founder of Aspiration, for wire fraud to a 9-figure scheme degree. And so this is a story with a lot of moving parts, but that's basically the high-level executive summary of it.
I guess is, for a CNBC audience, and Mr. Ballmer himself is a guest on this network from time to time. The obvious question is, what did Mr. Ballmer know, and when did he know it? I heard you in a different interview say that you had 3,000 pages of documents and 7 sources. Is there any evidence that you have that suggests that all of this happened specifically at the direction of Mr. Ballmer himself?
Well, I think the question is a bit of an IQ test, right? So the contract that Kawhi Leonard had signed was for a no-show job. He had to do, it turns out, per the terms of the contract, which we acquired, which was signed and executed by Kawhi Leonard, he didn't have to do anything to actually promote the Clippers. There were various contractual outs in the paperwork. Kawhi Leonard himself did, in fact, do nothing, to the extent that he publicized an endorsement contract for Aspiration. And so the question then is, what is the linkage between Steve Ballmer and Aspiration? The linkage has to be, I think, fairly considered in the context of Aspiration signing a 23-year, $300 million sponsorship agreement with the Clippers. Furthermore, I think you have to take it in the context of Steve Ballmer putting, per our reporting and our documentation, $50 million of his own money into Aspiration months before a $28 million no-show deal for Kawhi Leonard was signed by Aspiration. I think you also have to look into the emails that we acquired, in which it becomes clear that Steve Ballmer used the Intuit Dome and his connections to the founders of the company for the business development of Aspiration. I think you also have to consider, on top of all of that, the fact that when it comes to how Steve Ballmer runs the LA Clippers, he runs it, again, in his own image. He measured the distance between the toilets in the building. He was somebody who was a micromanager when it came to basketball because he's a true basketball fan, a hardcore basketball fan. And so do we have an email that says from Steve Ballmer, please use this to circumvent the salary cap? No, but we have is 7 sources, including one on tape, who attests that when they inquired as to why a no-show deal, which was, by the way, the largest endorsement deal that Aspiration signed, more than 4 times larger than every celebrity endorsement combined. That's Leonardo DiCaprio, that's Robert Downey Jr., that's Drake. When they asked, why are we doing this for a guy who's doing nothing for us, they were told in no uncertain terms, it's to circumvent the salary cap for Steve Ballmer. And so I could keep going, but that is the thrust of the case that I think is available.
The Clippers have responded to your report, as you know, where they say, quote, neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to Aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false. So your reaction to their statement is what? And I should also say, of course, we reached out to the NBA asking for their reaction. We haven't heard back. We've invited Mr. Ballmer on personally for an interview on this program to respond to the allegations, and we're waiting to hear back, obviously, on that too. But your reaction to their response is what?
I would love to see what evidence they have to prove that this is false. They also claim, by the way, elsewhere in the statement that they gave us, that they ended the partnership with Aspiration in the 2022-2023 season. And what's curious, of course, is that if you look at the various promotional materials with the Clippers and Aspiration, I can point you to one specific post. It was a happy birthday post from the Clippers to Kawhi Leonard with a little Aspiration logo on the image that was from late June 2023, after the NBA season was over, AKA after they said the partnership had been resolved. So I don't quite know what evidence they have. I welcome it. We requested it, of course. We await further commentary as well from the NBA and from the Clippers. But again, 3,000 documents, 7 sources, all of this stuff connected. I'm happy to discuss at length with literally everybody that we mentioned in the story.
As far as I understand it, in terms of potential punishment and precedent for this sort of thing, a first offense, am I correct, can result in a fine of $4.5 million. And then I should also mention that back in 2000, when David Stern was the commissioner of the NBA, the league punished the Timberwolves, Minnesota, for circumventing the salary cap, what they alleged that the team did. They fined them $3.5 million, took away 5 future first-round picks, and suspended then owner Glenn Taylor and then chief basketball executive Kevin McHale for up to a year. So there's an interesting precedent and history for this sort of thing.
Yeah, and I would just clarify that this is not an actual justice system, of course. This is sports, which is to say this is a conversation between the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, and the 30 owners of the 30 teams that he oversees, which, of course, have a power dynamic with him that is more complicated than merely a guy who tells them what to do. Steve Ballmer is the richest owner in the NBA. There will need to be some brokering, I believe, between Steve Ballmer and Adam Silver around what a punishment would be. And that punishment would be informed not just by history, which you cite accurately there. The Joe Smith deal with the Timberwolves was a massive, massive scandal. This reporting that we have is bigger than that in several key ways. But the point being that it's informed by just the history, yes, but also what the other 29 owners might be demanding as well.
Yeah. Talk of the sports world today. Pablo, thanks so much for coming on Closing Bell. We'll see you soon.
Anytime. Thanks.
Pablo Torre. Speaking of sports, tomorrow, don't miss the reveal of CNBC's 2025 NFL team valuations tomorrow on Squawk Box. And be sure to catch Michael Ozanian's interview with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. How timely is that? That's tomorrow on Closing Bell Overtime, ahead of his team's game, of course, to kick off the season on NBC and Peacock. Up next, Apollo's Torsten Slok is standing by. His new outlook for the U.S. economy. We'll get it next.
Return.
Welcome back. Economic activity seeing, quote, little to no growth in recent weeks. That, according to the Fed's latest Beige Book survey. Investors now looking ahead to this Friday's jobs report for more clarity on where this economy is going. Joining me now, Torsten Slok. He is Apollo partner and chief economist. And I mispronounced your last name, and you, I hope, will accept my sincere apologies for that.
Of course, all good. I've heard many variants of my name over the last many years. So
the correct one is the most important, of course. So now you're hearing it correctly, at least on behalf of myself. So it's nice to have you on. What'd you make of this Beige Book? Normally, as I said, sort of blah, and now we're like, oh, that's interesting.
You're absolutely right. No, you're right, Scott. Normally, we don't really pay too much attention to the Beige Book, but the combination of the Beige Book today beginning to send some quite worrying signals, a lot of talk about tariffs, talk about the labor market slowing, and still talk about upside risk to inflation. That's a really not good cocktail setting us up for the employment report on Friday, and combining it with the JOLTS report earlier today, showing that job openings declined more than what the market had expected. It is really the case that the data here, especially today, is beginning to look somewhat weaker and should be raising some eyebrows at the Fed.
Does the beige book match up with the Slock book, what your own outlook suggests?
It does, because we're facing three headwinds to the outlook at the moment. Number one, of course, is tariffs. We've talked about this for basically the last 6 months, that tariffs, of course, are a major uncertainty factor for business planning. Tariffs are a major uncertainty factor for consumers. The second thing that's also a headwind to the outlook is immigration restrictions and deportations. The administration wants to deport 3,000 people every day. If you multiply that by 365, you get that deportations run in round numbers at around 1 million a year. That's a very meaningful decline in the labor force. And that also is therefore a risk to downside for employment. And finally, what's not talked much about is that there's also a headwind coming from student loan payments restarting. Since May, if I'm not paying my student loan, it will be reported to the rating bureaus, to Experian, to Equifax, to TransUnion, that I'm not paying my student loan on time. And if I have a FICO score, for example, of 760, New York Fed work shows that if I'm not paying my student loan, my FICO score will go down by 170, meaning straight into subprime. And given that 45 million people in the US have a student loan, that's about 20% of the population, that means that the headwind coming to consumption because people have a harder time getting a loan to buy a car, to buy a house. That means, in summary, Scott, to your question, that the headwinds that the economy is facing, they do argue for the JOLTS report getting weaker, and also for the weakness that we saw in the beige book today.
Well, I mean, the beige book screams stagflation, does it not?
That's exactly right. And that is also the nature of the shocks. If you're thinking about it, tariffs by definition means higher prices and lower sales. That's the definition of stagflation. Likewise, also immigration restrictions and deportations also means higher prices, in this case, higher wages for workers in the sectors where unauthorized immigrants are working, and at the same time, less employment growth. So this is the challenge for the Federal Reserve going into the meeting they have, namely, on the one hand, inflation is going up, and on the other hand, the labor market is slowing down. So the key issue will be, namely, will we see a sharper slowdown in the labor market on Friday? And the risks are beginning to rise that the numbers could be a bit worse. You also had Chris Waller on your show earlier today, basically highlighting that if the labor market does start to fall faster, then we should be ahead of that from a risk management perspective and begin to have some rate cuts coming.
Well, I think the only response to what you could take from beige book and even your own outlook, and maybe anecdotally what people like me and my colleagues and others are hearing from the executives they talk to, maybe not on the record, but nonetheless, that Waller's right. He's right to be concerned the way he is about a labor market deteriorating and not wanting it to get worse to the point where the Fed is then too late to do anything meaningful about it.
Absolutely. And Waller had in his speech last Friday in Miami in footnote 4 a commentary around that he has seen weekly data from ADP where he was saying in the footnote that that weakness continued into August. So that means that the data that we get on Friday, not only are we seeing the JOLTS data, that was admittedly for July, but getting still to show a very clear weakening trend. We also, of course, hear a lot of anecdotes through this earnings season. And now we also had the beige book today. I know this is not a formal model of predicting what non-farm payrolls will do on Friday, but all the anecdotes combined with the hard data, it does point in the direction that there is more weakness coming in the labor market. And the consensus does expect the unemployment rate on Friday to go up from 4.2 to 4.3. So absolutely, Scott, you're right. I do think Waller is right that this is indeed a scenario where we should begin from a risk management perspective to think about rate cuts sooner rather than later.
Torsten, we'll speak to you soon. Thanks so much. Torsten Slock with Apollo. Up next, the biggest movers as we head into the close. Christina Partsenevelos is standing by with that. What do you see?
We have a major oil producer cutting up to 25% of its workforce as crude prices really just hit $64 a barrel. Well, those details and much more right after this break.
So that
Really jumping after posting positive same-store sales growth for the first time in 3 years. You can see shares up almost 20% after management credited the firm's turnaround plan for why they also increased their full-year sales guidance. Dollar Tree is falling, going the opposite direction. One of the biggest losers on the S&P 500 after warning that tariff timing is going to pressure their current quarter. Dollar Tree said it is prepared to raise prices or actually eliminate products entirely as it works to mitigate costs. Shares down almost 9%. Last but not least, we got big job cuts coming at ConocoPhillips. Reuters reporting that the oil giant will slash its workforce by 20 to 25%. The company's CEO saying he knows the cuts will be, quote, unsettling. Shares down over 4%, Scott.
All right, Christina, thanks. Christina Partsinevelos. Still ahead, what to watch for? Big earnings report in OT. Salesforce, that stock has been a big laggard in the AI trade. What will happen tonight? We'll get you set up when we come back.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back.
Well, Santoli here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day, plus two big reports we are watching for in OT. Steve Kovac is standing by with the setup for Salesforce. Christina Partsinevelos is watching HPE for us. Michael, I feel like this is beige book, not great.
Yeah.
Yields go down, stocks come up a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Thinking Fed cuts save the day?
Or just don't want to get in the way of the impending likely Fed cuts with the jobs market coming. Also, the last 2 days, there was this kind of just late phantom bid that came into the market. Yesterday, we came off the lows. Today, we've turned higher. It's got the look and feel of a market where some big structural institutional money feels slightly underinvested, and it's going to mechanically get in and not fight the Fed sort of way.
Let me just interrupt you for just a second. This is going to be way off on a tangent, but I just got a statement from NBA spokesman Mike Bass, who says, quote, and this was regarding that story again from Pablo Torre today about the LA Clippers allegedly trying to circumvent the league's salary cap. Mr. Bass telling me, quote, we're aware of this morning's media report regarding the LA Clippers and are commencing an investigation. So that's the latest from the NBA. We've been waiting throughout the day for a statement from the league itself, and here you have it. We'll continue to follow the story. I'll come back to you in a minute, Mike, but let me get to Salesforce with Steve Kovac, because this is a very important report for a very underperforming stock.
Yeah, Scott, I mean, it's a really tough setup going into this earnings report for Salesforce coming up. But let me give you the numbers here. Salesforce, the stock is down about 23-24% on the year, and its main artificial intelligence product, they call that Agent Force, it's only on track for a $100 million annual run rate. Now compare that to other AI companies like Microsoft and OpenAI, where they're seeing 10, 12, 13 billion of revenue each year for AI. Now, that hasn't stopped CEO Mark Benioff from talking about AI, though. And he said on a podcast last week, he was able to get rid of 4,000 of his employees because Agent Force just does the job for them. That's something that should be appealing to sales customers looking to cut costs within their businesses. But so far, they're not buying Agent Force in a meaningful way. So we'll see how Benioff pitches that product this time around, and if there are any signs of AI momentum there, Scott.
Okay, Steve Kovac, thank you very much. HPE, Christina.
Yeah, the investors are really in wait-and-see mode right ahead of today's Q3 results. The company really completed its $14 billion Juniper Networks acquisition in July, but we expect management to really hold off on detailed updates until their October analyst meeting, where we should get some long-term expectations for the combined company as well as cash flow trajectory. While HPE's AI server numbers are important, the stock doesn't tend to trade on AI, momentum as aggressively as Dell, which may actually be a positive in this environment. Dell's margins were a major concern, so expect extra attention to HPE margins. Analysts, though, are expecting stronger AI server revenue growth, consistent with what they said previously around large deal completions happening in that quarter, the Q3 quarter. So again, the catalyst is really going to be about the October analyst day as opposed to just today's earnings, Scott.
Okay, Christina, thanks. On a day where, Alphabet sucked a lot of the oxygen. Yes, Apple too, but this is an Alphabet day.
Without a doubt. So that continues to get revalued and, rebuilding that premium valuation, getting it close to where Meta has traded for a little while. And it really was a perfect offset to a lot of the stuff that's just sort of rolling digestion going on through the market. The NASDAQ 100 peaked on a relative basis like 3 weeks ago. We have seen a little bit of a backing off in semis, as I mentioned. It's still a little bit of a slow point. NVIDIA is still fighting out this battle around 170, but I think the market's just kind of coiling and settling ahead of payroll Friday.
Mike, thank you very much. That's Mike Santoli. So we'll send it out. Bell's going to ring us out mixed. Obviously off of the worst levels in terms of the Dow. It was always a NASDAQ story, and then by virtue, S&P as well. I'll send it in overtime.
Well, that's the end of regulation. Clearwater Analytics bringing the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Quantum Sphere acquisition doing the honors of the NASDAQ. It was a mixed day for the markets, with the NASDAQ the leader, boosted by Alphabet and Apple. The Dow posting its third straight negative session. The S&P having its first positive day in 3. Communication services and discretionary are your sector leaders. Energy and industrials, the laggards. Treasuries higher across the curve, following a slide that put the 30-year close to 5% in earlier trading. That's the yields. The 2-year yield saw a drop mid-morning as well, following the weaker than expected JOLTS report.
On the commodities front, oil prices falling more than 2% ahead of a weekend meeting of OPEC Plus members. This comes after crude settled at the highest level since August 4th yesterday. On the flip side, though, gold crossing another all-time high. This is the 29th record close for this year for gold futures. The gold miners ETF hitting a 2011 high as well. Another bullish day for crypto, too. Bitcoin closing near $112,000 and Ether rallying nearly 5%.
And that's a scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort alongside Morgan Brennan. And we've got a stacked show for you. Earnings coming up. Salesforce, the second worst Dow stock this year. Figma's first report as a public company. American Eagle had a busy quarter in the news thanks to Sydney Sweeney. Did that translate into sales? And C3 AI officially reporting after that rough pre-announcement 3 weeks ago. CEO Tom Siebel is going to join us following those numbers. But first, let's start with the big market story of the day. An echo of overtime yesterday. Reactions to that judge's ruling. Google up big. Apple too. Following along, tech once again leading the way. Christina Partsinevelos is at the NASDAQ. Christina.
Nice setup because Alphabet was really the key driver behind the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq's moves higher today following, like you said, last night's ruling that Google would not be required to sell its Chrome browser. That's why the Dow was pretty much the only major index that closed in the red today. Megatech, though, stocks surged after Google dodged a major antitrust bullet. The reason why I'm bringing this up is the ruling really removes a key regulatory threat that's been hanging over the sector, especially as these companies grow more dominant through all of their AI buildouts. That's why the Mag 7 closed 2% higher, while the equal-weighted S&P 500 actually fell. And that tells us that this was a narrow, top-heavy rally driven by the largest tech stocks. Apple, and as an example, Apple and Alphabet together added over $340 billion in market cap just today, much larger than the market caps of Chevron or Coca-Cola. And that megatech love, though, isn't really extending to NVIDIA. It posted its fifth straight negative session. I know, not really that negative, barely, but still, we call it that. Recall yesterday it closed below its 50-day moving average for the first time since May. That's actually a key level some traders look at when watching momentum. Morgan?
All right, Christina Partsinevelos, thank you. And you just mentioned Salesforce. Those numbers are out. We're going through that report right now. We'll bring you the results momentarily here. Today's moves in the Mag 7 names, though, are a reversal of the trend we've seen recently. Money has been moving out of big tech and into small cap since the middle of August. The Mag 7 is flat, with the Russell 2000 up more than 5%. So joining us now is BD8 Capital Partners CEO and CIO Barbara Duran and Truist Wealth Co-Chief Investment Officer Keith Lerner. It's great to have you both here. Keith, I'm going to kick this one off with you because I saw a fun stat today. September 3rd has historically marked the monthly high for the S&P 500 since 1928. We know this month tends to be one of the weaker ones of the year for stocks. Where do you think we head from here?
Yeah, well, great to be with you. I think everyone's prepared for a challenge in September. I don't know if it's going to go perfectly that way, but I do think we're in a bit of a chop period. And we've been actually moving sideways somewhat for the last month. The S&P's up 1%, the Nasdaq's up about 0.5% since the end of July. But I think the big picture theme, though, is we've gone a long way. We still think this bull market deserves the benefit of the doubt. But when you look at, let's just say, the Nasdaq or the S&P technology sector, over a 4-month period, it was up more than 50%. That's the strongest move we've seen over 4 months since 2000. So I think things got a little bit of stress. We're digesting it. The good news, the real positive news right now is we're seeing earnings strength, not only in tech, but also borne out as well. So I think at the end of the day, despite the next week or two, I would stay with the underlying trend, which is positive in our view.
Okay, well, let's keep talking tech because those Salesforce earnings are out. Steve Kovac has the numbers for us. Hi, Steve.
Together, Morgan. And it's a beat on the top and bottom lines, but we're seeing shares under pressure here a little bit because guidance is a smidge light. Let me go over the numbers here. EPS was a beat at $2.91. Street wanted to see $2.78. Revenues coming in at $10.24 billion. That's a beat from $10.14 billion the street wanted to see. And on that guidance, this is for the current fiscal Q3 revenue guide. It's a little light at $10.24 billion to $10.29 at the high end of that range. That's what the street was expecting. That could be why we're seeing shares down about 2.5% now, Morgan.
Okay, Steve Kovac, thank you. Don't miss Jim Cramer's interview with Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. That's coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Money. Barb, want to get your thoughts on what we got here from Salesforce, especially since expectations were pretty low going into this report. Second worst performing Dow stock of the year.
Yeah, I think they were very low, and so it would not be hard to beat the bar. But I think even though they did beat on both earnings and revenue, it's really about the guide. And the one growth driver they have right now is their agent force, and that's been gradual. It has not been rolled out in rapid deployment. You know, one of the reporters mentioned earlier, it's about 100 million in users right now, compared to a Microsoft, which has in the billions. And so it's helpful, but they're not. It doesn't seem there's going to be an imminent growth turn. It's really just stable, steady growth, which is where the current valuation seems to be reflecting that. So we really have to see that get a lot more traction. And that's what'll be interesting on the conference call and what he sees there, but not encouraging that the guidance was reduced already.
Barb, sticking with Salesforce for a moment, because I know you can talk about this stock. It's now trading down about 3% immediately after those numbers have come out here in overtime. Salesforce, several quarters ago, was under activist pressure because the narrative was that it overspent on acquisitions. But now the whole tech narrative has changed, and all the big names are overspending on AI, whether it's acquisitions or talent specifically. That's popular, and you're just talking about how Salesforce's AI product isn't keeping up growth-wise with others. So does Salesforce need to shift into a growth narrative out of that savings narrative completely, either pay for some people or buy some stuff?
Well, that's an interesting point, because it did attract a bunch of activist investors and some of the best in the business. So if anybody was going to help turn it around, it would be some of these guys. You know, but I think right now it is about AI. They've got low growth. I mean, they've got state business. They were one of the original players, you know, in this space and automating, you know, all these kinds of services. But they've got the AI is really going to make a difference. And so we'll see what they can do. I'm not sure they can juice it up enough to really get back on a growth track. As it is, it's hard to see much downside here, given it is a steady state business. But, you know, we'll see over time. I mean, AI could end up eating their lunch through the automation.
All right, hold tight. Figma earnings are out. The stock is heading lower. Mackenzie Segalos has the numbers. Matt?
Hey, John. So Figma here putting out its first earnings report since going public. Revenue jumping 41% from a year ago, coming in just ahead of estimates at $250 million. The real highlight is guidance. Q3 revenues projected at $263 million to $265 million versus the street's $257 million. The full year guide is at $1.02 billion to $1.03 billion, also above consensus. But important to note that its Q3 revenue growth rate is projected to slow down. CEO Dylan Field telling our Jordan Novet that's because it's up against tough comps from last year's product launch. EPS printed at 0, and with no prior estimates, there's nothing to benchmark against. Those shares down almost 10% in extended trade, with that call starting at about 5 o'clock.
All right,
John?
Mackenzie, thank you. Given how much that stock has run up from the IPO price, maybe the whisper number was a bit higher. Keith, give me your take on the overall market post that judge's antitrust remedy announcement in overtime yesterday that had Google so much higher, that had Apple so much higher. We've been talking about a rotation away from the large cap technology stocks into other stuff. Is that over?
I don't think it's necessarily over, but I don't think it has to be all or none either way. I mean, we still think the dominant theme of this bull market is AI, and that's where the earnings momentum remains the strongest. You know, if you listen to NVIDIA's call last week, they're talking about CapEx moving from $600 billion annually to $3 trillion by the end of the decade. So I think I want to stay focused on the prize there, but on the margin, I also see a better environment for small caps. Not only have they underperformed a lot, we're still on to see those earnings start to move forward. At the same time, a lot of investors are very underweight the group. So again, longer term, still overweight tech, but we have on the margin boosted our small cap position, and because we think the risk reward has actually improved, led by those better earnings that we're seeing now.
Yeah, Barb, I want to get your thoughts, A, on Figma, especially after such a strong IPO, and B, on the fact that in general, it seems like the IPO pipeline is starting to thaw out a little more meaningfully here. I mean, we have roadshows being launched by Klarna, by BlackRock Coffee Bar, by Gemini, and a number of others here into the fall season too.
Yeah, well, I think that, you know, when these IPOs came out, and this is, and Figma was not the first one, but it benefited from some of the other ones, Center Internet, other ones that have really popped up. I mean, this stock was up 250%, you know, on the same day, and actually got as high as, you know, more than twice, I think 140 something, and it's now back to in the $70 range. So I think this is sort of part of that, you know, everything was going well in the market, you know, things look good, the Goldilocks, and you had a lot of meme stock interest. So I think the IPO market is alive and well and open. You're going to have these extreme reactions. Now, Figma coming into this, they really have to prove, and we'll see, it's going to be very important what they say in the conference call, because they've been in the hyper growth area, and they need to manage lower growth. Still high, but the question is, can they maintain 40% revenue growth? Now, they came in at 41%, but it sounded like they're lowering it for the third quarter. That is not good. And so the question is where they see the competition. They're already in 95% of S&P 500 companies. Is it cross-selling, upselling, where they're going to gain share? What are their other products they're thinking about? What's going to happen with margins? They're in a heavy reinvestment stage, and margins, it may be like Amazon in their growth days. It may not be so important if they really have the opportunities to build. But, we have to see, what they say on the conference call, because I think the stock is very expensive, particularly when you compare it to something like an Adobe.
All right, now down about 11%. Hold on, we got more earnings. American Eagle Outfitters is soaring like, well, an eagle here on results. Gabrielle Fonrouge has the results. Gabby.
Yeah, American Eagle reporting revenues of, hold on, we still have it coming in now. 1.28 billion on estimates of 1.24 billion, and that's a big EPS beat, 45 cents on 21 cents. This has been an interesting quarter for American Eagle. It had a huge marketing campaign with Sydney Sweeney. Obviously, that had some blowback, but what the company said is that it's been their best to date. Something else that we're looking at is the comps and the guidance that's coming in. Earlier this year, American Eagle withdrew its full year guidance, and it reissue that guidance now. One of the big things that we're going to be looking at is operating income. It had previously been anticipating operating income to be a lot higher, but because of tariffs, it brought that down.
All right, Gabrielle Fonrouge, thanks for scrambling that together on short notice. Appreciate it. Let's see, are we ready for C3AI? All right, let's get you C3AI's results. I want to remind you that there was a pre-announcement about 3 weeks ago with disappointing revenue numbers. The stock was down on that. Here we have C3AI reporting Q1 revenues of 70 million versus the 95 million expected, an adjusted loss of 37 cents versus a 20-cent loss expected. And then on the guide, which is important here because of that pre-announcement, guiding to Q2 revenue of 72 to 80 million versus the prior expectation of $101 million. The full year guidance has been withdrawn now. That revised full year guidance is coming next quarter with the Q3 guide. So they'll guide to Q3 as well as Q4. And then I suppose we can expect that eventually when we get to Q4, they will give the next fiscal year guidance as well. And we're going to talk more about this coming up. Don't miss a First on CNBC interview with Tom Siebel, the co-founder and now executive chairman of C3AI, because there's a new CEO who's going to join us as well, the new CEO of C3AI.
All right. Okay, we're going to wrap up this conversation. Barb and Keith, thank you both for joining us to kick off the hour and run through these earnings with us with a mixed picture for the major averages, the S&P finishing at 64.48 here. We just got results from Salesforce. Those are under pressure.
Quite a bit of pressure for that stock right now. And it had been an underperformer already compared to the rest of tech and the rest of the Dow this year. So are these results, well, they're not going to help the stock play catch up yet. It doesn't look like.
No, but we will still dig through the results. And Macy's, speaking of soaring, but Dollar Tree sinking following their results. We've got details on those retail reports when overtime returns as well.
overtime, it's a mixed bag for retail today. Macy's soaring after the company delivered its best comparable sales growth in 3 years, and as a result, raising its full-year outlook. Macy's also raising its expected impact from tariffs, but saying the consumer has remained resilient. Those shares finished up almost 21%. Dollar Tree, on the other hand, down 8%, as it warned tariff-related costs will pressure earnings, even as customers become more price-sensitive. The CEO saying the company is seeing growth from middle and higher-income customers during the quarter.
All right, let's get another check on Salesforce. Those shares are falling post-earnings, off the lows, but still down about 3.5%, despite reporting a beat on earnings and revenue for the second quarter. Joining us now is Gil Luria from D.A. Davidson. Gil, is this a case of whiplash where Salesforce was getting criticized for being inefficient, but now the market's attention has turned to growth? And despite what Benioff has said about this being a year of AI, the growth numbers aren't quite measuring up?
They're really not delivering on either front. Their margins this year are going to be relatively flat. The quarter beat by a little bit, and they guided a little lower than consensus for next quarter. So let's call it an essentially inline quarter. And to Morgan's point from earlier, expectations were very low. So the fact that they disappointed even low expectations tells you where we're at. The growth is no longer there. They're not expanding margins fast enough. They really are stuck, and they really will need those activist investors to do what they did 2 years ago, which is to encourage the company to go out for that next level of margin expansion as it manages growth.
Well, I could argue, so let me give it a try, that there are very few legacy application powerhouses that are doing great out of the gate on AI. I mean, if you look at Adobe, it's been having trouble as well. Not at Salesforce, but ServiceNow had sort of already transformed itself. I don't know if you can really call that legacy in the same way. Is it perhaps a matter of adjusting to what this reality is, because these aren't hyperscalers, these aren't data center infrastructure providers?
That's right. We shouldn't have too high an expectations for the AI business. They are growing it well from a very small base. We're more focused on the bigger picture. We actually think that at some point last year, they were emphasizing the AI product so much that they dropped the ball on the 98% of the business. And that's why the growth decelerated so much. And actually, let me say that the silver lining in the results we're looking at right now is that growth in the two big clouds, Sales Cloud and Service Cloud, looks like they're stabilized. So that's the good news, is the big part of the business, the 98% of the business, is stabilizing. AI growth, we don't need to have very high expectations. They will grow that. What's a lot more important is how they manage their core business to sustain growth there. And then again, the big opportunity for Salesforce isn't to accelerate that revenue. That's going to be very hard. The big opportunity is that their margins are still 10 points lower than Adobe. They're 15 points lower than Palantir. They can do a lot better. And when the activists come in, that's what they're going to be focused on.
So how do they do that? Because they talk about it here in the release that they're on track for fiscal 26 to be a record year with nearly $15 billion in operating cash flow. They're boosting the share buyback program. We know they just made another acquisition with Informatica. How do they continue to boost those margins and boost that growth?
So first of all, not to make a lot more acquisitions. Informatica was fine. It was really struggling at the time Salesforce bought them, but they didn't have to pay a very high price for it. As long as Salesforce doesn't make other big acquisitions, it can tighten the belt on all the fronts, on all those OpEx items, the G&A, the sales and marketing, the R&D. These are all things that are at such a scale, they should be able to get a lot more leverage out of those lines. And that's how they're going to get the real earnings growth, is by doing that, not making dilutive acquisitions and then cutting costs across the board. CEO Benioff did talk about the fact that they're internally leveraging the technology to be more efficient on things like call center. That is the opportunity to double down on that in order to drive those higher margins.
Okay, Gil Luria, thank you for joining us. With shares of Salesforce down about 3.5% right now here on Overtime. We have a news alert on Apple, and Steve Kovac has the numbers for us. Hi, Steve.
Hey, not exactly numbers here, but we do have some new details now, Morgan, about Apple's AI plans. Bloomberg reporting that as part of that big Siri update with artificial intelligence they're planning for next year, they're going to incorporate web search, internet search. This is very similar. If you've used Google lately, you see those Google Gemini AI overviews, or if you've used ChatGPT or Perplexity, where they kind of give you the full answer with text and video and things like that. It sounds like now Apple is considering incorporating that into the iOS system and Siri specifically. This is new. A year ago, when we first learned about Apple Intelligence and the plans for this Siri update, they did not talk about web search. It was more like a personal assistant. So it sounds like the ambitions have gotten a little bit bigger here. As far as how they're going to pull this off, partnering with a company like Google or Anthropic or OpenAI to use their large language models in order to power this. We know Apple has really struggled to build its own AI systems. And we see shares off barely a little bit, but they did climb a bit into the close after this report crossed. Morgan, I'll send it back over to you.
All right. Somebody's going to pay them a lot of money, Apple, most likely, to help to power that. That tends to be how it works.
All right, Steve Kovac, thank you. While big tech rallied today, gold keeps shining as well. Another new record high above $3,600 an ounce. What does gold's record run? Tell us about market sentiment. Mike Santoli's going to take a look at that next.
And we just heard a few weeks ago that Tom Siebel was stepping down as CEO of C3 AI, moving to executive chairman. Now we know who the new CEO is. Stephen Ahikian, a former Salesforce executive, matter of fact. They're both about to join us as the stock is down 14% after the earnings report. Stay with us. Let's chop broader market sentiment. Let's track the momentum and what a key ratio is telling us about risk appetite. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here with a look. Mike?
Yeah, John, I mean, gold is a little bit of a chameleon, right? It can benefit from high liquidity environments, macro stress, all these different indicators, high inflation expectations, but it didn't really do that well in the inflationary boom. Here we have it hitting a new record and really accelerating to the upside. And I have it here over 2 years compared to its 50-day moving average, just to see it in relation to its own trend. So you see when it's kind of raced out ahead of itself a little bit in these prior periods when it spiked far above that 50-day. That was when it got about 10% above, and then you have a little bit of a pullback. You notice it didn't spend much time below that 50-day average at all, but right now we're maybe 7% above, so not necessarily as stretched as we've been. There's a lot of acclaim that's followed this chart, basically feeling as if you'd want to follow the trend and not fight it. Take a look, though, at gold relative to copper. This is an indicator. I mean, maybe it's a little bit archaic, but people always watched it as a gauge of whether their store of value is in more demand in gold form or if it's a productive assets and a play on global growth, such as with copper. And you see it's kind of gone back to this old peak from right in the teeth of the original pandemic lockdown. So obviously gold very stretched relative to copper. It recently had this other leg higher as copper prices fell in New York. This is based on New York copper, in part because of some nuances of how tariffs are going to be applied. Nonetheless, you see that this relationship is maybe getting a little bit ahead of itself. And finally, gold compared to the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This, again, is one from the archives that used to be monitored. Is it about gold as a monetary asset and a store of value, or is it about productive assets such as big companies? So again, we're off the highs here, but you're still kind of not too far from the upper end of this long-term range. It doesn't necessarily say which way we're going here, but it does tell you that there's been a real pile into gold for people of various motivations, and it could just be about sort of policy flux globally and a lot of money in motion out of areas where the currencies have been under some pressure.
You're talking about gold and copper. I heard you say claim and gauge. I'm a pun guy, so I like to think that's on purpose. But I want to ask you about, a lot of times we think about gold, we think about a safety trade, and this doesn't seem a market that's been that interested in safety. So has that effect broken down?
It's very interesting, John. It almost does seem as if it's safety from certain things. So if you're worried about, let's say in theory, worried about irresponsibly loose monetary policy, or that it's going to stoke longer-term structural inflation expectations. Well, that is something that you might say gold would be protection from, but equities can do okay there. So it looks like there's equities that can participate in that, and that looks like risk on. So that's why I say it's a little bit tough to sort of really get a grip on exactly what the message is when gold is doing well. And then now you just have the trend followers saying, you know, we just like to take the ride along with this price.
Yeah, and whether it's gold or whether it's copper, the miners will tell you we're not pulling enough of either of them out of the ground to meet the future demand.
Yeah, that's
too,
right. The supply side's not there.
Yeah. Mike Santoli, we'll see you later this hour. Well, time now for a CNBC News update with Bertha Coombs. Hi, Bertha.
Hi. Republican Senator Tom Tillis told Politico today that he will not consider a nominee to replace Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook until the legality of President Trump's move to fire her is determined in court. The president moved to fire Cook last week, citing allegations of mortgage fraud. Fellow Republican Mike Rounds later told our Emily Wilkins that he's leaning in a similar direction. Tillis and Rounds are senior members of the Senate Banking Committee and key swing votes in a closely divided committee. LA Clippers star Kawhi Leonard allegedly received a $28 million no-work contract from a now bankrupt environmental company with ties to the team and owner Steve Ballmer. According to the podcast Pablo Torre Speaks Out, which reported the move was done to avoid counting the money under the salary cap. Torre tells CNBC he spoke with 7 anonymous former employees of the environmental startup and collected thousands of pages of documents. The Clippers say neither Ballmer nor the team circumvented the cap, and any contrary assertion is probably false. The NBA says it is launching an investigation. Back over to you.
All right, Bertha Coombs, thank you. We've got a news alert out of Washington. Meantime, Megan Casella has the details for us. Hi, Megan.
Hey, Morgan. So a federal judge up in Boston has now ruled that the Trump administration's move to freeze about $2.2 billion worth of grants headed to Harvard University, saying that it was illegal. This was a federal judge saying that the administration now needs to unfreeze that nearly $2.2 billion in grants, saying that it was violative of the First Amendment. Now, remember, this is something that dates back to somewhere up in April, where the Trump administration moved to freeze all of this money, saying that Harvard was not submitting their demands to sort of audit their DEI regulations, to report international students who break their rules, to overhaul hiring. Harvard then pushed back on the move to freeze the grants, challenging it in court. The judge now ruling that they do have to unfreeze that $2.2 billion in grants, which should be a big move for Harvard. We had heard that research and other things have been paused amid the funding freeze. Now that money should start to flow again. Morgan.
Okay. Courts are staying busy this week. Megan Casella, thank you. It's been a good start to the year. The S&P 500 is up nearly 10%. We've got 4 months to go. September is traditionally the worst month of the year, though. So where do stocks head from here? Well, BlackRock just out with its fall outlook. The firm's chief U.S. investment strategist joins us next. Stay with us.
The Dow closing basically flat, slightly in the red. Earnings we're watching in overtime. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise beating on earnings and revenue. The CEO saying they're raising guidance now that its acquisition of Juniper Networks is done. American Eagle jumping after beating on earnings and revenue, saying its ads with Travis Kelce and Sydney Sweeney paid off. And Figma sinking after its first report as a public company. It reported an inline quarter. Figma says it plans to keep investing in AI, expects to monetize the AI-driven features in the long term.
Well, meantime, BlackRock publishing its fall investing outlook with a bold call. The traditional stocks and bonds portfolio relationship has broken down. The investment giant saying it expects AI strength to continue despite high valuations, while recommending clients look at bonds. Joining us now on set is BlackRock Chief Investment and Portfolio Strategist for the Americas, Gargi Chowdhury. Gargi, it's great to have you back. Welcome.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Let's start right there with that bold call, because you talk about the fact that it's a different regime today and you don't see it going anywhere for a while.
Sure, absolutely. So this is something that has been happening since the pandemic. So over the last 5 years or so, one of the things that we're looking at is just the shift in volatility of a traditional 60-40. So if you had the ag and just the S&P 500, very traditional, something that many investors have in a 60-40 weight, what you've had now is similar returns to the 5 years prior to the pandemic, but unfortunately, the volatility of that has picked up meaningfully. So a 70% pickup in volatility in that same 60-40 mix, while at the same time, what we're finding is the correlations, so the way in which they move together or not together has shifted quite a bit. So pre-pandemic, stocks and bonds moved in the same direction only about 50% of the time. Now what we're seeing is that stocks and bonds move in the same direction about 70% of the time. That's not actually what people want. What people want is for them to move in opposite directions. That's why you have it in a portfolio, which is really the thesis that we're starting our fall investment directions with. This idea that there are a few structural changes that have taken place. A lot of them are in the very long end of the bond market, which has a much more positive correlation to stocks than it had in the pre-pandemic period.
That's literally where I was going to go to you. I realize you saw some stabilization in the bond market today, but this has been a global phenomenon, this sell-off in bonds across the world. What do you make of it, and where do you position yourself in light of it?
Absolutely. So to your point, more recently, this has been a global phenomenon, but if we don't look at just the last month or so, but if we think back to even the last year, what we've seen is the long bond or anything that's greater than maybe the 7-year part of the curve has not had that traditional negative correlation to stocks as the pre-pandemic period. So you haven't had much reward for the risk that you are taking holding treasuries or credit for a longer period of time than if you just held it in the front end of what we call the belly of the curve. So we still think bonds are extremely attractive. You know, we're telling investors to go to something like the BlackRock Income Fund, which is an actively managed ETF that is offering you about 6% yield with not a lot of duration risk. So we do think fixed income makes a tremendous amount of sense, but where you source your duration from and where you source your yield from is really important.
But why this time? I mean, investors who thought 3 or so years ago, oh, well, there's a very good value there, I should buy it now. Now it's extremely good, right? Because that bet didn't work out. Why is it going to work out this time on bonds? Why can you buy them and not expect them to,
Right. So a few things. The first is buying them in the belly of the curve and recognizing the yield availability, whether you own treasuries or whether you own corporate credit, whether you own securitized credit or a multi-sector portfolio of core plus bonds, which has all of these. When you buy that, you're harnessing much higher yield than you could 3 years ago. So the starting point is really attractive. The second point is just the cycle that we're about to get into. So the Fed most likely is going to cut rates later this month. And again, they might cut, we think, again in December. So this idea that you're not going to have as much in a cash or a cash-like holding will actually, we think, enable a lot of people to step out. They're not going all the way to equities, but where we think they'll step out into is these traditional sources of income that you didn't have 3 years ago, 5 years ago.
All right. We'll see how it works out. Gargi Chaudhry, thank you, from BlackRock. Well, C3 AI shares falling after reporting earnings. Up next, Executive Chairman and Founder Tom Siebel breaks down the quarter. Plus, we're going to be joined by the company's newly announced CEO.
And later, Mike Santoli's back. He's going to dig into what could potentially be a turning point for the jobs market and what it could mean for a potential Fed rate cut later this month.
That drive the results at the top of the hour, off the lows, but still down considerably, about 10% in overtime. The company had pre-announced these results on August 11th. The stock fell 25% on that news. C3 AI also announcing now it has found a new CEO to replace Tom Siebel, Stephen Ahikian. And joining us now is C3 AI Executive Chairman Tom Siebel and the new CEO, Stephen Ahikian. Gentlemen, welcome. Can't wait to talk to both of you, so let me dive right in. Tom, we've got to start on the quarter and specifically the guide, because that's more of what's new. Gets to what I was asking you about last time you were here with us. I know you're not giving guidance yet, but I think investors are wondering to what extent the Q1 miss was an anomaly versus you're going to be rebuilding momentum in sales as if you fell back a couple of years.
Miss was a disaster. Okay. And that was, it's inexcusable. We take this very seriously, that this was our 19th public quarter. And in the first 18 quarters, we met or exceeded our guidance. So this is the first time we missed. And it was kind of what can go wrong will go wrong. Now, if you look at what really happened here, there's a $30 million miss in the quarter. The great bulk of which is in subscription revenue. So if you miss in Q1, that same 30 million kind of comes out of, because due to the nature of recurring revenue, comes out of Q2, Q3, and Q4. So that effectively reduces the year by almost $85 million. So there really is no news in the restatement. It's kind of a mathematical certainty from the guidance we gave before. And it's, it was execution error. That was due to, a lot of new executives coming in very senior roles. And as you know, I had a number of, unexpected health issues that came up in the course of this period. So it's not able to be as active in the details of the business as I have historically been. And, in hindsight, that had an effect on the quarter.
Now, please introduce to us your new CEO who sold a couple of companies to Salesforce, also happens to be reporting today. Tell me about the process that brought you to Stephen Ahikian.
Thank you, John. Well, we conducted, a very thorough search where we considered a number of candidates. We've been doing this for some time. Okay, and I think we announced the search actually in July. And then we were introduced to Stephen by a close colleague of mine over many decades. And I think in Stephen, we have an experienced technology executive, somebody who knows the operations of the federal government inside and out, an experienced manager who has built and sold successful companies, and somebody with deep domain expertise in AI. I think we have right person, right place, right time, right company, right market. John, let me introduce Stephen. Stephen.
Stephen, what's unique about C3 AI? Where do you think your experience is going to add for this company?
Well, I'm so excited to be here. The market opportunity for enterprise AI is exploding. Every major company, government is actually thinking, how do they transition from just testing AI to actually implementing it across their core operations? C3 AI has the technology platform and applications that customers need today. Our technology is actually being used by some of the most valuable companies in the world in some of the most difficult environments. For me personally, it is a thrill and honor to be actually learning from Tom Siebel as well, who invented this category, as well as this phenomenal team. So between the market opportunity, the technology, our customers, our employees, it was a very easy decision to join.
Well, you've got a really interesting combination of skills in building product and now federal government expertise, and that's so much a part of where this company has been looking at growing. What do you think is the key to building loyalty and growth in that category?
Well, got to continue delivering value to the customers. I think my time at the GSA, it was an absolute honor to serve as the leader of the GSA. We accomplished a tremendous amount. Most notably, we modernized the federal procurement process. We lowered the barriers to bringing in new technologies into government, and we were implementing President Trump's AI action plan. So between those experiences, it's given me a unique perspective of how the federal government operates. And my goal is to make C3 AI easier to purchase, easier to be trusted, and easier to be adopted across government and the commercial sector.
Has the playbook for doing that when it comes to government engagement significantly changed with the advent of AI and some of the changes that you mentioned that the Trump administration has made?
The government's open for business right now. I would say what we do is the hard part. Testing and demoing AI is easy. I've seen thousands of demos. What's really hard is to implement AI at scale across core mission critical operations. That's what C3 does. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's how we're going to demonstrate value to our customers.
Stephen, thank you. Tom Siebel, thanks for coming on with us here on Overtime. Good times and bad. Look forward to seeing what you guys do next. Tom Siebel and Stephen Ahikian.
Well, up next, Mike Santoli is back. He's breaking down new data showing a softening labor market and what it could mean for the August jobs report, the Fed, and your investments. Stay with us.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back.
More than Friday's jobs number will. Mike Santoli is back. He's breaking down what's shifting beneath the surface ahead of this week's report, which comes Friday. Mike.
Yeah, Morgan. So this is the JOLTS report. Now, this is July data. It's reported with a bit of a lag, but it showed incremental loosening of the labor supply demand dynamic. And one way to read that is the number of job openings in total relative to the total number of unemployed workers at a given moment. And you see it's barely dipped below 1. So for a long time, for the last 4 years, there have been more job openings than unemployed Americans, at least those saying they're looking for a job. Obviously, it's not a one-for-one fit between unemployed and jobs, but this was one of those indicators where for a long time, Fed Chair Powell was pointing to it and saying, look, the labor market's tight. We have to keep money restrictive. Obviously, that case has kind of gone away. On the other hand, you can also see this as a labor market in rough balance. There's an equilibrium here. You have labor supply coming down as well. So it's not necessarily a jobs emergency, but it's something that supports the case, along with some other data, that you do have a slackening in labor conditions. And even within the data, state and local was weak in the JOLTS number. Manufacturing took a big drop in job openings as well. Now, the result, the market is trying to price what the Fed's going to do. Take a look at the 2-year note yield. This is a 2-year chart of the 2-year yield. And it was pretty much flirting with the lows from that April kind of growth and tariff panic that we had around 3.6%. We were a little bit lower than that, actually, last fall. That was the major growth scare that immediately coincided with the Fed's decision to cut by 50 basis points from the cycle highs of 5.25. We are at 1 percentage point lower than that right now. Keep in mind, so the gap between the 2-year yield and the Fed funds rate is smaller than it was back then, but it has been growing.
Okay, so we were seeing some softening of labor data, including JOLTS so far today, ahead of this jobs report on Friday. It makes the case, I would imagine the market certainly seems to be pricing it for a 25 basis point cut. What would make the case for a 50 basis point, for a more jumbo cut?
I mean, a negative, a minus sign in front of the jobs print on Friday might do it. I think that would at least get the chatter going. Right now, the forecast is for 75,000 net new jobs. That is now what some people estimate is just necessary to just keep the unemployment rate stable. So that's low by past standards. But right now, because supply has been going down, that might be good enough to kind of keep us status quo.
All right, Mike, thanks. Well, we'll get more data on the labor market tomorrow. We'll get you set up for that, plus the earnings that should be on your radar right here on Overtime.
And be sure to tune into Squawk Box tomorrow morning when Michael Azanian reveals CNBC's official 2025 NFL team valuation list. This is ahead of the season kickoff. And then, right here on Overtime, we will speak with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones about his team's valuation and about the business of football. Stay with us.
Relationship soaring up nearly 25% after a blowout quarter. Earnings were 45 cents a share versus expectations of 21. The ad campaign with Sydney Sweeney launched July 23rd with the stock at about $10. Now it's at 17. Asana rising after narrow beats on earnings and revenue. GitLab falling about 9% as revenue guidance comes up short, and PagerDuty also lower by about 3%, about $1 million shy on revenue.
Well, let's get you set up with tomorrow's trade today. On the economic front, we will get the July trade deficit, August ADP, employment report, weekly jobless claims, the latest ISM services index, and then it'll be another big hour of earnings right here on Overtime when we get results from Broadcom, Lululemon, DocuSign, and UiPath. And of course, Broadcom in particular is going to be in focus, John, given the tech trade, what we heard from Salesforce today, and some of the other names in the last couple of weeks, and what we're seeing and hearing about AI.
Yeah, Broadcom's got, of course, that core chips business, but now it's also got VMware that it acquired. So a lot of chips, a little bit of software as well. Salesforce, the big one this hour, down 4%. Feast and famine with software. Google up big after yesterday, and Salesforce down big today.
Yeah, the other thing to watch tomorrow is going to be White House Chief Economist, CEA Director Stephen Myron is going to be appearing before the Senate Banking Committee as well for that Fed position. But that's going to do it for us here at Overtime.
Fast Money starts now.
Live from the NASDAQ market site right in the heart of New York City's Times Square, this is Fast Money, and here's what's on tap tonight. Out of energy. Oil stocks by far the worst performers in the S&P today. The sector seeing its worst drop in more than 2 months. What to make of the move and where shares are heading from here. And is it ever too early to count down to Christmas? We're still 3 months away, but new data already suggests this year might not be so merry for the retailers. We'll break down the winners and losers potentially. Plus, glowing Google. Shares at records after an antitrust win. The latest earnings from Salesforce and Figma, and why the Chartmaster says shares of Ferrari are about to shift into reverse. I'm Dominic Chu, and for Melissa Lee tonight, coming to you live from Studio B at the NASDAQ market site. On the desk around me, Steve Grasso, Karen Feinerman, Dan Nathan, and Guy Adami. We're going to get to that story we brought you last night in just one moment. Alphabet locking in its best day in nearly 5 months and closing at an all-time high. But we're going to start with the big drop in energy stocks. That sector falling more than 2% and erasing a week's worth of gains. ConocoPhillips announcing it will cut its workforce by 20 to 25%. That sent names like APA Corp, Diamondback Energy, EOG, Devon Energy, all lower in sympathy. While the biggest names in energy, Exxon, Chevron, and Shell, also took a leg lower as well. Feeding the tumble is a commodity getting slammed from all sides. OPEC Plus is considering another output hike, while tariff concerns, inflation, and economic uncertainty in the U.S. has traders worried about demand. Could things get even worse for that space, or is there a rebound in store? Ooh, big question. Guy, to you first.
Hello, Dom. Welcome, as always.
Thanks for having me.
Look, I mean, I've tried to be bullish in oil. It has been foolish to be that way, but it hasn't really gone up or down. I mean, if you look at some of these stocks, for example, Valero in the refinery space has had a tremendous move off the April lows. Some of these names have been hanging in there, but as you said, the space has been tough. I think it's now 4% of the S&P 500. I think NVIDIA's market cap is now greater than the entire energy sector, but I'm not ready to leave it for dead. I'll say this, and we talked about it in the months in the aftermath. Chevron announced a $75 billion stock buyback in January of 2023. That wound up being, if I may use the phrase, the balls high for the entire sector. And if you remember some of the vitriol that came out of the then Biden administration on the back of that. So it's interesting that that theoretic good news was actually the death knell for the space.
What's interesting is Guy had it kind of halfway right. energy is half the size, the entire sector of where NVIDIA's current weighting is in the S&P 500. That's how diminished the sector has gotten. Steve, is this anything that we want to buy into, or is this that proverbial falling knife in markets?
So I share Guy's vision that you can find some value plays in this, but this is not where growth is going to be. It's been challenged, right? Oil prices are challenged. Geopolitical, if I would tell you that we would have the geopolitical environment, where would you say oil is trading at?
Higher.
$100?
Higher.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you look at supply, OPEC Plus is going to be adding 800,000 barrels per day. That's with the UAE, 300,000, and that's with OPEC Plus, 547,000 barrels per day. So that is just too much supply for where we're at in the marketplace right now. Then look at the Trump administration. By any means necessary, energy, right? Nuclear, nat gas, oil. Yeah,
this is drill, baby, drill. And not just that, it's also alternative fuels, but not wind or solar, more tilted, to your point, towards the nuclear. Dan.
Well, the wind is a really important point. I mean, if you think about the Trump administration, the take that they've had on wind, right? And we know this comes at a time where the demand for energy, you could say the demand for oil isn't particularly great right now for a whole host of reasons, despite some of the geopolitics that you would expect to actually have the price higher. But to come at wind energy because it kills the birds or something like, I can't remember exactly what the main reason was. I mean, it probably has something to do with the oil lobby. I'm just going to throw that out there. But when you think about the demand for energy, we keep hearing about this from data centers, and we keep hearing about the data centers that are going to be built. It just seems like you would want to actually create the capacity for all of this access, because we know that bringing a lot of these nuclear reactors online or building new ones, it's going to take years, right? And so, I don't know. I just think it's kind of a curious situation. I mean, oil stocks, they have been left for dead. There's nothing particularly interesting going on there. And if you have OPEC that is thinking about obviously increasing supply, I just don't know why you'd go out and buy these stocks.
Why would the Karen, I mean, from a value manager's perspective, oil and gas is probably a good trade if you want to look at it fundamentally, that we need energy, that nat gas is a proven way to get it in a relatively clean format compared to, say, other fuels. Why is this traction not happening for oil and gas companies and stocks?
I mean, I've thought that for a while, that we were due for a bounce, and the stock was, I mean, the whole sector, rather, was much higher than where it is now. It's in my acronym. As I forget, T for terrible. It's really been bad. And, I think the Trump administration, it's nice to have oil here, right? When you think about, we're flirting with inflation numbers that are really too high. Think about if energy were to add fuel to that fire. So I'm fairly, I'm still long. That's been the wrong place to be. For a long time, the story has been, wow, these are newly disciplined companies, right? We're not going to see any more of that over drilling. We're going to see balance sheets that are in good shape. We're going to see cash flow that's going back to shareholders. All of that's true, and yet it doesn't matter at all. When I throw in the towel, that will be the time to buy it. I can assure you.
Think about passive investing. Think about passive investing.
All the index investors out there.
Exactly. How much money is coming in to other spaces other than oil? No one's sitting there reaching, even though you see the XLE will have great days and bad days. Everyone wants tech. And you're not reaching for energy in those ETFs in the passive world.
All right, Guy, I mean, this is one of those scenarios where, to that point, passive means every dollar I put into an S&P 500 index fund, only $4 of which is going to that sector, right? And only a handful of that is even going to Exxon.
That's right.
Or Chevron by the time it's done. Right. It's not NVIDIA, where $8 of every 100 is going into that.
So they lose on that. We've talked about this for a long time. I mean, one of the things we talked about for Apple, the reason why Apple hangs in there as well is it's in over 400 ETFs, of which it's, I think, one of the top 15 holdings, and obviously all these indexes as well. So they win. Passive investing, the big companies in that space that Steve just talked about are absolutely going to win. What you have to be concerned about, if there's some rotation for whatever reason, when passive becomes active, it's never active on the way up. And I think that's where energy does wind up with.
By the way, it's a conversation for another time, but active ETFs are growing way faster than passives now. So maybe it's just a matter of time for the stock pickers get in on this action. All right, for more on the headwinds facing energy right now, let's bring in RBC Capital Markets Global Head of Commodity Strategy. You know her, Halima Croft. She does this for a living. So you heard the conversation around the table, Halima. It's a supply and a demand issue, right?
Of course. And I think today's move was really driven by headlines that OPEC Plus might consider adding additional barrels when they meet on Sunday. Now, they have officially written off the 2.2 million voluntary cut. The question is, do they move on to this 1.65 million voluntary cut? Do they start slowly unwinding that? The one thing I would say, though, is that is a big headline number, but the reality is that most of the OPEC producers are producing basically at full capacity. So when we talk about any incremental add right now, we're really only talking about a small number of countries that can put on those additional barrels. So it'd be Saudi Arabia, the lion's share, and then potentially some smaller incremental adds from UAE and Kuwait. But again, it will not be the full headline 1.6, just as it wasn't 2.2. It was really only about half of that came onto the market. And before today's price action, early in the week, we had Brent sort of, approaching $70 as there were concerns about what's the path forward on Russian production, what's the Trump administration policy going to be towards Russia. So again, I think we do have to pay attention to what happens on Sunday, and I don't think a decision has been made yet on what the policy will be.
Halima, I know you focus a lot on OPEC and its partner countries, OPEC Plus. How much of this story can really be influenced by the U.S. production that could be coming online and an administration that is looking to put more of a medium to longer term tailwind behind oil and gas when it comes to capacity here in America?
Well, so if we go to the fourth quarter, there is a concern in the market about an oversupply situation, not just because of, the United States, but because of countries like Brazil, Guyana production coming on, and a concern that we're going to start to see a growth in stockpile, that essentially China has been doing a lot of buying. Will they basically say we're tapped out, and will we start to see inventory builds in visible markets? Like that is the theory of the case for a very shaky fourth quarter for oil markets. Again, what we simply don't know is what the OPEC policy is going to be. And frankly, as we look out to next year, we see U.S. production declining because this is not an optimal price for U.S. production to grow. So in a sense, OPEC and these sovereign producers that have lower cost of production, they are going to be more in a dominant position going forward.
Halima, it's Karen. Thanks for being with us. Talk to us about peak shale.
So again, if we look at the really important question is at what price do you need to sustain really robust U.S. production growth? And this has been the sort of, I think, contradiction or the confusing part of the Trump policy, because he is very much a drill president. He really talks about American energy dominance, not just from an economic story for the U.S., but also for a foreign policy story. But the price points that he throws out when he talks about wanting oil at $50, potentially low 60s, that's not an optimal price for U.S. production to sustain growth levels. So again, the question is going forward, if we stay in this muted price environment, where are the additional barrels coming from? Now, production is set to come on from Brazil and Guyana because those are more long lead time projects. Now production is coming on regardless of price, but the U.S. is much more price sensitive. So if we stay in this muted price environment, we have the expectation that we will see declines from U.S. producers next year.
Halima, I'll use the term, it, our audience knows as well, but crack spreads continue to widen, and the companies that buy crude and sell refined products are winning. And that's been going on now for a while. Do you think that continues?
Again, so for me, I don't really cover the companies, but I just would say as we look out towards the end of the year, I do think we have to, again, pay attention to a couple of key factors. Where do we think China is going to shake out? Because we do have a lot of concerns over the economic situation in China. Are we going to see China essentially, slow down? What does that mean for really builds across the complex? Are we going to start to see crude builds in very visible markets? What has been helping the oil price, over summer is that we haven't seen crude builds in visible markets. So do we start to see a real change as we go into Q4 when we're expecting a more seasonally soft market? Again, I think there's a lot to be sort of up in the air in terms of how OPEC has to think about this, because if you are going to start to bring on more barrels, the question is how would you calibrate it given the concerns that are out there?
All right, Halima Croft, head of commodity strategy over at RBC. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon, Halima.
Thank you.
All right, Steve, I mean, she was a former analyst with the CIA. She kind of knows a little bit about what she's talking about here. What do you think?
She knows
What do you
a
think?
lot of it.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at break evens, though, counterintuitively, U.S. companies have lower break evens because the break evens for OPEC are based on their national budgets. So those are higher. Their cost to pull it out of the ground is cheaper, but they need a certain level to supply for their budgets. So I think that OPEC needs to hold on to market share, and USA needs to keep pumping, but they have the ability to watch how much they're pulling out of the ground here versus there.
There you go. All right, meantime, another check on Alphabet right now after last night's ruling in the antitrust case against Google. The company avoiding the most severe consequences proposed by the Justice Department, allowing Google to keep its Chrome browser, but barring the company from exclusive contracts. The 9% gain was its best since April 9th. Apple also higher. Google pays the tech giant billions of dollars every year to be the default search engine on iPhones. The stock also getting a boost late in the session on reports it's planning an AI-powered web search tool for Siri to rival the likes of OpenAI. Karen, what do we think here?
I like it.
Yeah?
Yes. I mean, you know, this sort of giant overhang on the stock, one of two, has been lifted, which was how bad were the remedies going to be? And they turned out to be way less bad than what could have happened. The other thing about, all right, is search under threat? So we're going to see them lose share in search. But I think the valuation here, I know it's at an all-time high, but the valuation here is still not, as Guy would say, undemanding, right? And they have a lot of cash. And I mean, there's a lot of things going right here. So last night I said, if I owned none, I would have bought yesterday in the after hours. I still think that when you look at the whole tech space, you look at Mag 7, you look at valuations, Alphabet is the cheapest. And now having this removed, that's huge. So I like it here. I think, you know, when you got Waymo and you got Google Cloud and you got YouTube and you got still a great search business.
And you have a ceiling that's been now lifted higher, right?
See, Karen and I are kind of on different sides of this. And I think Karen obviously was right last night when the stock was up 5-6%. She'd say she'd buy it right here. And, you know, if they can pull up a day chart, not that one, it's really fascinating, actually. Like the opening tick was the low tick of the day. And then you see it just basically flatline within a 1% sort of thing. It just tells you, like, there are folks out there just buying this stock. They're sitting there on the bid. Look at that. You don't see that sort of price action too often, especially when you see a massive gap that's equal to hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, going back to the fundamentals, I have not been in the camp that there was some big overhang to the extent, like the worst case scenario was a very low probability outcome, in my opinion, right? And so if you think about this being lifted, it's the bigger issue to me is really the fact that 90% of queries on the internet go through Google. 70% of the advertising revenue, digital, is going to Google. So how much more share are they going to take in an environment where they've already been deemed to be a monopoly? The judge did say that there are many challenges within this space. Those challenges are squarely at Google. So when you think about them having to cannibalize themselves with these AI overlays for their searches, not only are they going to have to convince consumers that are already hooked on OpenAI. OpenAI has like 600 million monthly active users, and that's just scratching the surface right now. So it's growing faster than any app that's ever existed on the planet. And you could say, well, they're coming after squarely an Alphabet. So to me, I don't mean to be really negative about it. I just don't understand a 9% gap given something that I don't think was like a huge discount in the name. And I think the bigger issue is really what's coming at them right now to their core business that, make no mistake, is a monopoly.
Does that mean, Guy, that Gemini is not enough, or even the endeavor to make it competitive with all these other AI tools?
I get what Dan is saying 100%. The point we were making last night is, as much as is about that, it's more just a multiple expansion game, because I think that the announcement last night, in my opinion, gave an all clear to go from the multiple it was trading at, which is trough multiple, to what should be a market multiple, which is somewhere between 22 and 23 times next year's numbers, which is $11. We had Julian Emmanuel on last night, by the way, whose best case scenario said he could see the S&P trading at 30 times. And, you know, I don't know if that's going to come to fruition, but the point is, all those things being equal, it's still a cheap stock just on multiple basis.
All right. That's the story on Google. Coming up, we've got our eyes on a couple of names reporting earnings just in the past hour. The details out of Salesforce, American Eagle, and Figma's first report since going public. All that next. Plus, shop till you stop, right? Why this holiday season might not bring the cheer a lot of people are looking for and what it could mean for retailers. Don't go anywhere. Fast is back in 2. Salesforce shares are under pressure despite top and bottom line beats. The software company forecasting a weak current quarter. The conference call is underway. CNBC's Steve Kovac has the latest details on Salesforce. Steve.
Is a little light, which is dragging on shares right now. So it wasn't a pretty picture going into this report anyway, with shares of Salesforce down about 23% year to date. Now, revenue is up 10% year over year in this report, but no signs yet how much artificial intelligence is contributing. Last we heard from CEO Mark Benioff, Salesforce's AI product, which they call Agentforce, is on a $100 million annual run rate. But that's nothing compared to the projected AI sales for leaders like OpenAI and Microsoft, which are all expecting over $10 billion in AI sales this year. And this has been a trend, Dom, that we've been seeing playing out in the software space, difficulty incorporating all that AI and driving growth from their products. We've seen it at companies like Adobe as well. Now, the call just started, nothing concrete from Benioff on as far as how Agentforce is performing, and any more ideas how they can use it to juice the AI business. We'll be monitoring it as it goes on over the next hour. But after that call, you can catch Benioff on Mad Money with Jim Cramer next hour, Dom.
All right, Steve Kovac with the latest on Salesforce. Thank you very much on CRM there. Dan.
Yes, sir.
What do we think about whether or not this Salesforce trade is one where you can make it the indicative trade of AI?
You can't right now. I mean, $100 million recurring revenue on a company that's meant to do $44 billion in sales. It's a rounding error. And this is a company that's been telling a story about agentic AI for a while. If you think about what the first kind of use case was consumer, customer relations or consumer management. I mean, the name of this company is CRM, right? So they've been talking about this for 2.5, 3 years. I believe Mark Benioff will figure it out. I don't think, as far as from a competitive situation, at least in the enterprise, they're going to be so far behind, but they just need a customer uptake of these products, and they're not getting it. And that's one of the reasons why the stock has been in the penalty box. The last thing I'll just say is them announcing a $20 billion buyback. It's probably not what you want to hear for a company that was once a growth company that now has high single-digit, revenue growth and that sort of thing. So to me, I think that investors right now, you can just see by the performance of the stock, not just down 4.5% right now, but the way it's traded over the last couple of years, they're not buying what they're selling. And there's a lot of companies that have gained hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of market cap based on the story and the performance that they are getting out of AI.
If there were a lot of reasons to break a lot of eggs to fuel growth, it would be the AI story. But it's not playing out right now with Salesforce, Steve.
Yeah, Benioff is a great leader, but when you look at the growth has really decelerated. And when you look at their nearest comparison, when I look at ServiceNow has a growth rate of 20%. CRM has a growth rate of 8%. And ServiceNow really dominates that IT service area, 50% market share. You have a lot to prove with AI. And if your growth is decelerating, that's a problem.
All right. That's the trade there. Coming up on the show, more earnings action, the details from Figma's first report since going public, as well as the numbers out of American Eagle, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and more. You're watching Fast Money live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. We are back after this break. Earnings alert here shares of Figma plummeting after its first earnings report since going public. The design software company's conference call is underway. Mackenzie Sigalos has the details. Mac, what do we know?
So, Dom, Figma is in sell-off mode as investors digest break-even EPS, revenue that was in line with expectations, and then guidance that did actually beat estimates. Now, on the call, CEO Dylan Field just said the company may rethink its reporting framework and warned that margins will come down near term. He also stressed Figma will keep chasing organic and inorganic growth, even if that's not what investors want to hear. RBC's Rishi Jaluria told me that at these valuation levels, the street was looking for a blockbuster quarter and faster growth. Now, one reason for the slowdown, Figma hasn't yet monetized AI or new products, but it has already built in the costs. So that means that Q2 reflects higher expenses without factoring in potential new revenue streams. Dom?
All right, Mackenzie Sigalos with the latest on Figma's results and that drop in the post market. Karen, what do we think here?
Well, remember, so this stock came out a little more than a month ago at 33, priced at 33. I think it traded up to 145 on the first day. So already the bar was exceedingly high. So, but fast forward to today, all right, stock closed at 68. When you have that kind of just enormous, I don't know, exuberance, call it.
Or gap in expectations.
Yes, then it's going to be really hard to jump over that. And coming in a little light of that, I'm actually surprised it isn't down more. Right? So, I mean, you know, I understand what she's talking about them, you know, having expenses up front and hopefully bearing the fruits of that later. That's not good enough when you've had this history in the 1 month that it's been public.
In a short amount of time, Guy.
30 times revenue, 150 times EPS, which, by the way, is probably flatline year over year. You tell me, if you want, it's as Dan would say, have at it, people. But to Karen's point, I'm surprised it's not down more on this quarter.
What do we think, Dan?
By the way, you call her Mac. We have to call her Mackenzie. I've not met her face to face. Coming on here, surrounding the trade, as we say.
I've known Mac a good while.
She really did put that together really nicely. I mean, the change of reporting, this is like 2 months after you were on a roadshow for an IPO, you know, to miss your operating margin, to miss your margin targets. I mean, this is not good stuff. And you got to remember, this is a company that, you know, Adobe tried to buy for $20 billion. I mean, this might have a $20 billion market cap in the not so distant future. And so I just think it's a mess to come out of the gate right after your IPO and have all those things to say. The other thing I'll just say about the IPOs, the recent ones, I mean, a lot of these that had these huge gains that you're talking about early on, they really feel like they're round tripping right now. Look at Circle, look at CoreWeave. There's a handful of others in the space. So I think this is a great example. A lot of these might go back to their IPO price.
A conversation for another time, by the way, is just what this means about the rest of the market.
Yeah.
If you are having these hot issues.
So this is what Karen said. And to Dan's point, it was priced at 33. Never saw 33, saw 85 on this first day. And then it traded to 142, 143. But when you look at valuations, if you look at last year's growth, it was around 45%. This year, they match that. But analysts think it's going to be growing at 25% going forward. That does not support a valuation that Guy's talking about. You probably can see a $33 price tag in this.
All right, there's a little bearishness on Figma here across the desk. All right, coming up on the show, a holiday holdup. The data is pointing to a major drop in spending for the season and what it will mean for retailers during this most important time of the year. The details on shopping when Fast Money returns. Its third negative session in a row. American Express and Boeing keeping it in the red. The S&P, though, up more than 0.5%, and the Nasdaq jumping over 1 full percent, both fueled by that big move in Alphabet shares. And some more after-hours movers. Shares of C3 AI dropping after missing earnings and revenue estimates and announcing a new CEO. HPE on the move despite topping expectations. GitLab following after lowering Q3 revenue guidance. Asana jumping after beating top and bottom line expectations, and American Eagle surging after topping EPS and revenue estimates. Karen, that was a lot, with AEO up 23%.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very, very strong beat for sure. It was a revenue beat, adjusted operating beat, both Aerie and American Eagle, which is their larger brand, beat as well. The Sydney Sweeney effect, I mean, they talk about that as the best campaign they've ever had. All of that is great for sure, but it's also worth noting that there is a near 20% short interest in this company. And so when you get good news like this, then you got this rush to cover. I mean, it's all great. It's not crazy expensive here either, but it's not going to be for me.
I don't know if it's a per se meme stock, but it sure acted like one post Sydney Sweeney. All right, the holiday season is fast approaching, and trees aren't the only thing that consumers are trimming this year. They're also cutting back on their holiday shopping, anticipated anyway. A new survey from PwC forecasts the steepest pullback in spending since the start of the virus pandemic. For more on this, let's bring in CNBC's Gabrielle Fonrouge. Gabby, is it going to be as dire as the report says?
I mean, it's July, right? Or, I mean, we're actually in September, but this survey was taken in June and July. Consumer sentiment was in a bit of a different place then. It's a little bit too early to say what holiday is going to look like, but it's certainly going to be a challenging time for retailers. They're contending with tariffs, and one of the big things that drive holiday spending is discounts, but because of tariffs, they're pulling back on that discount. So is that going to be enough to drive consumer demand?
Now, in this particular study and through your reporting, are there certain areas within retail that are going to be more impacted by a potential pullback in consumer sentiment and thereby their wallets?
So one of the things that we saw in this survey is that Gen Z is actually the generation that's going to pull back the most. If you're looking at boomers, Gen X, and millennials, most of them are planning to keep their spending the same, but Gen Z is planning to cut back by 23%, and that's what's driving that 5% decline. You know, this is a new generation of shoppers. They're realizing their spending potential, but they also have debt, they have new expenses. And, you know, it's interesting because last year they were actually planning on spending 37% more on gifts, travel, and entertainment. This year, 23% less. The realities of the dollar are coming true for them. So any retailer that's catering to that younger shopper is going to have to try a little bit harder to win them over.
All right.
It's Karen, thanks for being on. So it seems to me a lot of times surveys about what people will spend and then what they actually do spend end up sort of not aligning. How do you see it playing out this time?
So we saw that last Christmas as well. You know, I was talking to a lot of these consultants, a lot of these firms about what they were expecting. It was a lot of gloom and doom. And then, of course, what we saw in the holiday season was, you know, not such a bad print is what it ended up happening. So I think that what we're seeing now from consumers is that they are willing to spend on the days that matter. They're willing to spend on events. They're willing to spend on people that they love. Christmas is the prime time for that. So am I personally expecting a major drop? No, but again, it's September. We have a lot more room to go.
All right, Gabrielle Fonrouge with the latest on the retail landscape. Gabby, thank you very much. Karen, after hearing that report, are you as bullish on the holiday season?
I am kind of. I do think, I mean, I think it sort of comes down to employment. So many things come down to employment. But I do think if unemployment is in good shape, Christmas will be in good shape as well.
What do you think, Steve?
Well, if you look at Gen Z, they're pulling back on, but they're looking for experiential again. We've heard that so many times before. So if you look at a stock like Live Nation, I think you've owned that in the past. I think that one looks good. It's not, I'd stay away from cruise lines, airlines, because we really don't know what the market's going to be. But I agree with Karen. If you have a job, you're going to spend money. Boomers have money, right, Guy? Gen X has money. We have money. So we're going to be the ones buying the bulk of the gifts anyway. So I think the consumer is in fine shape.
I'm Gen X.
He's half right. No, listen, I am a boomer. That's the half part that he got right. I'll say this, and I've learned this over doing the show all these years. U.S. consumer spends in just about any circumstances that you can throw up, other than when they get scared. And typically what scares them is a move in the market. And I'm sure if you went back to early April, you'll see the consumer spending probably stopped on a dime. I remember in the fall of 2018, those 2-month period between October 30th and Christmas Eve, consumer spending grinded to a halt when the market went down 20%. Delinquency rates, 90 days plus delinquencies, are over 12.5%. I think that's the highest we've seen in 14 years. So there are a lot of reasons to be concerned. But if you don't see anything scary out there, the consumer will continue to spend. I mean, it's just that simple.
You know where there's going to be cheer and holiday cheer,
No
guys?
idea.
Speaking of, we just announced that on October 11th, we're going to host a special live event, Fast Money Live, trading the holidays. Look at this.
Yes.
This is December 11th. I'm sorry. December 11th. It's the holidays. This is the playbook. We're going to unveil it again here in my hand, the 2026 Fast Money Trader Playbook. Over the next few weeks and months, the gang is going to be adding their best ideas, their playbook to this whole entire catalog. Come December, it will be chock full and ready for showtime. So to get all those stocking stuffers, and watch the live show here at the NASDAQ and raise a glass of holiday cheer with these traders, just scan that QR code on your screen. Or if you're on SiriusXM channel 112 right now, just go to cnbcevents.com/fast money for your tickets. We're decking the charts, we're trimming the trades and wrapping them all up for you. Guys, this Fast Money Live event for the holidays is something I'm excited about.
Didn't we invite you to the last one?
You did.
Didn't
I
we
had a
sit here
schedule.
and
I had a
say,
scheduling
No, I'm not
issue.
interested in what you had to do. I mean, you
It's on
should
my
have been
calendar
here.
this time. It's
December
well
11th,
ahead.
Dom Chu, for no other reason than to see Dominic Chu here at the NASDAQ having a tequila. What do we have?
Como's tequila.
Como's tequila. So yes, it will be a lot of fun.
What do we think?
It'll be fun. For sure.
Spike the eggnog with tequila?
Do I just go with the tequila? You don't even
One thing I'll just say, Dom, we've done two, and they've been amazing events, and we all have met hundreds, probably thousands of our viewers over the last, 15. You've been doing it for 19 years if we make it to June. One of the things that we have enjoyed so much about doing this show, we learn from all of these people, and we have this amazing opportunity to chat up so many of them, and it's just been really fun.
I've had a handful of live events under my belt, and the funnest part for me is meeting all the viewers out there. It really is pretty cool. All right, guys, coming up on the show, private markets, public hype, how retail investors are accessing companies that have not yet come to market, and the trading tools helping them actually do it. Fast Money is back after this. Haven't been paying attention, has slowly been making a comeback in 2025. And our next guest works with late-stage companies on ways for their employees and their shareholders to sell their stock and for investors to actually access some of those private shares. NASDAQ Private Credit CEO Tom Callahan joins us now on set with the story. Tom, is it too far-fetched to say that private markets will come close to liquidity, the likes of which the public markets have right now?
Well, Dom, thanks for having me. And I would actually predict that in the next 3 to 5 years, the private markets could exceed, at least by one metric. So what we do at NASDAQ Private Market, as you said, are private company tenders. That's where private companies, and there's a meta trend that we need to kind of talk about here. I think everyone knows 25 years ago, there were over 8,000 publicly traded companies. Now there's half that. A decade ago, there were about 50 unicorns, private companies worth over $1 billion. Today, there's close to 1,200. So the public markets are shrinking and the private markets are growing. And so, you know, for a private company, what that means, if you want to attract and retain the best talent, remember, a lot of these big private companies are competing against the Metas and the Googles. They need to offer employees liquidity on their shares. The average company now waits close to 15 years before they IPO. Pretty tough to say to that 25-year-old software engineer you just hired, wait till you're 40 to buy your first house. So they do tenders in order to offer liquidity to their employees.
What's been the evolution like just in the past 5 or 7 years? It's gotten huge, but you've watched it develop over the course of the past 20 or 30 years. What has been causing the massive ramp up in just like the last 5 or 7 years?
Well, let me give you some numbers on the tender business, and these are our numbers. So 3 years ago, we did about $3.5 billion in tender volume. Last year, we did about $6.5 billion in tender volume. This year, 2025, we're going to do about $30 billion in tender volume. So the market is just absolutely exploding. And I think it's a byproduct of the trend I just talked about. More private companies being more valuable. Most valuable private company right now is OpenAI, $500 billion company. That's bigger than ExxonMobil. Second largest one is SpaceX, $400 billion valuation. That's bigger than Bank of America. Third, Anthropic, $180 billion valuation. That's bigger than Citibank. These private companies are getting absolutely huge, and they have to manage their employees' liquidity. The same way that public companies offer employees shares that then, vest and they're able to sell them to live their lives, private companies need to do the exact same thing.
Tom, it's perfect timing to have you on because the secondary market's probably as hot as it's ever been. But investors that are watching, transparency, how do they get involved? Some of the risk. I know that's sort of open-ended, but speak to that.
Yeah, Guy, I'm so glad you asked that question because like really big things are happening right now. President Trump just signed his executive order allowing private funds into retirement accounts. So we have tens of millions of nurses and cops and firemen that are going to be literally betting their retirements on private funds. And so you have that dynamic. The private markets are being opened up. This is an asset class that historically has been for Sand Hill Road, the most sophisticated institutional investors. Now we're letting essentially retail into these markets. So you have to know what questions to ask. And, who doesn't want to own SpaceX? Who doesn't want to own OpenAI? Who doesn't want to own Anduril? These are the hottest, most dynamic companies in the market. One thing that I always explain to people that are new to the private markets is they're different from public markets in a lot of ways, but one really important way. Public markets are bilateral. You need a buyer and seller to agree on terms, and you have a trade. If you want to buy a share of Apple, Guy, you don't need to ask Tim Cook's permission. In the private markets, you do. The company needs to approve every single share transfer. That extra step, what we say the private markets are trilateral, adds enormous complication. And a lot of the biggest and best and most dynamic private companies don't want little folks like us as investors. They only want large institutional players. So they're literally not accessible to the average retail investors. And a lot of retail investors are very surprised to learn that fact.
All right, Tom, this is a huge conversation. We got to spend more time on this because I got so many more questions. But thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up on the show, some technicals getting our hearts racing. One luxury auto stock has been pedal to the metal for the past month, but the chart master says it's time to pump the brakes. That's next. More Fast in 2.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back.
Chart is stalling, or in this case, maybe skidding. Let's look at it. So here's a Ferrari chart. We know from the bear market low, essentially moving from 150 to 500, an incredible run. And then it gets hit hard in COVID. Look at the second chart. There are 4 charts and they're all identical. Not COVID, listen to me, the tariffs. So it drops hard, and look where it bounces, to the penny for the 5th time off that uptrend line in effect since the 2022 bear market low. So we're in the apex of this formation. We think it fails here. See that downward arrow. Final chart of 4, you'll see another way to draw the lines. This is a topping formation. So we've got a stock, and then last but not least, a relative performance chart. And this is a real story. The top panel, of course, is Ferrari moving up since the tariff plunge, but underperforming the stocks Europe 600 index. We think you fade this big bounce that it's had over the last 5-6 weeks following its earnings collapse in late July.
All right, Carter Wolf with the trade on Ferrari. Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you soon. Steve Grasso, let's talk about the trade. What do you think?
Impressive bounce, as Carter just set off that August 1st low. But this is a brand. It's a luxury brand, obviously. Rich people buy this brand. But if the market hits the skids and there's uncertainty, people are going to pull back from this. So I agree with that sale.
It's already underperforming relative to stock
I'm
600.
predisposed to agree with Carter, not because I love Carter's work, but Guy's Ferrari has been in the shop
forever.
Wow.
Since 1980.
Which one? Which one?
Yeah, which one?
That's a great point, Guy.
You know, it would be nice to own a Ferrari. Some of those, you remember the movie, if you recall, Ferris
Bueller's Day Off. Yeah,
Well,
sure.
that's just a pristine automobile. But my sense is, Dom,
Yeah.
Chu, knowing you the way I do, you have been in Ferraris many times when you go to your golf courses, like the Pebble
No.
Beach thing, and you make your way across the country.
The closest thing I have is the Testarossa.
Really
the
quickly,
Testarossa
we're going to bring
photo
back
I
the
have.
guests for a second. Carter Braxton,
Are you
we're
allowed to
waiting in
do
the
that?
wings. I got the Sandy. Said,
Okay.
we're good to do that.
All right.
Hey, Carter, you know, we talked about this Microsoft at an 8% gap. We hit it last night on the show after its earnings. It opened on the high, closed on the low. That's almost the opposite of what Google did today. But Microsoft gave it all back. What do you do with a chart like Google that gaps to a new all-time high, massive volume, massive price action? Is this thing going to follow through, or do you take the other side of it?
I would take the other side, meaning it's a news-related gap, and most gaps are. And in this case, the breakout is definitive, right? We've moved well above its February high, and having plunged during tariff like everyone else. But this doesn't seem to me as though it would have a lot of follow-through. If long, I would sell calls. And if just long and one is not engaged in the options business, I would trim those longs.
All right. Not outright bearish, just a little bit more bearish. All right, Carter, thank you very much for that. Coming up next on the show, your final trades. Keep it right here. market site on December 11th. Scan the QR code on your screen or just head over to cnbc.com/fastmoney to get your tickets. New York during the holidays and a front row seat to Fast Money Live. We're trading 2026 in December. Get your playbook. Scan the QR code. Now it's time for those final trades, and we're going to start with Steve Grasso first.
So I feel like I'm early on this, Dom. You know, when you look at something, you're like, maybe I should get back in. I'm already in it, so I feel like I should probably take a breather on this, but it's ETH, Grayscale, Mini, Trust. There's nothing more bullish than a long bull.
Karen Feinerman.
Yes, so United Randall hit an all-time high, then closed lower. Guy would say that's no bueno. I would sell a little bit of upside calls against URI.
Dan Nathan.
Yeah, guys, football coach used to say early is on time.
Yeah.
Didn't he used to say that?
And on time is late.
Yeah, Google. I'm obviously a seller.
All right, Guy.
Dom, great having you. I'm Marathon Petroleum.
All right, I love it. Here, thanks for watching Fast Money. Mad Money starts right.
And welcome to CNBC's U.S. Markets Edition. I am Brian Sullivan in the United States, and we are glad you are joining us wherever in the world you may be. Let's kick it off with a look at how we close things off here on our Wednesday. Start with the major averages. Not a big move for the Dow. That's not the story. Dow finishing down 1/100%. The S&P 500 doing a lot better, up 0.5%. The big story, and stop me if you've heard this before, the big story, the NASDAQ Composite up 1%. And the NASDAQ moved and many stocks went higher, but really the whole story was around those two names, Alphabet, parent company of Google, and Apple. I won't go into the full details. You want the whole story, go to cnbc.com and check it out. It had to do with a lawsuit. It had to do with Google not having to spin off or sell off its Chrome internet browser. That decision seen as very positive for Google parent company Alphabet. Apple also part of that deal, obviously being seen, gets to use some more of that Google data. So really one of those rare instances in a lawsuit where both sides are kind of perceived as winning. Again, a lot more complicated than that. Go to cnbc.com, check out the story. But Alphabet having one of its best days in a long time, rising 9%. That's a big win there. Guess what? Bond yields, they did not rise today. We saw this big shift in global bonds, not just here, Germany, UK, Japan, a lot of the world seeing yields rise. Didn't see that much today. The U.S. dollar, another big story, can't get out of its own way. U.S. dollar index down about 0.25%. And we're going to have to wait and find out if that index breaks back below 97. It's kind of been hovering around 98 and change. The U.S. dollar index weak by about 0.25%. All right, so there are your numbers. Now, let us jump into some of the biggest interviews and conversations happening across CNBC in the United States. And we begin with the Federal Reserve and the path of possible interest rate cuts, whether it is none this year or one this year or multiple cuts. And St. Louis Fed President Alberto Mussolem today said current policy is in a good place, but did cite downside risks to the labor market, jobs. Boston Fed President Raphael Bostic said one rate cut should still be appropriate for the full year. And in an exclusive interview with us, Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller, who's also in the running for the chair of the Fed, was unambiguous in his call for a rate cut at their September 17th decision.
Well, I've been clear that I think we should be cutting at the next meeting. The labor market has come in much softer. When I first said this with you, I think a while back, people thought I was crazy. But once the labor market data came in on August 1st, it became pretty clear that labor market was not performing up to what everybody thought from the original estimates. But we were getting all this anecdotal evidence at the time saying no hiring, no firing, firms are laying off, rates were going up for new entrants, AI was potentially causing problems. So all that soft data, ADP had big negative numbers. So all that data didn't seem to match up with what the BLS was putting out. And that's kind of where I felt like the BLS numbers have got to be off in some way. And then we found out in August that they really were. So I think because of that, and you want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast in a non-linear fashion. It doesn't just kind of creep up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next.
People jawbone the Fed to raise.
to hike, right? I mean, political noise always wants cheaper rates.
I think yes, and it comes from, we've seen letters from Maxine Waters, Sherrod Brown, Elizabeth Warren, all throughout the pre-election period. Please cut, please cut. And certainly we're finding out that there was a lot of pressure, maybe even behind the scenes with Janet Yellen, Lael Brainerd, Lisa Cook. All of that is political in nature. And then there's political on the other side. This is always going to be a political volleyball. And I think the Fed has to navigate that and has navigated that in some ways in a sort of eloquent way, in some ways in a clumsy way. And I think this is a big clumsy.
I genuinely think that Powell and maybe others are worried about inflation as a result of tariffs. I mean, someone pays for tariffs, right? And it is usually the consumer. I have been saying every single day, it's great that we're not seeing big spikes in consumer price index. However, the risk is there with tariffs out there, no?
It's always a risk. I mean, what are you doing when you're running monetary policy? You're risk managing a situation. You're trading off these inflation and employment goals. You're taking some risk with inflation to get more jobs or vice versa. So I think the leaning on the risk side has political biases. That's all. But it's natural. I mean, look, when someone goes in and gets a job at the Supreme Court and becomes a justice, do you say, oh, they're immediately independent? They're somehow not going to hold true to their political and their principles that they believe in? I mean, there's clearly, a lot of different beliefs on that Supreme Court today, and they don't just leave them at the door when they go in to hear cases. So I don't think we would expect that at the Fed. That's why it's always so surprising to me when we hear these, constant discussions of elevated independence at the Fed, when we know people bring their biases to the table. And they should. They should bring their views, their economic views, their political views. They should bring everything to do the job the best they can, which is to maximize employment and keep prices stable over the long run, and not bring in a lot of these other goals that have creeped in, like inclusion and other stuff that
it does sound, though, like you see value in disparate points of view. Is there danger in sort of packing the committee?
Well, I don't really worry about that at this stage because the committee's kind of been pushed probably more toward the left side over recent years. So balancing it out seems like a healthy story. But I would say in government, it's always better to have a balanced view. I love the idea of having a debate with people with opposing views. I do that every day at Jefferies. That's my job. As I go in, sit with clients, I'm going to do that all afternoon with some very big clients and debate the macro view. And we have differences of opinion. I think, again, not to bring up your interview with Joe Livorni again, which I thought was great. He said it again when you asked him about what he'd like to see at the Fed, which is more open discussion. And I think we've lost a little bit of that. There's a lot of groupthink. It's nice to see Mickey Bowman and Chris Waller dissenting. Yeah. It's nice to see that there's others that are likely to come on that have a different view than that Keynesian. I think Joe actually used the DSGE words, dynamic, stochastic, general equilibrium, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's nice to see different neoclassical views or supply side views, as I like to call them, come into play. That'll be fun.
Just one more on your call to lower interest rates by a lot. The stock market's at a record high.
Yeah.
Credit spreads are very tight.
Almost at records, yeah.
Almost record tight. These are very easy financial conditions, which would not usually mean time to cut rates.
Well, there are other parts of financial conditions, currency markets. Dollar's still pretty strong, although it's weakened a
it's
bit.
Down 10% this year.
Yeah, but it's still very strong. I mean, 1.16 euro is still strong by most standards, and the DXY is at high. There are plenty of other things that come into play with financial conditions, but that's not the only reason, Sarah. We've had a major disinflationary period that has come into play since the peaks of 2022. And there's no reason for us to tie our hands behind our back or one hand behind our back and not let this economy grow even faster. As I think you said earlier in a segment, the Secretary of the Treasury talked about having 4 or 5% growth if we can get this trade policy sorted out. Why should we handicap it because of some phantom fears of inflation that have really not materialized? And it was nice to see Jay make a pivot in the Jackson Hole speech. I thought that was helpful, but it is a little too late, I think, from the perspective of getting monetary policy on board with the rest of the policies that are out there. We could have much more strength and a much more robust year end and 2026 if monetary policy got out of the way a little bit.
Zervos, one of the most listened to voices on Wall Street. And again, he has been mentioned on the short list as a possible successor to Jay Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve. All right, up next, we're going to turn on the power and open up your global energy playbook. Don't worry, we'll keep the lights on next.
Are you just following the
natural gas conference in the world, and we, CNBC, will be there. Now, all this goes to American investments in energy, gas, and more. Clearview Energy Partners has put out a big think piece on this very topic and more, and we spoke with its managing director, Kevin Book. I don't just focus narrowly on OPEC, but it's kind of newsy today. Sure. There's talk that they may increase the headline quota number. Of course, the big debate on the street and oil traders and whatever is, even if OPEC Plus raises the production number, do you think the actual production, hard barrels, will go with it, or can countries not make those new numbers?
Hi, Brian. Good to see you as always. And that is a critical question. Sometimes it does come up short. What we're looking at, though, in OPEC Plus land, over the 15 years of sort of shale liquids primacy, start in 2009 and go through the end of last year, 6 percentage points of market share decline. U.S. production has gained more than 11 percentage points. I think that gains are gains, maybe not all the gains that are on paper, but gains nonetheless.
Yeah, gains on paper, but gains nonetheless. And I also wonder how much, Kevin, the paper gains, the headline number, the stuff that we talk about, how much that will impact the oil market versus the real barrels that are added to the market. And more importantly, I think, what price those barrels are added to the market. Because if Russia keeps selling India, pretty cheap oil to get around or under price caps, that also is an issue.
Well, so the first part, I think if we look at the fourth quarter right now, my colleague Jacques Rousseau, who I think you know, is projecting about 2.65 million barrels per day of supply ahead of demand. So you're teetering on a pretty well-supplied market already. You don't need all of the headline to come true to have an impact. But you're very right to bring up the sanctions question and that continuation of those sales. To what extent would the Indian purchases stop? And to what extent would China be targeted by sanctions? Right now, it looks like the answer to the first question is not very much, at least not yet. And to the second question, not very much at all.
Yeah, not much at all. And you wonder how, if there's any at all in the not much at all. In your note, and I'm not going to steal from it, but I'm going to steal a little bit from it, because we're going to be speaking with Interior Secretary Doug Burgum next week. In that note, you quoted him in where everyone's heard the term knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Well, now maybe we flip it, right? Power is knowledge, because if you don't have the electricity creation ability, you can't run the AI, which will be, quote, the brains of tomorrow. The U.S. looks to be leading the global competition for this, Kevin. What will it take for us to maintain that global lead?
Well, yeah, that was a very memorable quote in the cabinet meeting by the secretary last week. And it really gets to the change in focus, maybe not in the tools that are being used, because the last administration was an industrial policy focused administration, and so is this one. But in the last administration, it was about the CO2s. And in this administration, it's about the BTUs to run the GPUs. So I think it's very clear that they very much want to drive supply. And there's some concern about the idea that we're falling behind. The next thing the secretary said after that memorable quote was, China's outpacing us in adding power to their grid.
And we just had Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, and to some extent Narendra Modi of India together. I mean, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin walking together, talking about organ transplants, or whatever, it doesn't matter. The fact that they were together, and there appears to be this new coalition along maybe with India, to me, when I look at that, and I look at both the power demand from a country like India and the power supply from a country like Russia, it feels like a new global order on that end of the world. Am I overstating it? How do we read this, Kevin?
I don't think you are. I mean, there are degrees of alliance as opposed to treaty partnership at sort of the farther extreme. But the repartitioning of the post-war global order into this Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS-mediated grouping. In his speech, President Xi did say that energy was one of the areas where they could lead. In fact, he mentioned not just energy, but clean energy, two resources where those partners, those alliance or affiliate partners, are quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, China can build solar panels, they can build wind, and everyone's like, oh, they're leading in renewables. Yeah, but they're also building a ton of coal, are they not?
They are. It's a resource they have. Sort of the principal tenet of energy security, you don't have to go very far deep into the weeds here, is to use the fuels you've got. And they're half of the world's coal production right there.
OPEC and its allies meet on Sunday. They have been slowly unwinding all the cuts they made after COVID. OPEC, by the way, more bullish on oil demand than some others are right now. It'd be fascinating to watch how this all plays out. All right, up next, the CEO of one of the world's biggest shopping and online auction platforms with a big announcement. That's next. putting up a pop-up immersive retail shop in New York City for both buyers and sellers. The company's CEO, Jamie Iannone, joined CNBC before the markets opened, talk about the company's future, and also look back at what has changed the most since eBay began in 1995.
I think it's the use of technology to take all the friction out of the experience. Especially now, it's exciting because we're using generative AI to really make it easy to list products on the platform. Think about holding your camera up to an item, and we figure out here's exactly what it is. We write the description for you. We put it on a beautiful background. So let's say your son wants to sell one of those trading cards. Before he would have had to type all the information in, take a beautiful picture. All of that is handled seamlessly now with technology. The other big thing is we're leaning into enthusiasts, right? Enthusiasts, buyers and sellers across fashion, handbags. We're now authenticating products. We've just authenticated our 15 millionth product. That was not something we obviously started doing 30 years ago, but these are all innovations that we've been handling on the platform. It's been performing well. You know, last quarter, we've been driving focus categories up 10%. These are categories that we've really focused on. How do we grow customer satisfaction and really drive GMV on the platform?
The AI aspect of it, I think, is particularly interesting. It's for people who are selling a lot of items so that they can do these things faster. They can manage conversations more easily. Has that led in turn to the mega sellers selling even more? Like how many of your sellers are people who are selling and making an entire living on this? How many are people who are just kind of doing it in their spare time after their jobs?
Yeah, well, we have hundreds of thousands of small businesses on eBay, and a lot of them actually I call accidental entrepreneurs. They didn't mean to become a business on eBay. They just started selling, and then they started selling more, and all of a sudden they're running a business on the platform. And it's exciting to see how the company's brought, we call it economic opportunity for all. But those new AI features are also relevant for everyday consumers, people just looking to get rid of the stuff that they have in their house. The average household has $3,000 to $4,000 of items that could be sold on eBay.
How much?
$3,000 to $4,000.
If I just go digging through my closet?
In your closets, in your garages. And if you don't think you have it, everybody says my spouse has all this stuff that they can sell on the platform.
Right. It's his junk, not
but
mine.
it's unlocking all of that inventory using technology, which is really exciting.
All right, I want to take a look at a one-year stock chart, maybe a year-to-date stock chart, because you've done very well year-to-date. I think you've outpaced the S&P pretty handily. Year-to-date up 46%. But if you're looking, it was down 6% last week, and that was over some concerns about the exemptions that you used to get from tariffs, $800 and less for packages that were being shipped, weren't getting taxed. But that's changed under the Trump administration's new rules. How big of an issue is that? What do you do about it?
Yeah, we're not immune to that, but we have a more resilient because of the marketplace platform. When you think about it, sellers have, choices. We saw sellers open up new quarters, for example. We've built seller tools like SpeedPack and eBay International Shipping to make it easier. We've been dealing with cross-border trade for 30 years now as a business, and we feel well equipped. Our guidance that we put out there for third quarter actually contemplated even the most recent changes that have been announced.
For the de minimis rules.
Correct.
For $800 and
Yes.
less. So
Yes.
you beat expectations with your most recent quarter results. You raised for the full year. And you stand by that right now, even with these changes?
Yes. And when you look at it, the underlying strength of the business is strong. I talked about, our focus categories. These are handbags, watches, sneakers, all performing really well across the board. Motors, parts, and accessories is a huge category on eBay, well north of $10 billion. All of them performed really well in the quarter and strength kind of throughout the start of Q3, as we talked about at earnings.
How do you do when there's a downturn in the economy or if there's uncertainty for consumers? Because we heard yesterday from the McDonald's CEO, we've heard from others, that the lower end of the spectrum is getting squeezed. Those consumers, middle class and lower, are having a little bit of a tougher time. You guys are re-commerce, so it's maybe buying things that have already been lightly used. How do? Do you get a trade down effect when the economy gets pinched like that on the lower end?
Yeah, it's actually one of the great strengths of eBay is that when consumers' wallets are stretched, they actually look to potentially buy used or refurbished product instead of brand new product. And that really helps eBay. Used and refurbished are actually growing faster on our platform than new products. They now represent about 40% of sales on the platform. And if you take a category like refurbished, you now get 40% off new products. You get a 2-year warranty. You get a 30-day eBay money back guarantee. So we've backed it up with a lot of trust. A lot of brands sell exclusively those items refurbished on eBay. And so the consumers really gravitate towards eBay during those times.
When it comes to sneakers, I guess you're competing with the likes of a StockX where they are authenticating too. How do you do that? How do you make sure it's actually authentic property?
We have an amazing team of authenticators. This quarter was our first quarter. We authenticated 1 million items in a single quarter. And we do it now across watches, jewelry, handbags, trading cards, sneakers, et cetera. We have 8 authentication centers throughout the world. We just opened up our newest one in Japan. And to my knowledge, we've never had a counterfeit get through one of our authentication centers. So buyers love the experience. It actually helps protect sellers as well. And it's brought a whole new level of trust to the platform on eBay.
And as I already talked about, rising inflation and the gradual impact from tariffs have caused more customers to both buy and sell on eBay. But the company's stock has pulled back from its recent highs. Investors really trying to predict whether trade tariffs may end up being a headwind or not for eBay's business. All right, next up, the insights of billionaire fund manager Mark Lasry. Another big interview next.
Are you just following the market in the race to invest? Driving
We gained 1%. Dow didn't do anything. S&P rose 0.5%. So why did the NASDAQ outperform? Well, 2 big reasons. One's called Alphabet. One's called Apple. Those are pretty big reasons. And in fact, Alphabet, the parent of Google, had one of its best days ever, up 9% or $19 a share. Apple also rose just under 4%. They are related. Again, I don't want to go too into the details. You go to CNBC.com to read that, but it has to do with the lawsuit. Google is not going to be forced to spin off or sell off its Chrome browser as part of a lawsuit filed by the federal government. Apple also seen as a winner because they can continue to use some Google features. Both stocks, both companies coming out as winners of that lawsuit. All right, moving on. Billionaire hedge fund manager Mark Lasry says he is surprised by the market's resilience. He is the chairman of Avenue Capital, and he came on to discuss the strength of the economy and where he is finding opportunity now.
As you have higher tariffs, you just have higher pricing. And the economy has been able to deal with that. So I guess for me, I actually thought if you had higher tariffs, you were going to have lower rates. And you're still a little ways away from that. But everything's about the economy. So if the economy is holding up, tariffs are fine. If the economy isn't holding up, then you better either have lower rates or lower tariffs.
What do you do as an expert in distressed debt? Where do you find things these days? Where are opportunities? Have you been irritated that you haven't been able to find better deals?
Yeah, it's harder. I'm not going to tell you it's not. You need problems. So I think for us, the only thing we're really doing today is more, there's less distress, but you're lending money. People need capital. They need short-term capital. So we've been doing that. You've got more opportunities, I would say, in Europe. You've got more opportunities in Asia. The US market has been really resilient. So I think for us, there's just less to do here.
Who do you lend money to in places like Europe and Asia, and what kind of rates can you get?
You're able to get about, I would say, sort of 12 to 15%.
12 to 15%.
Yeah. People need money. They need short-term capital. So people lend. Nobody can survive if they're borrowing money at 12, 15 for 5 years, right? Everybody, it's more for a year, 2 years until they sort of turn things around. But a lot of it is they've got the assets there. So for us, we're happy to lend. The problem for a bank is a bank's going to look at that and say, look, I only want to lend to you if you've got a certain amount of cash flow. For us, we're happy to do it based on the value of the assets.
Because you get the asset if anything goes awry. If the Fed lowers rates, how does that change that business for you?
It changes it. I mean, you're going to be charging less. I mean, normally what you're doing is you're charging somewhere around sort of 500, 700 over SOFR. So wherever SOFR is, it's the same thing for us.
And I would assume that normally if the Fed's lowering rates, it's because the economy's in trouble somewhere else, so you could swing back into the distress side. Do you see that happening this time around?
I think it takes time. I think rates, if they go down, they'll go down about 50 bips. I don't think they're really going to go down 1% or 2%. So I think the perception is that things are going to be better. People will be able to borrow. You need to have rates go down 1 or 2%, which means that there's real problems in the economy.
Do market valuations at this point make sense to you? We've heard a lot of people saying, hey, it's really expensive right now, but then we have people saying earnings keep delivering.
I think it's expensive. I mean, for what we do, we like to buy things at a discount. I think today it's hard to buy those things at a discount, and that's fine. You just wait. You just have to be patient. I think you get in trouble when you feel like you've got to do things you normally don't do. So for us, if we're not seeing opportunities here, we'll go to Europe, we'll go to Asia. There's always people who need money around the world, and we're a global firm, so we can find that.
We just had the CEO of a Blue Owl on, and we were talking just about how in private equity land, there's so many assets that are just locked up.
Yep.
Nobody can exit anything right now. And there's also a move afoot to democratize private equity and venture capital into 401k plans and other things through these sort of semi-liquid vehicles. And whether this is going to be a great boon and a fabulous thing for retail investors and others, or this is going to be some kind of crazy exit opportunity for private equity folks who've been locked in something to hand it off to those who may not know exactly what's happening.
Look, it's a great question. I think it's hard. I think it's hard to end up having something that is illiquid and very much illiquid, and having private investors come in who love liquidity. That to me is really the issue. It's not being sold, look, give us money and you got to hold on and it'll be fine for 10 years. It's give us capital, that's fine, and we're going to provide you liquidity. Look, to me, you've just got to be logical. If you're giving somebody money for 10 years, you can't expect that you're going to have liquidity next month or next year. And that's what you're having in all these, I think all these programs that are being set up is this perception that you're going to have liquidity when I don't think it's really going to be there.
Biotech stocks flying largely under the radar here. So is it too late to get on board? We're going to answer that question, or try to. Next. Quarter, it is now higher on the year. Myriad Genetics, it's up 70%. Bausch Health, up 30%. And Halozyme has popped 25% recently. Now, those are just a couple specific examples. So let's broaden it out and talk about really what has been one of the most hated groups on Wall Street. We spoke with Mizuho's Jared Hulls.
The fact that the index stopped going down every day, I think is kind of point one. I mean, there's been just so much damage that's been done to the XBI and biotech in general over the past few years. So just the fact that it started to move higher and not consistently down on a daily basis, to me, was the biggest difference. And I think, again, the negatives in this industry we've discussed ad nauseum for a while now, and they just seem to be much more appreciated and in the stocks.
Well, I think did they realize that you can't sell everything? Everyone just dump these ETFs, all the stocks that are in them, but we like to lump them together, but they're all the names I mentioned and more, they're all very different.
Totally. I mean, every single stock in this index is basically mutually exclusive of everything else. So it's super tough to make a call on the index. You and I have talked about it before. Having like a directional call on biotech either way has been so hard because each name is so unique. But I think we're finally at the point where the selling has stopped and some of the stories are better appreciated.
All right. Any names that you do like, Jared?
I like Argenx. I mean, the stock has been on fire, but I think there's still upside there. Cytokinetics had a great day yesterday, kind of out of the blue. And the move was a little bit more magnified than we thought it would be, but there's still probably upside there. There's a few others, but I just think the entire index as a whole, I mean, go back 10 years from today, biotech is up 20% over that period of time. while the market has tripled. So I think like there's enough evidence there that makes me think there's upside to go.
All right, who is Argenix? I think they're based in the Netherlands, but that's about literally all I can tell you about them.
I mean, this is a company that serves, very big markets. They have a product launch going on now. It's basically turned into a large cap biotech company, akin to what we have looked at with Gilead and Vertex and Alnylam. So this started out as a small cap, but it's graduated now. I think that's the point. That's what we're seeing with this, with Insmed, which is now north of a $25 billion company. So there are real assets here serving big markets that finally I think the street's paying attention to.
All right, still ahead. Salesforce results, they're coming out right now. Plus a big win for big tech in court. Details on both when U.S. Markets Edition returns.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the U.S. that will have to step back.
Mackenzie Sigalos and Steve Kovac have the details on what this might mean for some of the most prominent companies in AI.
Here in Silicon Valley, Carl, the takeaway is clear. Google keeps its moat. No divestiture of Chrome and Android, and it can still pay Apple billions to remain the default browser, keeping its distribution muscle intact, while also positioning Google to maintain its edge in the AI wars. So the data sharing remedy, that is a concession, but even that doesn't expose its secret sauce. A former Google exec I spoke with says that it locks in the company's current ecosystem across search, its browser, and operating system. And retaining Chrome is especially key to its AI strategy since browsers are the launchpad for Gen AI agents, which is part of why OpenAI has explored building its own. Now, the case itself predated ChatGPT, but the judge said that the rise of those new Gen AI rivals really swayed the outcome here. Now, as for what it means for the fate of the AI race, the CEO of an AI startup put it bluntly. The M&A pipeline is open again, so expect more sub-$1 billion startup acquisitions and fewer unicorns built from scratch. And those AI talent wars, they're going to remain white hot, but smaller firms without cash or investor appetite will struggle to retain people. Meanwhile, the giants, OpenAI, Anthropic, they will keep running secondary share sales, giving employees liquidity. OpenAI, they are doing exactly that this week at a $500 billion valuation. And the effect from what I'm hearing is that it could narrow the field for everyone else, Carl.
Max, stick around. We want to get more from you, although we want to bring in Steve into the conversation as well and talk about Apple and, of course, the huge implications for default search.
Yeah, just huge here. And this is a big win, Carl, for Apple because about 20% of its services revenue, that's $100 billion a business, comes from this contract with Google. There's Google payments up to $20 billion a year, maybe even more depending on the usage. But this also gives Apple a kind of a reprieve from having to either build its own search engine or, as we get into AI search more and more, rely on just regular Google search. This actually gives them more leverage now, Carl, to negotiate, because this ruling says every year, Google and Apple have to come to the table and figure out what they want to do. And as AI comes up and starts taking share away from Google, this also gives Apple a negotiating leverage saying, hey, if you want access to our 1 billion iPhone users, you're going to have to start competing better with these Anthropic, OpenAI. And as we know, Carl, Apple is considering partnering with one of those to power that new Siri search engine. So this gives Apple a lot more leverage, not only just to continue to collect those payments, but as search evolves and changes into a more AI-centric paradigm, they get to have more leverage and potentially reach outside of Google to have more beneficial AI products, rather, on their platform.
I mean, you could see the reaction on the graphics there. Shares of Alphabet hitting a new record high on the news. Apple shares also benefiting from the antitrust ruling. Alphabet stock up more than 9%. All right, right now we've got an after-the-bell mover for you. That is Salesforce. Shares are down right now about 4.5%. Company issuing rather weaker than expected revenue guidance, even as the current quarter results beat estimates. Now, for its fiscal second quarter, Salesforce reported earnings per share of $2.91. That was a little better than expected. Sales also coming in a little bit higher than the median estimate. Investors this year, though, they could use some good news. Coming into Wednesday, Salesforce stock down 23% for the year. In fact, Salesforce, which has made people a lot of money for years, has been the worst performer in large cap tech during that time. Salesforce stock right now down about 4.5%. Looks like it will continue to have what has been a tougher year. All right, let's see. We don't know how that's going to play out in the market on Thursday. Here's how things wrapped up their day on Wednesday. Again, you're just waking up with us. We appreciate it. Dow didn't do anything. S&P up 0.5%. The best performer in the S&P was Google's Alphabet. We just talked about it. And of course, that powered the NASDAQ as well. We showed it to you earlier. Alphabet up 9%. Apple up 3.8%. Very quickly, bonds, that kind of global shift in bonds has been the bigger story. 10-year yield down just a touch. Hey, we'll see if this moves. We got a massive jobs number coming out on Friday as well. So pay attention to that. The Federal Reserve, tariffs, see if they're ruled legal. There's a lot going on. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Brian Sullivan. Squawk Box Asia is up next.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Squawk Box Asia. I'm Sharon Kang in Hong Kong.
Good morning, Sherry. I'm Christine Tan here in Singapore, filling in for Martin Song. Here are your headlines this Thursday morning. We're working with a mixed lead from Wall Street, the Dow finishing in the red, but NASDAQ outperforming with U.S. mega techs leading the gains. Google's Alphabet hitting record highs after dodging harsh penalties in an antitrust case.
Latest data showing U.S. labor market slowing. Job openings are dropping to a 10-month low in July, cementing bets of a rate cut later this month. Fed Governor Christopher Waller telling CNBC that he supports greater easing and sees multiple rate cuts this year.
We want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast in a non-linear fashion. It doesn't just come. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates to the next.
So not surprising, gold extending its record rally on a Fed rate cut expectations, concerns about the fiscal outlook in the U.S. and Europe also helping to fuel appetite for the precious metal. And good morning and welcome to Squawk Box Asia. Glad to be back here again, sitting in for Martin Song, who's away. Sherry, after that massive China's military parade yesterday, we're back to discussing the Fed, rates, and U.S. tariffs uncertainties today. That's back on the table.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing that I need to point out here, Marty, I'm sure he's having a major FOMO because he's totally missed the military parade coverage. You and I had some fun, but moving on to the macro stuff a lot is going on with the treasury markets as well. And it's not just the US, it's some parts of Europe as well as Japan. So a lot to go through this morning, and great to have you on board this morning as well, Christine. Let's first recap Wall Street's close overnight. The major averages are posting a mixed finish. The Dow ending marginally lower, but the NASDAQ closing up 1% higher. Now, that's mostly thanks to the gains in mega cap techs. All members of the Magnificent Seven finished in the green. Look at that, except for NVIDIA. Alphabet, the biggest winner, hitting fresh record high with a 9% pop. Investors are cheering as the Google parent dodged harsh penalties in an antitrust case and was not asked to sell off its Chrome browser or Android operating system. Salesforce, though, slumping in extended trade after offering a downbeat guidance, signaling that it's lagging behind in its AI efforts. The stock down 5.5%. And over in the retail space, Macy's shares soaring 20% in regular trade after raising its earnings as well as a revenue outlook, but Dollar Tree moving in the opposite direction, slumping more than 8% despite its earnings beat. Meanwhile, energy producer ConocoPhillips lost more than 4% after announcing plans to cut its workforce by 20 to 25%. Christine.
Sherry, let's check on commodities. Oil prices down more than 2% overnight ahead of an OPEC meeting this weekend. Right now, let's take a look at where WTI crude is sitting a little bit off it, as you can see, 63.79, and Brent crude at 67.60. Let's check on gold, my favorite metal, hitting another record session. It's now setting at 3,559. A precious metal rallying on the Fed rate cut expectations. This after data showed a measure of U.S. labor demand falling to pandemic-era levels in July. The job opening and labor turnover, or JOLTS report, tickling downwards to 7.18 million listings. That's only the second time it's gone below 7.2 million since the end of 2020. The latest reading increasing fears about a cooling labor market and raises bets for a Fed rate cut this month. Fed Governor Christopher Waller weighed in on the possibility in an interview on CNBC. Here's part of that conversation.
We want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast, in a non-linear fashion. It doesn't just kind of move up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then we don't have to go in a locked sequence of steps. We can kind of see where things are going, because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, but everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we could see multiple cuts coming in. Whether it's like every meeting, and we'll have to wait and see what the data says.
Over in China, President Xi Jinping attending an evening gala with veterans, shaking their hands and viewing a stage performance highlighting the perils of war, as well as China's modern military. Now, the gala taking place on the heels of the country's largest military parade, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer has the highlights from the massive event in Beijing.
This was China's largest military parade yet. Some of the PLA's most advanced weapons were on display, including hypersonic missiles, underwater drones, and the world's most powerful laser. But just as significant for Xi Jinping, all the leaders who came to watch with him, from Russia, North Korea, Iran, and nearly 24 mostly authoritarian countries. Kim Jong-un grabbing the spotlight from the moment he arrived by armored train with his daughter. Vladimir Putin here for the past several days having high-level meetings to ease his political isolation. And all of it turning heads in Washington. President Trump posting to Truth Social as the parade got underway, saying, quote, "Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." Security for this event was intense, with roads and schools closed around the city. The displays of weapons and leaders designed to send a message to the world about patriotism and power here, and that China's clout is growing. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
President Trump commented further on China's lavish military parade in the White House just overnight as well, confirming that he was watching the event. Take a listen.
When they did what they did, I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. I thought it was very, very impressive. But I understood the reason they were doing it, and they were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out how good it is over the next week or two.
Well, we're also watching tabs on the U.S. tariff developments after the U.S. Appeals Court ruled that President Trump has overstepped his powers when imposing reciprocal levies on U.S. trading partners. The White House now bringing the matter to the Supreme Court, seeking an expedited ruling to keep the duties in place beyond mid-October. President Trump insisting that the tariffs are vital to the country, claiming that America could, quote, suffer greatly if the policy is overturned. Sherry.
Meanwhile, over in India, the Modi administration announcing its biggest goods and services tax, or GST, overhaul in 8 years. Now, this is to help domestic consumers cope with higher living costs as the country is battling with the steep U.S. tariffs as well as economic headwinds. The Indian government will lower levies, everyday items, and simplify the sales tax structure, bringing most products under two rates, namely 5% and 18%. All individual life insurance policies, as well as health insurance, will also be spared from GST. Here is what Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had to say about the tax overhaul at a presser yesterday.
This reform is not just on rationalizing rates. It's also on structural reforms. It's also on ease of living, so that businesses can do their business of working together with the GST. Reduction from 28 to 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारी चीज हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग machines, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18.
The lower GST would kick in later this month, coming just before Diwali. Of course, India's biggest Hindu festival in October. India's federal and state governments are estimated to lose about $5.5 billion due to those cuts. Christine.
Sherry, still ahead, we'll get into the bond markets after Treasury yields popped overnight. CNBC's Rick Santelli has more in our bond report after this break.
Welcome back to Squawk Box Asia. Let's take a look at how Treasury yields are doing. A bit of a comeback just to overnight, but of course, this comes after some big moves to the downside when it comes to bonds earlier in the week. And we've got the 10-year at 4.2187. Rick Santelli has more on what's moving the markets in today's bond report.
Good morning, Asia, Australia, New Zealand. Well, we had job openings and labor turnover coming on the light side, which had an immediate impact on the market. Interest rates moved down. The equities, particularly NASDAQ, greened up a bit. And if we consider that tomorrow we have another look at another possible way to describe the condition of the current labor market with ADP jobs report, doesn't include government hiring. And then following the next day, because of the holiday shortened week, we'll have the big August jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And indeed, I cannot stress enough how important all of this is, considering the September 17th meeting is just around the corner. Finally, what happens tomorrow in addition to productivity, unit labor costs, initial continuing claims, ADP jobs report. We have the service sector side of the equation with S&P and ISM and the PMIs. So it is going to be a huge day. You want to make sure you tune in both at 8:30 and 10 o'clock for all those economic releases. In addition, we want to see if the turnabout in the interest rate complex is going to have any lasting staying power. If there's one word to describe the close to close to close volatility we've experienced in 10-year note yields over the last 4 or 5 weeks, it's that it's in a very consolidated, tight range. Basically, all the closing yields have been between 420 and 433. And if you even go months before that, between 420 and 440. Now, that isn't necessarily a tiny range, but considering all the issues out there, all the big fundamentals from the Fed to the jobs market to what's going on in the economy and GDP, it really has been a compressed 10-year note yield in terms of the charts. If you look at the yield curve, it keeps bumping into those low 60s in terms of the 10s minus 2s and the steepness of the curve. Should we start to get much above that, look for technical forces to steepen it a bit more. Reporting from the CME HQ, I'm Rick Santelli, CNBC Business News, Chicago.
Love Rick Santelli. Well, let's get more to the markets. Daniel Gerard is Senior Multi-Asset Strategist at State Street Global Markets. Daniel, good to have you with us. So regardless of what the jobs report and the non-farm payroll say tomorrow, is a September 16th rate cut a done deal?
Well, it's not a done deal yet. We still have some more data to come. The market expects it. The market wants it. And we have seen that in previous periods, if the Fed was going to go against the market, they would, start perhaps putting stories into the news or doing interviews. I mean, there's a blackout period, of course, but I think they just haven't done enough. And maybe that just means they're waiting for more data as well. I think their bias is to cut. They want to resume this cutting cycle. Now, if you ask me, should they be cutting now? I don't think so. I think last September has turned out to be a mistake. We see that. We had a lot of interest rate volatility over the course of the year, and we continue to have strong GDP. We have an incredibly strong jobs market. People like to talk about how it's weakening. It's not weakening. It's normalizing. Corporate earnings are quite good. Inflation is actually, maybe the disinflation has stopped, but we're still in that pretty solid period where we need to see more progress on inflation rather than call it a mission accomplished type of a deal. So look, I don't think it's necessary, but I also think there's a bias and the market wants it.
Okay, so let's just say the Fed does cut in September. What are the risks that it's actually bowing to political pressure? Will the markets perceive it that way?
I don't think that's the biggest worry. When I talk to our clients, I think the biggest worry, which I also happen to agree with, is that it's counterproductive. That because we have such good liquidity in the market, because we're seeing more and more that we're actually more towards a neutral rate when we look at credit expansion in the U.S., the worry is that a rate cut actually not just steepens the curve, but actually could lift the long end if inflation expectations start to rise, along with a rising term premium. And I think that is the biggest worry, that you don't get what you want to accomplish by cutting rates preemptively or just too much too soon. So this is the risk we need to really watch out for.
Okay, so Christopher Waller saying multiple rate cuts is possible. You're not in that camp.
Well, I listened to the Waller interview, and I'm not quite sure I understand it. Right? He said when the labor market falls, it could fall fast. Yeah, so there's an unknown out there. Maybe it falls, maybe it doesn't. It just seems to be normalizing. Unemployment is remarkably, or the employment levels are remarkably strong. And he says that we don't expect inflation, tariff inflation. I don't either. But what about inflation expectations from stronger credit? I think that's the real worry. So I didn't quite agree with the premise that he was making on that. Now, looking at the job side of things, I think the JOLTS report today is actually quite interesting, and interesting over the past few months. When we look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics data on layoffs, for example, there's really two Americas that are happening here. We've got white-collar jobs, which are seeing increasing layoffs, and we are seeing, let's say, the traditional blue-collar jobs, which are not. The actual layoffs are declining, and we're seeing a stabilization. Now, why is that? Well, I think that the white-collar industry, they have more quarterly reporting to deal with, more of that expectational worry about what the future quarters will be, where the manufacturing, construction, all of that is more on deals and orders, and it still looks pretty good. So I think that's an interesting bifurcation that we're seeing in the jobs market.
Yeah, and throw in the impact of AI as well, if I may, Daniel. But let's pivot and really talk about what's going on with long-dated bonds. Nothing new here, but why this renewed selling pressure?
Yeah, so look, if we look at the bond market, let's start with the U.S. bond market. I think the most important part of this is that the 10-year and less part of the curve has been remarkably stable. I mean, we've got some inter-month volatility, but it's all range trading. And if you look at just month-end to month-end bond yields over the course of the quarter, it's a few basis points. And that's the investable part of the market. There's a natural buyer in that space. When you look out into the further duration, it's just less liquid. There's less of a natural need for that part of the curve. So yes, maybe part of it is worries about future deficit spending and future deficits just overall in the supply. But the actual part of the Treasury market that we look at, this kind of 10-year, 5 to 10 year, let's say in the duration space, it's quite well behaved. Institutional investors, they have been shunning the Treasury market for a quarter or more now. But what's quite interesting is that commercial banks are not. They're lengthening duration a bit, and they are actually buyers. They believe that we're more at this peak yield part of the cycle here, and that is some natural support for the curve, even when institutional investors have stepped back. Europe may be a bit of a different story, but I think that's the important part for equity markets and really the currency trade is this U.S. part of the curve.
Does that same apply to Japan as well? It's not really the function of something more structural there. Central banks are stepping out of the market.
Look, that part of the discussion, I think, will come later. Really, when we're looking at this kind of differential in U.S. Treasuries and in Japanese yields, the JGBs, that's really what's going to be more of the currency driver here for the yen. Look, yeah, I think that there is some of that poking through. There is, that a bit of rising inflation, a bit of worry about that. But it's such a small story. It just looks like a lot because it's coming from a small base. So again, I'm not too concerned about that at this point. I think really because even most of the currency trades that we're seeing now across the board are really dollar driven. This is a dollar yield story that we should be watching, and maybe to put something on the table there too. That's actually the biggest worry for U.S. equities. If we see a spike in the 5 to 10 year space, maybe not even a spike, a gradual rising in those yields because of lack of demand, too much supply, rising inflation expectations, that's what will hit U.S. equities. And it'll hit the very rich valuations that we're seeing now.
Is there a level that you're watching in the 10-year that would make you worried about the equity markets?
Yeah. We've been quite range bound, right? Kind of between this, let's say 425 and 465, even on the high end. If we really want to be worried about this kind of gradual move into 5%, that's the worry zone. Now, I'm not saying if we don't jump up 30, 40 basis points, the equity market won't maybe wince at that. But if you really want to be worried, it's that expectation that we're moving towards that 5%, because it would mean that the Fed talk isn't working to calm the curve there. It's actually working against it. And that's a tough place to be in. So I'm not saying we're going there in the next quarter or two. This is really going to be a function of, U.S. spending, what U.S. spending versus collections look like, and what inflation expectations look like down the road as well. And for now, this is really a story where we can actually be quite comforted in strong U.S. earnings, some of the strongest of the developed markets. And this is where investors want to be. They want to buy U.S. equities. This story about value in Europe and alternatives in the developed market space is really fading fast. And for equity exposure, you want to be where the earnings, the revenue, and the margins are. And look, it's concentrated. We know it, but that's okay. It's big weights, and it tends to happen at these levels.
Okay, Daniel, and switching gears rightly, corporate earnings seem to be holding up. What does it look like in the second half of the year? And also, big tech really did well overnight. We had Alphabet at all-time high. What do you like about tech? Do you like it? Do you think it's got legs? And how should we play the sector?
Yes, that's my answer there. So we like tech. We've liked tech for quite some time, and even in the first quarter, when we saw some of this sell-off here, it was really all about positioning. It was a little bit of risk coming into the market. People sell what they have when risk starts to pop up. And I think I was in the program in mid-March. It was a much harder call to make then because of the sell-off. But I was still quite positive on tech then. Continue to be so now. This is the story, and it will be the story for some time. This is where the earnings are, and every time people start to doubt that, we get more reassurance that the story is there. Now, to your first part of your question on corporate earnings, it was quite interesting to watch what the sell-side analyst community did coming into the second quarter. With the tariff worries start just bubbling up, they started to take down the next 3 quarters estimates. And then when the tariffs were pushed out, they actually stopped taking down the third and fourth quarter, but continued to take down the second quarter, which was a bit puzzling. So we had a pretty big beat in the second quarter. But now we have this almost, because earnings were actually much better than expected, the sequential, let's say, sequential earnings seasonally adjusted at an annualized rate is quite flat. And Q3 tends to be a better quarter than Q2 in a seasonal basis. So on that basis alone, even if we just get a bit of this continuation, Q3 is way underestimated again. We should have a great Q3 earnings. The data supports that. GDP supports that. The hard data on retail sales really continues to support that. Spending, all of it. So I think we should continue to look for strong earnings, and it's more about the multiple we should be worried about if rates rise.
Weirdly bullish setup by the sell side. Daniel, it's great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us. And that was Daniel Girard of State Street Global Markets. After the break, we'll have the latest on Shigeru Ishiba's shaky position as the Japanese Prime Minister and its implications for the country's fiscal position. Plus, Cornell University's Iswar Prasad is discussing why he thinks stablecoins expose a lack of confidence in many countries' central banks and currencies. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It's 7:30 a.m. in Singapore and Hong Kong. SGX Nikkei futures have just come online, and this is how it is looking right now, pointing to a positive start. 0.4% higher. Nikkei 225 ended the session yesterday, 41,938. Dollar yen sitting at around 148. And looking at the JGB yields, this is where it's sitting as well. The yields are coming under some pressure after what's happening in Parliament with the Prime Minister saying that he's going to step down. That is putting pressure in the bond market as well. JGB yields, as you can see, ticking higher, 1.632, and a 20-year JGB 2.6, and the 30-year JGB long end 3.29. Well, long-dated yields popping on concerns about Japan's, as I mentioned earlier, fiscal health and the future of Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. Lin's keeping tabs on the story for us. And what's the latest? Lin, wow, a lot of things are happening there.
Hey, Christine, good morning to you. Indeed, we are watching, of course, that since the pretty disastrous result on July the 27th, political pundits have mostly taken the view that it was a question of when, not if, for the Prime Minister. And it seems like things are coming to a head, although it is worth noting the interesting dynamics. So earlier this week, we had the LDP review report, which actually did not single out Ishiba as being one of the key reasons for that result. And in fact, if you look at his cabinet approval ratings recently, they have actually been increasing. However, in the last couple of days, we have seen that momentum within the party growing for him to step down. And now we look ahead to a key date, which is next Monday, September the 8th, because there will be a vote among members of the party, basically to decide on whether or not there will be an earlier or fast-tracked leadership contest. And so the expectation is that there would need to be a majority of those votes in order for that to happen. Now, what we've also seen is that 4 of his closest aides have offered their resignation in the last couple of days as well to take responsibility for the result. And then one of the key heavyweights of the party, he's often been known informally as the Godfather, and this is the former Prime Minister Taro Aso, yesterday coming out publicly to say that he will be voting in favour of an earlier leadership contest. So, you know, we've seen the moves, particularly in the Japanese government bond market, in as a result of what we've seen politically, the expectation that the economy has been pretty tepid, voters are unhappy, and it's not just unhappy with Ishiba, but it seems like unhappy overall with the party. So you have markets reacting to this, that whether it's Ishiba or somebody else, that's going to mean more stimulus coming up and therefore more JGB issuance, and therefore we look very closely at this 30-year bond auction that is set to happen this morning, Sherry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lynn, for that. Let's now check in on how the cryptocurrency market is doing at the moment. A little bit of a comeback. In fact, Ethereum higher by more than 3% just in the last 24 hours or so. Bitcoin holding above, well, actually just below that $12,000 per coin at this point. Turning to stable coins, the digital assets that are typically pegged to fiat currencies, European Central Bank's President Christine Lagarde calling on legislators for more stringent safeguards for stablecoin issuance just overnight, particularly those involving foreign issuers. This is to prevent any sort of run on reserves held in the EU. Now, the bloc currently has one of the world's strictest frameworks for crypto assets. Our next guest describes stablecoins as a reflection of what he calls the pervasive inefficiencies in modern financial systems. Ishwar Prasad is Tolani Senior, a professor of trade policy and professor of economics at Cornell University. He's also the China head for the International Monetary Fund as well, and author of the book, The Future of Money, How the Digital Revolution is Transforming Currencies and Finance. Ishwar, it's great to have you on. So let's talk about the future of money. And when I hear your argument around this mistrust around the many countries' central banks, mistrust in the traditional finance, you sound like, this crypto bros in that community. I mean, this has been really the argument for the crypto community for a very long time. So what are you saying here? That the dollar is going to be sort of gets supported, renewed support from stablecoin regime in the United States?
And just one clarification to begin with, Sherry, that I'm not with the IMF anymore. I used to head the IMF China division, but that was what seems like an era ago. When one thinks about the legacy of cryptocurrencies, especially stable coins, I really think that it is going to be that they have shown that there are huge inefficiencies in modern financial systems, especially when it comes to domestic payments in many countries, which are not that easily accessible, that are quite cost inefficient. But also when it comes to cross-border payments, which even when you take countries like China and India, that are very efficient domestic payment systems, the cross-border payment systems tends to be beset by a lot of inefficiencies. Now, you alluded to the Eurozone expressing some concerns about the recently passed stablecoin legislation in the US, which is called the Genius Act. And for Europe, there is a clear and present danger from US dollar-backed stablecoins. Now, the Eurozone does have a unified monetary system, but they do not have a fully unified banking system. And most importantly, they do not have a well set up unified payment system. In fact, if you want to make a payment in Germany using your bank account in Germany, that's easy. If you want to make a payment in Greece, using money in your German bank account, that's a lot harder. So in fact, a lot of Europeans rely on cross-border payments through credit card companies that are largely run by the US credit card issuers, of course. So Europe is very concerned that stable coins denominated in dollars, which the world still loves, even in the Eurozone, might end up potentially acting as a payment mechanism. And then if you move outside the Eurozone to countries that don't have credible central banks, that don't have credible currencies of their own, the fear of being overrun by dollar-denominated stable coins issued by current issuers like Tether or USD or Circle, or even by large corporations like Amazon, is a very real concern. So I think it's sort of a moment of reckoning for countries that do not have good payment systems, or for countries that do not have good cross-border payment systems. And that actually is a pervasive issue around the world.
So how should other governments approach this to make sure that their own currencies do not lose relevance in their economy and in the global economy?
So that's a very good question. The response has been a largely knee-jerk defensive response, either to ban the use of stable coins denominated in foreign currencies within domestic jurisdictions, or attempts to create homegrown stable coins, either official or private. I think there are deeper questions to be dealt with by many countries. the question about why a foreign stable coin would get traction as a domestic payment system should lead to a question about why it is that a country's citizens don't trust that country's central bank or its currency. If you take a country like Argentina, which is already dollarized, it's because people don't trust the country's government and therefore its central bank in order to maintain the value of the currency. So that is one issue that countries need to grapple with. And of course, it's not going to be an overnight solution. It takes the hard work of rebuilding confidence in one's currency through better policies. And then when it comes to cross-border payments, there are certainly things that governments can do, that even central banks can do, using wholesale central bank digital currencies, finding other ways for using new technologies in order to make cross-border payments much more efficient. But it's not just governments and central banks, but even commercial banks that have to up their game. You know, commercial banks are the front point for many countries when it comes to intermediating cross-border payments. And a lot of them have benefited from the fat fees that they get from the existing inefficiencies. Those fees are going to go away. And if commercial banks want to have a significant role in cross-border payments, they better get their act together and reduce costs, improve efficiencies, and decrease processing times of those transactions.
So what does that mean for private sector, especially retailers that are issuing their own stable coins? How do they fit into this long-term picture that you see that will be, I don't know, disrupted by stable coins?
So in the opinion piece I wrote that you alluded to, I make the point that a government should, in effect, let 1,000 payment systems bloom. You know, you can think about stable coins have an important role to play, and those stable coins could be issued by standalone stable coin issuers or companies that have large balance sheets or even social media networks that they can build these stable coins on top of. You could have commercial banks tokenizing their deposits so that they are much easier to use both in blockchain-based environments, but also in traditional finance. Even central bank digital currencies could potentially have a role, although I think it's better if the official sector stays out of this and lets the private sector intermediate payments. But all of this does create certain risks. You know, commercial banks have been very good at intermediating payments, but they have access to the liquidity backstop provided by a central bank. If you have stablecoin issuers that may certainly have their stablecoin issues backed up by fiat currencies, either government securities or cash or other liquid securities, they don't have access to the central bank liquidity backstop. So one can well imagine that if stablecoins become more prevalent without adequate regulatory guardrails in place, you could end up creating more financial stability risks. This is why I think stablecoins are pointing out the problems that exist in financial systems, but I don't think stable coins, especially by themselves, are necessarily the right answer or the only answer. We need much better, more inclusive, more efficient domestic payment systems as well as cross-border payment systems. And certainly regulation has to play a role in allowing this sort of innovation to take place while keeping regulatory guardrails in place.
Ishwa, this is Christine. I want to talk more about the Genius Act in the US. It's really interesting because we are seeing now Europe racing to catch up. To what extent does this seal the US dollar's dominance when it comes to digital currencies? And do you think the US gets it, that they need to lead in stablecoin?
Now, for the US, this is actually a very good outcome, the fact that the Genius Act is passed, because, you know, it sort of legitimizes crypto. And in fact, for the crypto industry, this is phenomenal, especially for stablecoin issuers, because what it means is that they're getting the legitimacy of stablecoins, but with a relatively light touch regulation, because, of course, this is a signature issue for the Trump administration, backing off on what they see as very intrusive regulation. So it's perfect for stablecoins, and it's also good for the crypto sector more broadly, because one very important role stablecoins play is as a bridge between traditional financial institutions and the world of decentralized finance that is built on decentralized blockchains. The fact that stable coins are now, so to speak, legitimized by the Genius Act means that traditional financial institutions like commercial banks can now start, using stable coins, allowing their clients to bring money in or take money out of bank accounts using stable coins as a bridge to crypto. And of course, even financial institutions might start issuing their own stable coins. But the reason why it's good for the US economy is because the stable coins that the world seems to want are dollar-backed stable coins. It's the one currency that everybody knows, recognizes, trusts, no matter what Trump might do in terms of potentially undermining the Fed's independence and the other elements of the institutional framework that have inspired international investor confidence in the dollar. So this might mean that indirectly the dollar becomes even more dominant in international payments, and it already is, while reducing the role of other currencies, including the euro. And it also means money flowing into the treasury's coffers, because the US government is certainly going to be running much larger budget deficits under Trump. It's going to have large financing requirements. And now stablecoin issuers might lead to greater demand for those US Treasury securities. So all told, it's a win for the US, not necessarily so good for the rest of the world.
Okay, and for the rest of the world, like Europe, they're just playing catch up. And you mentioned there's no unity in the banking system, no payment system. So does this Genius Act, this law, does it mean that the future of digital money is firmly tied to the US dollar? There is no competition out there.
It's certainly going to make it much harder to compete with the US dollar, because if you have easy access to a payment system that can mediate either domestic transactions or cross-border transactions very effectively, and it is tied to a currency that everybody knows, and at least some people love, other people's completely detest, but it is a common currency that everybody can anchor on, it certainly makes it much harder for other currencies to compete. So one can imagine a situation where the Eurozone goes ahead with issuing a digital version of the central bank currency, the digital euro. That might provide some unification of the Eurozone payment systems, which will certainly help. But Europe, the Eurozone in particular, still remains, beset by centrifugal forces that threaten to pull the Eurozone apart. So there is no real stability there as well. If you look at China, there is no clear progress in terms of institutional development. Many other economies like Japan, the United Kingdom are beset by growth problems. So in this, tumultuous world, despite all the failings of the US dollar still remains the go-to currency. And the prevalence of dollar-backed stable coins will certainly reinforce that.
What do you think is the right stablecoin strategy for China? What is actually happening on the ground? I do hear about episodes, and obviously this is not a general trend. Although crypto is banned, a lot of adoption when it comes to stablecoin. And also, was there any takeaway from the SCO summit earlier this week that suggests to you that somehow that China is very much interested in setting up some kind of yuan-dominated monetary system or a currency system?
I think China would like its own financial markets and the rest of the world to be less tied into the dollar, but it's not clear that China is willing to do what is necessary for the Chinese renminbi or Chinese yuan to start playing a much bigger role in international finance, because that would require opening up China's financial markets much more by reducing capital controls, by allowing the Chinese currency's exchange rate to be more determined by market forces. China doesn't like instability in the exchange rate. It doesn't want instability in terms of capital flows. And it's very hard to allow to have your currency become an important global currency, either as a payment currency or as a reserve currency, if there are still capital controls in place, if there are still notions that the exchange rate is not fully market determined. And it's not clear that China is willing to do all of this. But China also needs better financial market regulation and a better set of institutions, including what one might think of as the rule of law, an independent central bank, and so on, that can inspire the trust of foreign investors. And it's not clear it's willing to do that. China has been making some moves, perhaps with the other BRICS countries, to set up maybe a BRICS currency. But I don't think there is much trust between the BRICS countries, no matter what you might see on the front pages of the newspaper, for these countries to really band together and think about how to issue a common currency. So I think countries like China would very much like to get away from the dollar-dominated financial system, but there is no clear alternative, and these countries don't seem to be willing to do what is needed domestically to move forward on promoting their own currencies.
Ishwa, that was a great conversation, insightful. Thank you so much. I'm going to personally invite you back again sometime in the future to talk more about stable coins. Thank you so much for your time. Ishwa Prasad of Cornell University. Still ahead on Squawk Box Asia, Suntory's former CEO apologizing for the commotion caused by his actions, which led to his resignation, but he's insisting on his innocence. We'll have the latest after the break.
Real estate developer Sun Hung K Properties will hear how it's navigating the prolonged slump in the real estate sector faced with oversupply, weak demand amid high borrowing costs.
Semiconductor giant Broadcom will report earnings after markets close, along with athletic wear retailer Lululemon. Plus, ADP will release its private payroll report. It comes ahead of the Labor Department's more comprehensive employment report on Friday. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy will testify before the Senate Finance Committee tomorrow about the president's health agenda for the coming year. He'll be in the hot seat just 1 week after firing the new director of the Centers for Disease Control. And the Senate Banking Committee will hold a nomination hearing for Stefan Miron to become the Federal Reserve's newest governor following the resignation of Adriana Kugler. Finally, the 2025 NFL season officially kicks off Thursday night in Philadelphia, with the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles competing against the Dallas Cowboys.
Welcome back. Thailand still on edge. Its parliament was dissolved yesterday after the biggest opposition party backed a rival candidate to lead the country. Bum Jai Thai party leader Anutin Chanvirakul saying he has enough votes to become prime minister after getting the support from the People's Party. The ruling Pheu Thai party moved to block him, petitioning the king for a snap election to end the deadlock. The political wrangling comes after the dismissal of former Prime Minister Praetongtarn Shinawatra last week, Anutin promising to dissolve parliament within 4 months in exchange for the votes needed to become Prime Minister. Thailand's parliament is expected to hold a special session this Friday to vote on the country's new leader. Elsewhere in other news, former Suntory CEO and chairman Takeshi Ninami speaking up on his resignation over a drug probe, saying he believes he purchased legal supplements and stressing that they were never in his possession. Ninami making the comments following a police investigation into his purchase on products that contained active components of cannabis, which violated Japan's strict drug laws. Nanami saying he resigned to protect the company and will temporarily step aside from his other duties. Well, stay tuned as we bring you the market opens in Tokyo, Seoul, and Sydney. Squawk Box Asia will be right back.
I think, Trump has gotten exasperating news from Russia. There hasn't been any decline in the situation in Ukraine, and this has made him very, very frustrated. So he's taking it out on India. He's hoping that India will help. But I'm afraid his hope is going to be shattered because obviously India doesn't want to give up its imports of oil from Russia. I think he will be disappointed. Now, of course, we've seen Modi holding hands with Putin. That is not going to be very encouraging to Trump. So obviously, the U.S. is going to have to step back. And I think probably they will begin to realize that India is not going to give in to the pressure. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason. I think India has got to stand up to this kind of imposition in terms of trade. I think they will reach an agreement. I would give it maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll see the U.S. coming to the table again and negotiating something with India so that this is not going to take place. India may make some small concessions, but at the end of the day, it'll be the US that will have to step back. I think Modi has given a clear message to Trump that he will not be pressured. And I think for good reason.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sherry Kang in Hong Kong.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, Sherry. I'm Christine Tan in Singapore. Your headlines this hour. We're working with a mixed lead from Wall Street. The Nasdaq seeing solid gains thanks to the strong showing in big techs. But investors still feeling cautious amid the global bond market jitters.
Japan's top tariff negotiator, Yosei Akazawa, is reportedly heading back to Washington today to iron out details of the country's tariff deal with the Trump administration. Discussion on how to implement Japan's $550 billion investment offer could be on the table.
Plus, the Modi government unveiling its biggest GST overhaul in 8 years to help consumers cope with higher living costs. The move coming as the country's battles steep U.S. tariffs and economic headwinds.
This reform is not just on rationalizing rates. It's also on structural reforms. It's also on ease of living so that businesses can do their business of working together with the GST.
Markets in Japan, South Korea, and Australia just coming online and looking like this. We've got green across the board. It's small moves, moderate gains, but definitely reflecting some parts of the Wall Street action that we saw overnight as well. So we've got a Nikkei 225 over in Japan and ASX 200 over in Australia, leading those gains higher by 0.4%. A bit of an underperformance coming through for the Kospi, nonetheless in the money by 0.24%. Let's get a quick check on South Korea's Hyundai Motor. Its shares are doing this and underwater, down about 0.23%. Now, the company's labor union is entering day 2 of a 3-day strike across the country today as workers demand better hours and higher wages. The union has about 40,000 members and is one of South Korea's largest and most influential labor groups. And a little bit of color there when it comes to South Korea. Remember the recent passage of the Yellow Envelope Act. It has significant implications, obviously, for the employers in the country and giving further protection to labor union members going on strike and so on. So a little bit of color there as well. Christine?
No pun intended. Indeed, Sherry, thank you for that. Checking in on the Japanese bond yields, JGBs ahead of the 30-year JGB auction today. That's not the only thing that's weighing on the yield market. As you can see, JGB sitting at 10-year at 1.62. A little bit of pressure there. Lyndon has been watching the moves in Japan's debt market and is here to tell us more. Lynn?
Yeah, good morning to you, Christine. Certainly, we are watching that 30-year JGB auction to see whether or not investors will be turning up, because we have seen a series of auctions, particularly in terms of that longer end 20, 30 and 40-year, where there has been patchiness at best. So signaling there is a lack of demand there. Certainly, inflation is part of the picture here. But in the last few days, I think what has really come into focus again is renewed uncertainty around the political situation, because there was a pretty abysmal result, right, on July the 27th, and the Prime Minister has been under sustained pressure. But it seems like we are coming to the pointy end of that. This week we had the LDP putting out its review report, and even though the report did not actually single out Ishiba as being one of the key reasons why they did so badly, we have been seeing in the last few days that pressure within the party is growing on him to step down. 4 of his close aides, including the Secretary General Moriyama, who is absolutely pivotal, really, to the functioning of this government, given that it is a minority government. He is in charge of basically working with opposition parties to get policies, including stimulus and so forth, through. They have all offered to step down in order to take responsibility here. And we also know that a key heavyweight, a former Prime Minister Taro Aso, came out publicly to support an early leadership contest. So we look ahead now to Monday week, September the 8th, where there will be a vote among the members of the LDP. And if a majority of those members, Sherry, vote in favour of an early leadership contest, that is effectively a signal here for the Prime Minister to step down.
No doubt about it. And let's pivot to trade a little bit. Reports are suggesting that Japan's top trade negotiator, Akazawa, is making arrangements to head back to Washington, D.C. today. Tell us more.
Hey, Sherry. So this was the visit which was cancelled at the last minute last week, if you'll remember. And at the time, Akazawa said that it was because of technical issues that needed to be ironed out. There were some reports suggesting that there was, some concern around the US requiring Japan to buy more American rice. He rubbished those reports earlier this week, but certainly it was a signal to investors that there was some sort of discontent around what was already a pretty shaky deal, right? That was made in July. It was an oral agreement. Nothing was put in writing. And so now the expectation is that he could be making his way again for what would be his 10th visit as early as today. And I think the goals here are clear. Certainly, the US side wants more clarification, wants things written down in relation to the $550 billion investment fund. But from the Japanese side, they are still pushing for that executive order for the lower auto tariff, and also for clarification around the fact that Japan should not be subject to overlapping tariffs as well. And I think, this is uncertainty on top of more uncertainty, because whilst there is uncertainty in terms of the deal itself, we had the US president even acknowledging what, a lot of trade analysts have been saying as well, that if the Supreme Court does find the use of emergency powers around the so-called reciprocal tariffs to be illegal, that he himself said that some of these trade deals, South Korea, Japan, the EU, will need to be unwound as well.
Yeah, so complicated math there. Thank you so much, Lynn, for that. And we're also keeping tabs on the U.S. tariff developments after the U.S. Appeals Court ruled that President Trump has overstepped his powers when imposing reciprocal levies on U.S. trading partners. The White House now bringing the matter to the Supreme Court, seeking an expedited ruling to keep the duties in place beyond mid-October. President Trump insisting that the tariffs are vital to the country, claiming that America could, quote, suffer greatly if the policy is overturned. Christine.
Sherry, meanwhile, over in India, the Modi administration announcing its biggest goods and services tax, or GST, overhaul in 8 years. That's to help domestic consumers cope with higher living costs as the country faces steep U.S. tariffs and macroeconomic headwinds. The Indian government will lower levies on everyday items and simplify the sales tax structure. All individual life insurance policies and health insurance will also be spared from GST. Here's what Indian Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had to say about the tax overhaul at a presser yesterday.
This reform is not just on rationalizing rates. It's also on structural reforms. It's also on ease of living, so that businesses can do their business of working together with the GST. Reduction from 28 to 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारी चीज हैं. एयर conditioning machines, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18.
Well, the lower GST would kick in later this month, coming just before Diwali, India's biggest Hindu festival in October. India's federal and state government are estimated to lose about $5.5 billion due to the cuts. We'll talk more about India's trade and growth challenges with Chitta Arya, Morgan Stanley's chief Asia economist. That's coming up in the next hour. Don't miss that conversation.
And after the break, we'll bring you more from a CNBC exclusive interview with Fed Governor Christopher Waller, who expects multiple rate cuts this year. That's coming up right after this.
We want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast, not a linear fashion. It doesn't just come up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting.
Because obviously.
Welcome back to Squawk Box Asia. Let's take a look at how U.S. Treasury yields are doing. And of course, the story is that long-dated bonds are falling out of favor. We've got the 10-year at 4.2129. CNBC's Rick Santelli has more on what's moving the markets in today's bond report.
Good morning, Asia, Australia, New Zealand. Well, we had job openings and labor turnover coming on the light side, which had an immediate impact on the market. Interest rates moved down. The equities, particularly NASDAQ, greened up a bit. And if we consider that tomorrow we have another look at another possible way to describe the condition of the current labor market with ADP jobs report. Doesn't include government hiring. And then following the next day, because of the holiday shortened week, we'll have the big August jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And indeed, I cannot stress enough how important all of this is, considering the September 17th meeting is just around the corner. Finally, what happens tomorrow in addition to productivity, unit labor costs, initial continuing claims, ADP jobs report? We have the service sector side of the equation with S&P and ISM and the PMIs. So it is going to be a huge day. You want to make sure you tune in both at 8:30 and 10 o'clock for all those economic releases. In addition, we want to see if the turnabout in the interest rate complex is going to have any lasting staying power. If there's one word to describe the close to close volatility we've experienced in 10-year note yields over the last 4 or 5 weeks, it's that it's in a very consolidated, tight range. Basically, all the closing yields have been between 420 and 433. And if you even go months before that, between 420 and 440. Now, that isn't necessarily a tiny range, but considering all the issues out there, all the big fundamentals from the Fed to the jobs market to what's going on in the economy and GDP, it really has been a compressed 10-year note yield in terms of the charts. If you look at the yield curve, it keeps bumping into those low 60s in terms of the 10s minus 2s and the steepness of the curve. Should we start to get much above that, look for technical forces to steepen it a bit more. Reporting from the CME HQ, I'm Rick Santelli, CNBC Business News, Chicago.
As Rick just mentioned, the latest JOLTS report indicating a slowing labor market, raising bets for a rate cut. Later this month, the Fed Governor Christopher Waller telling CNBC that he supports greater easing. Here is some of what he told our U.S. colleagues just overnight.
We want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast in a non-linear fashion. It doesn't just kind of creep up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then we don't have to go in a locked sequence of steps. We can kind of see where things are going, because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, but everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we could see multiple cuts coming in. Whether it's like every meeting, we'll have to wait and see what the data says.
And where are we headed, in your opinion? Do you have a view of neutral, of where you'd like to get to, or do you need to even be below neutral?
Well, like I said, I usually use the SEP benchmark.
That's the Summary of Economic Projections.
Summary of Economic
That's
Projections.
the average of all the Fed officials and their long run rate.
Right. So that gives me kind of a benchmark where the middle of the committee seems to be, and I use that to think about where neutral is. Could be higher, could be lower. You have people all over the map on this. So, but if you take 3%, you're about 125, 150 basis points above that. And if tariff inflation looks like it's going to be temporary and it's a one-time level effect, which I think, inflation expectations are anchored and the labor market's really weakening. So our dual mandate says worry about employment and inflation, look through the inflation, worry about the employment, start cutting.
To talk more about how interest rates are affecting investments and stocks, Brian Assis is portfolio manager at Ford Asset Management. Brian, good to have you with us. Is that September 16 rate cut a done deal, or could the non-farm payrolls data out tomorrow change the interest rate pathway?
It's a great question. I mean, in our minds, we do expect a 25 basis point rate cut in September. Obviously, if the data came out significantly better to the positive side, then perhaps that could be on pause. But in our minds, I mean, a base case is certainly that 25 basis points is likely to happen in September.
Okay, Christopher Waller, Fed Governor, calling for multiple rate cuts. Is that something that you're looking at as well?
I think as we move through into next year. I mean, we do share the same opinion that in all likelihood, inflation as a result of tariffs should be more of a change in the price level and not necessarily be a permanent increase in inflation through time. I mean, long-term inflation expectations are relatively anchored and have been for quite a while. So if you look at the weakening labor market, we wouldn't expect necessarily that you have material rate cuts between now and year end. But if the labor market continues to weaken and inflation is in check, it's likely for rates to continue to come down as we move through next year.
Are you amazed at, despite the fact that the labor market is weakening, consumer spending continues to hold up pretty well? A little bit of softness lately, but overall it's pretty good.
We have been surprised. I mean, given how quickly and how much by magnitude rates had risen, I think many investors expected that to impact the consumer, right? If you do take a step back and say the U.S. consumer is one of the least interest rate sensitive globally, in large part because of how the U.S. mortgage market works, right? So 99% of mortgages in the U.S. are fixed for 30 years. So increases in interest rates have very little impact on the actual consumer spending power until you see an impact, right, in changes in the labor market.
What's going to break the U.S. consumer?
It will be employment. It will be employment. I mean, if we do see the labor market weakening materially, then consumers will begin to change their spending patterns, not only because they have to, those that are impacted, but because they're more worried.
Yeah. And Brian, I asked this question to our earlier guest, but do you think about the level or the speed of long-dated bond yields picking up? Does that matter for equity markets right now, or are we not there yet?
It's a great question, I think. I mean, I would say not necessarily wary yet, but are certainly well aware of it and sort of monitoring that. I mean, if you look at many countries around the world, including the US, you have significant indebtedness and increasing questions from investors about the ability to service that debt over the long term. So it is a very meaningful kind of data point to watch. And if we look at the US in particular, the vast majority of outstanding debt is less than 10 years. So it has a smaller impact on the actual cost of borrowing than do rates sort of 10 years and below. So it doesn't impact that cost of borrowing as much, but it's really more of a sentiment indicator in our view.
Okay. How does this translate into your allocation and strategy? So you say equities comprise around 60% of your portfolio. You say meaningful allocation to fixed income, cash, and gold. Walk us through the meaningful allocation to fixed income, cash, and gold right now.
Yeah, so if we kind of take a step back, we look at where we are from an economic standpoint. We have interest rates likely coming down. We've just come off what was quite a strong earnings season. Now, obviously, earnings are backward looking, but we still have earnings growth in the US. And we have inflation that is, at the moment, right, relatively under control. So those three things together are positive for equities in general. They don't all happen at once that often, right? So you do have a constructive backdrop for equities, which is what we've seen. Now, for us, that translates into a 60% allocation simply because when we bring in valuation, which is obviously an important overlay, equities are pricing in a significant amount of that positivity already, right? So we need to allocate the capital somewhere. Because equities are so expensive, we do think it makes sense to have a significant portion of the portfolio in cash. We do believe that we will get a better chance to buy equities going forward. Now, that doesn't mean that that better chance is a quarter away, right? It could be 6 months away or 12 months away, but it makes sense to have dry powder. And at the same time, it makes sense to have a significant portion of the portfolio in gold, which for us is about 10%, which isn't really a hedge against inflation, but it is a hedge against geopolitical risk, against volatility around currencies, for example. And given how much uncertainty is in the market and how expensive equities are, it makes sense to have a sizable material hedge in gold.
I always like discussing stock picks with you, given I clearly remember your APR calls over in South Korea. You're bringing some new ideas to the table. So Edison International, you're talking about a regulated utility serving Southern California. What's the story? Is it just simply around powering AI compute data centers?
So it's really twofold. It's obviously in some ways less exciting than Korean beauty and cosmetics, but the story in our minds is actually equally as compelling. What we're looking for, because markets are so expensive, are what we call sort of defensive growth companies, and Edison fits right into that. Now, to your point, clearly it's driven by the increase in data centers, right? The advent and adoption of AI. It's also driven by the electrification of basically all things cars, commercial buildings, residential homes. So what you've had for the first time in basically 2 decades, 2.5 since the financial crisis, is volume growth in regulated electric utilities. So electric utility volumes have been declining in most of the developed world since the GFC. Now we're seeing volume growth again. That really isn't priced into these securities yet. And so you're able to buy a company like Edison Electric with a significant certainty around that volume growth at a discount to markets in general. And so you end up with a company that's low double-digit total return, which over the long term will be higher than equities, at about a 30% discount to equities. So that to us it's a safe place to be when equities are expensive, but at the same time, you aren't giving up growth. You're still growing total return in double digits.
Okay, you got me at Korean beauty and cosmetics. I'm not going to go there, but I am going to ask you about your Chemring, which is really a defensive growth story there. Not really a household name. So tell me what you like about this company.
Yeah, so Chemring, so it's a UK defense company. Obviously, defense within Europe in general has been a strong sector, not only on the year to date, but over the past sort of year or two. What we like about Chemring relative to the other European defense names is that it is relatively unknown. So it's a mid-cap company. It's really a quote-unquote picks and shovels company. So it supplies countermeasures, for example, or energetics to the F-35. So to companies like Lockheed Martin. It supplies energetics in rockets and missiles. So it contributes to the rearmament of Europe, which is obviously...
So it's a defense play, literally.
It's a defense play. Defensive growth and defense.
No pun intended, both,
exactly,
yeah.
both. But it's also a company, I mean, it trades at a 40% discount to the rest of European defense, but you are clearly not giving up growth. I mean, revenue for Chemring is likely to double between now and the end of the decade. So that's compounding 12, 13%. And earnings are likely to grow more quickly with margins expanding. The market cap is only about $1.5 billion. So these are the types of companies that you can also find if you're searching hard enough that will give you growth, will be defensive, and also obviously defense.
I don't know, Brian and Christine, I feel like there is an elephant in the room, and that is a K Beauty. Let's just go there. I mean, are you fading APR? Have you faded APR? Because that was your really brilliant call that I was just referring to, number one. And number two, what's going on over there? Because I feel like it's not just the public market, but private money is also pouring into that particular sector.
No, it really is. I mean, if you look at APR in particular, obviously a significant amount of the growth is coming from expansion outside of Korea, in particular in the US, right, where the company's Metacube device has been at the leading end of sort of the Amazon shop metrics in stores over the past sort of 6 months or so as they've really started to enter that market. They're also growing in a similar fashion in Europe, though through distributors. So to your question, I mean, we have trimmed our position in APR because it had become quite large for us. Though that being said, if you look at the growth runway for the company going forward, there's a significant amount of penetration still to come, both in North America and in Europe. And despite the large run-up in the stock's price, it still trades at quite a reasonable valuation, to be honest. So we haven't exited the position. We don't intend to in the near term, but we've certainly trimmed given how well it's performed.
Okay, Brian, I've just had to Google what energetics meant. And it's devices and materials that store and release large amounts of chemical energy, explosives, propellants, and pyrotechnics. Hey, that's a new word I learned today. Thank you very much for that.
Exactly.
Chemring. Hey, Brian, thank you so much for your time. Great talking to you.
Thank
Great
you.
insight. Come on by anytime. And that was Brian Assis of Ford Asset Management. We're off for a quick break. Squawk Box Asia. We'll be right back. Let's do a quick check on markets. Currently trading in Asia this Thursday, shaping up like this. Positive start, as you can see. Nikkei 225 up more than 1%, holding that level. Kospi 0.4% higher, and the Australian market 0.8% higher. All eyes on that non-farm payrolls report in the US on Friday. And of course, what that means for rates. Expectations are building up for a rate cut in September. Sherry.
And we're still watching what's happening, of course, on the trade front, Christine. The U.S. and China may be on a tariff truce right now as they work out the details of their agreed framework, but tensions still percolating under the surface, with Washington and Beijing announcing piecemeal curbs to protect their respective interests. China continues to weaponize its rare earth exports with strict rules and oversight. Meantime, the Trump administration is focusing on tech. It recently revoked a waiver which previously allows semiconductor companies like TSMC, Samsung Electronics, and SK Hynix to buy chip-making equipment for their manufacturing facilities in China. Under the new policy, chip-making tools with American origins will require U.S. export licenses before they could be shipped to China. Rush Doshi is director of CFR China Strategy Initiative. He previously served as a deputy senior director for China and Taiwan affairs at the National Security Council during the Biden administration. He's also assistant professor at Georgetown University and the author of the book, The Long Game, China's Grand Strategy to Displace American Order. Rush, it's great to have you on. Just given the title of your book, China's Grand Strategy to Displace American Order, I think it's very fitting to have you on this week, right on the back of China's military parade, as well as at the SCO summit earlier in the week in Tianjin. Just walk us through what the biggest takeaway was for you, your China watching over the last 4 days or so.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks. It's great to be with you. And let me just start by saying what we saw at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, and then afterwards with the military parade in Beijing, that was really remarkable. All of that is extremely significant, but we also shouldn't overstate it. I think the first big takeaway is that the plan of the Trump administration to pursue a reverse Kissinger, to split Russia from China, really doesn't seem to be working. I mean, obviously, Vladimir Putin had a very prominent role at the SCO summit, and diplomacy between China and Russia is continuing apace. We also saw President Xi basically make a sort of rapprochement with India at the SCO summit as well. It was remarkable to see that both the leaders of China and India committed to each other that they were going to be partners and not rivals, something, again, both governments sort of agreed to publicly. And given that Prime Minister Modi has not visited China in over 7 years, that's a pretty significant change in tone in that relationship. At the same time, we shouldn't overstate it. Prime Minister Modi first visited Japan before he went to the SCO, and he also didn't participate in the military parade. So there are limits to that partnership.
Yeah, that was definitely a hedging moment for Modi as well. There is this debate around what Washington has been doing under different administrations. Did all these export controls work when it comes to specifically semiconductors on China and so on? Which camp are you? I know that there is an op-ed piece that you were writing as well, but this is an important understanding for us to have right now.
Yeah, I think there are a variety of positions on this issue. I think of my position as really being driven by the evidence. And so the way I see it is, if the evidence leads you to one set of conclusions about the effectiveness of the controls, that leads you to one set of policies. So we've got to follow the evidence. I think what the evidence shows so far is that the controls have basically had some impact. If you look at some of the shares that have come out, or the estimates that have come out on the shares of US AI compute, the US share is sort of up 50% since the controls. The PRC share has probably fallen by about half. And if you ask sort of the Chinese, Premier Li Qiang and the CEO of DeepSeek have basically admitted that for them, the biggest problem that they're facing in AI is actually chip shortages. That is a lack of compute. folks do say, okay, well, eventually China will be able to make these chips themselves. But the truth is, right now, the Trump administration's own estimates suggest that China simply can't make enough of some of these chips, these advanced leading edge chips, because of existing controls from the US and others on semiconductor manufacturing equipment. And quite frankly, they seem to have actually made it difficult for China to even make more than 200,000 of some of these leading edge chips. That's fewer chips than you might find in some data centers.
So you're arguing basically that it's a good thing for the US that China is growing reluctant to buy NVIDIA AI chips right now. But what about the argument coming from the other side that this is really about getting China addicted to American-made AI chips so that it would slow things down when it comes to China's own chip progress?
Yeah, it's a really interesting argument. I mean, obviously, there's some advantages in China being dependent on American technology, but here's the reality. I think hopes that China was going to be dependent on American chips are they're a bit naive. I don't think China is very interested in dependency, and President Xi, even before export controls were really even an issue, even before there was a US-China trade war in the first Trump term, he warned in many speeches that dependence on foreign technology is really unacceptable. He has poured hundreds of billions of dollars into chip indigenization. And actually, right now, there's a program in China called Delete A or Delete America, which is about removing the American software stack from China in a lot of different places. I'm sure that's going to extend to the CUDA software that NVIDIA fortunately enjoys. And so, even American companies have been able to reduce their reliance on that software. Eventually, China will as well. Chip sales to China are not going to get them hooked on us. But what they will do is actually help the PLA, help PRC cyber actors be a bit more effective. And most importantly, in the economic and tech competition, they'll probably make PRC models a bit more competitive. For example, the H20 semiconductor, if that's sold to China, that'll make it so that Chinese models are running even better than they are today. The inference will be better. So the real question is, if you're not going to create dependency, but you are going to advance China's military, cyber, and sort of technological and economic programs, is it really worth it to make this trade? I think the answer is no, especially because the revenue bump may not be as significant as some are suggesting.
Rush, what do you think China is doing behind the scenes to reduce its dependence on US chips, US tech? Do you think it's innovating faster? Are you seeing signs that they're becoming more self-sufficient?
It's a great question. I think you should never underestimate China's ability to innovate. I think China is an extremely innovative country, and I think a lot of folks have basically missed the story of growing Chinese innovation. They think that China is a fast follower. All that being said, innovation in a lot of fields is quite different from innovation in this field. Semiconductors are some of the most advanced technology mankind has ever created. The manufacturing equipment for these chips is extremely complicated. It requires a very, very sort of insanely complicated supply chain. And quite frankly, I mean, some of the estimates from companies around the world in this space, companies like McKinsey, I think, have come out and said that China might be decades behind in lithography. They're not ready to sort of make these chips at scale on their own. Even the technology they're using to make the chips, the technology is sold by the West to China. So while I don't think you should ever count China out as an innovative country, I think it's extremely innovative. This is one unique technology that is very hard to catch up in quickly. And right now, the way that time is working out, we're probably going to see in the next year or two major advances in artificial intelligence that could have enormous implications for the economy. So this is the time for the compute advantage that the US and others have to be applied to sort of taking the lead in AI technology. And that's exactly why this issue, I think, is so important, so timely. It's also billions of dollars at stake for companies around the world.
They might not be a leader in lithography now, but if you look at the EV space, China has clearly exceeded and overtaken the EV sector. When you look at how Beijing operates, how China operates, willing to run industries at a loss simply to dominate market share, and not to mention the scale of the whole China market, that's a huge leverage that China can use against the US, isn't it?
Completely. And I'd make 2 points. First of all, you're right. China is innovating not just in electric vehicles, in biotechnology, in quantum communications. In field after field, you see China make breakthroughs. All I'm saying is lithography is very different from electric vehicles. It's a much more complicated technology. These semiconductors are very hard to make. There is a moat here that is actually perhaps more formidable than in other sectors like, quite frankly, electric vehicles, which have certain complementarities with China's consumer electronics ecosystem, like battery technology, et cetera. The second point that I'd make, though, is just your point about scale. Recently, I wrote an article in Foreign Affairs with former Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell, which explores this idea of scale. China's scale is really enormous. I mean, twice the U.S. manufacturing share, twice American power generation, 3 times American car production, and dominating the world in the production of batteries, critical minerals, certain pharmaceutical products. It's really incredible. So that is a formidable advantage. The one area right now that the U.S. has a clear, indisputable lead in is, in fact, in AI compute. It's actually in this area we're talking about. And so it's interesting. Is this the one area where the U.S. should let up, or is this the one place to invest further on those strengths and build a really formidable app layer for American companies of, that want to basically have their AI applications embedded in others' tech stack? We want the world to run on sort of American artificial intelligence. The reality is that that's going to come down to basically who has better compute. And right now, the U.S. has that advantage.
Okay, Rush, you do argue that China's vulnerability isn't just the economy, it's a political one, because a lot of the success of what's happening in China hinges on Xi staying in power. When do we start building in political risk into your China scenario?
It's a really important point. There's a lot of people talking about the various weaknesses in China's economy, and they are real. China has extremely high debt levels, extremely high local debt. There are some real estate challenges. We also know that there are problems with financing at the municipal level when it comes to continuing this industrial policy approach that they've pursued. There's demographic issues too. All of this is real. But the biggest risk factor for China is exactly what you say. It is the question of political succession. And that's often the case for autocracies, governments that have just a handful of people running the show, or in the case of China, one person running the show. And if you look at China's history, every time that baton has been passed from one Chinese Communist Party leader to another, there's always been the risk that it drops. And often the military and other forces like security services have played an important role in ensuring the baton is passed on. But at some point, it might drop, and that would have enormous impact on China's ability to remain as competitive, as formidable, as dynamic at technology and in other areas as it is today. This is the single biggest political risk for China, I think, in the period ahead.
Yeah, and the reason why semiconductors and chips are such a fiery topic between the U.S. and China is obviously artificial intelligence and technological advancements, but it's also the idea of China's military modernization. And that is at least the line coming out of Washington at the moment. Just talk to, I'm just coming off of the military parade that we were monitoring with, Christine, you and I yesterday throughout the show. And I was thinking about the chips angle. So just talk to us about what your understanding with your team about China's military modernization and how semiconductor piece is really the crucial part of that story.
Yeah, and by the way, the parade was really something. Enormous capability was demonstrated at that parade, some of which was not really made public previously. We saw missile systems, we saw uncrewed vehicles that we really hadn't seen before. But what we didn't see, what would have been interesting to have at the parade, would be a number of keyboards and computers, because one of the things that China has going for it is a really formidable offensive cyber force, right? And it's now a matter of public record. They have compromised the power, water, gas, telecom, and transportation infrastructure of countries around the world, including the United States. And artificial intelligence does provide certain offensive advantage, maybe some defensive advantage too, but a lot of offensive advantage if you're looking to find ways to exploit the critical infrastructure upon which tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people rely. I think the second point, though, is that this compute capability is extremely valuable for advanced precision guided munitions, for autonomy, for Chinese weapons. The trajectory in warfare is greater range, greater precision, greater lethality, and greater autonomy. And semiconductors, advanced leading edge chips, and the compute that they can provide can really take those weapons to the next level. They can also train, autonomous systems to be more effective. And so it's not realistic to pretend that there's never going to be chips ending up in the PLA. It's going to happen. But the reality is, if you start selling this stuff in mass to China, it's going to happen a lot more easily.
Oh, for sure. How should we understand the headline around the U.S. making it harder for companies like TSMC, Samsung Electronics, and SK Hynix to produce chips in China? It's really about, number one, getting the license. I just wonder what actually happens on the ground. Do these applications get rejected in the end? And number two, they don't really make advanced chips in China. So how meaningful is this?
It's a great question. And I don't think we know exactly what's going to happen or how this is going to be implemented. We have to understand that what we've seen is both the US and China take a number of export control measures against each other, but also against other countries for all kinds of reasons. For example, China is pursuing export controls of some of its battery technology because it wants to keep its EV supply chain in China. It's not thrilled about the idea of it proliferating around the world. It wants to have control. So we're seeing export controls used in ways we didn't really anticipate for all kinds of purposes. And that brings me to your specific question. I mean, it is interesting that we are putting these restrictions on facilities run by American allies in China, but we haven't necessarily applied the same strictures to some of the Chinese facilities in China today. So I see this as kind of an approach where America might be beating up on its allies more than you would expect, and sort of less on China. And maybe some of that is about the trade negotiations that are underway with China today, or the concern that China might use the rare earth tool against the United States again. But there is a bit of a differential standard being applied here, which is really unusual and quite interesting.
Okay, Rush, last question from me. Getting back to your book, The Long Game, do you think China has a grand strategy to displace American order?
Yeah, well, that is the title of the book, and it's an argument that
So
what's the
answer?
The answer is yes. But I don't think the answer means they want to be just like us. You know, anytime a country is successful in rising, anytime it tries to build its own form of international order, it does it in its own way. The American system didn't look like the British system, and any kind of Chinese system that they're building for the world isn't going to look like the American system. It's going to look different. Let me end with this. I write in the book, and I think it's quite clear. In fact, I wrote that book 4 years ago. Since then, I'm even more confident about the argument. It's pretty clear that a few things are true. China wants a global military with bases around the world. I worked on that very issue when I was at the White House. It wants the world dependent on China's supply chains. It wants China less dependent on the rest of the world. President Xi talks about that. It's called dual circulation. China wants to win in the technological competition, and that's reasonable. They want to be number one. And you see them try to dominate the technology of the fourth industrial revolution with growing success. And finally, as we saw at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, as we discussed at the beginning of this conversation, they want to reset some of the norms of the international system to be more favorably inclined towards autocratic governments. I think none of that is surprising. None of that should be even, remarkably controversial for a rising power. Of course they want to do those things. And so I think my book is in many ways quite reasonable. I'm saying China, a rising power, wants to be a rising power. And I'll end with this. Lee Kuan Yew, when he was asked the question, does China want to be number one? He thought it was a silly question. He said, of course they do. How could they not be? They have an ancient and proud history. They're a powerful country. In time, they'll of course want to be number one. I think Lee Kuan Yew was right.
All right, Rashi, your next book has to be how China is going to battle dollar dominance. That's got to be the next book. That's got to be the next book.
I'd be
Thank
happy
you so
to come
much.
back and tell you all about it. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Rush. Rush Doshi of CFR, China Strategy Initiative. Meantime, as we tail out, we leave you now a look at spot gold. The yellow metal hovering at record highs, right now trading at $3,557 an ounce.
Welcome back. Thailand is still on edge. Its parliament was dissolved yesterday after the biggest opposition party backed a rival candidate to lead the country. We've got the Boom Jai Thai party leader saying that he has enough votes to become a prime minister after getting the support from the People's Party. The ruling Pheu Thai moved to block him, petitioning the king for a snap election to end the deadlock. The political wrangling coming after the dismissal of a former Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra last week. Newton promising to dissolve a parliament within 4 months in exchange for the votes needed to become prime minister. Thailand's parliament is expected to hold a special session this Friday to vote on the country's new leader. Meantime, Hong Kong is probing allegations of insider trading among staff at the Hong Kong Exchange and Securities and Futures Commission, or SFC. According to reports, at least 2 staff members, as well as brokers and social media influencers, are involved. Local authorities are now examining whether staff members of the Hong Kong Bourse operator have been leaking announcements from dozens of listed companies over the past few years. HKEX shares last traded in the red. And in other news, we've got the former Suntory CEO and chairman Takeshi Niinami speaking up on his resignation over a drug probe, saying he believes he purchased legal supplements and stressing that they were never in his possession. Niinami making the comments following a police investigation into his purchase of products that contained active components of cannabis, which violated Japan's strict drug laws. Niinami saying he resigned to protect the company and will temporarily step aside from his other duties. Squawk is going for a quick break here. Meantime, take a look at winners and losers in Tokyo trade this morning. Squawk is coming right back after this.
And welcome back to Squawk Box Asia. U.S. auto sales heating up this summer with electric and hybrid vehicles driving most of the growth. CNBC's Phil LeBeau has the details in this report.
August auto sales extending a trend we've seen this summer here in the U.S. Overall, strong demand due in large part to a surge in EV and hybrid sales. Look at Toyota, up 13.6% last month. Hyundai, best August ever, up 11.6%. Ford was up 3.9%, with Honda being an outlier, falling 4.2%. But the story is the looming end to federal EV tax credits that's bringing in buyers from Hyundai to Ford, which had its best month ever for EV and hybrid sales. GM also